The sky was overcast, dark clouds swirling all over the space. On the flat ground, a large fire was blazing fiercely. Smoke and the strong smell of burning wood filled the air. Right next to that fire, a guy and a girl were surrounded tightly by a group of primitive people dressed in animal skins. They were full of energy, raising their fists high, shouting, "Burn them! Burn the evil god! Burn them! Burn the evil god!" 3 days ago, these two, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, had crossed over from the apocalypse to a primitive continent called Dong Chau. In the old world, they were a famous fighting couple with powerful abilities. The last time they were on a mission in a dark forest, they were suddenly attacked by hundreds of mutated monsters, forced to jump into a deep ravine to find a way to survive. After that, they fell into a strange space tunnel. After fainting and then waking up, they found themselves in this place. Their sudden appearance caused a huge explosion, coincidentally killing a pack of fierce wolves, inadvertently saving a few people from the lone tribe who were being besieged by the wolves, including Dunam, Tung Fong, Fan Lai, and Dang. These people thought they were surely dead, but unexpectedly, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen saved them, feeling extremely grateful. Seeing them injured, they took them back to the lone tribe. In fact, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were only slightly injured. But in this strange and information-scarce place, they had to go with the flow, gathering information as they went. Little did they know that today, the shaman of the lone tribe declared that the two of them were possessed by an evil god, a bad omen, saying that their appearance would bring disaster to the tribe, and the only way to avert it was to burn them. And that's how things ended up like this. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were so angry they couldn't help but laugh. It wouldn't be that easy to burn them. Capturing them and burning them, the chief gave the order, and countless warriors from the tribe screamed and charged forward. Lei Huyen swung her hand, snatching a stone spear from one person, twirling it around, and in an instant, she knocked down the excited warriors of the tribe, like a flame rushing towards the fire. In a flash of lightning, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged glances. Lei Huyen then drew attention, half accidentally and half intentionally blocking in front of Lam Lang. Meanwhile, she took advantage of the chaos, dodging left and right, escaping from the encirclement, her agile figure changing direction. In just a few steps, she circled behind the only son of the chief, Hoa Kuruk. Lam Lang threw a punch into Hoa Kuruk's stomach. His figure flickered, and he quickly circled behind him, his left arm wrapping around his neck, while his right hand gently waved, pulling out a dagger from the snowman. The sharp blade pressed against Hoa Kuruk's neck as he shouted, "Everyone stop, or I'll kill him." In this primitive age where weapons were made of stone and wood, no one had ever seen a dagger so sharp, enhancing the visual effect and intimidation. Lam Lang pressed lightly. Blood immediately flowed from Hoa Kuruk's neck, causing him to panic and scream, achieving peak visual impact. Everyone in the lone tribe was horrified. "Wow, that's sharp. What is that made of? Damn it." Lei Huyen was like a nimble fish in the deep sea. In the blink of an eye, she darted to Lam Lang's side, her cold gaze sweeping over the lone tribe members, a faint smile full of killing intent. The two had once crossed mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the apocalypse, so they weren't afraid of these primitive people, especially since they were holding a hostage. "Let us go? Don't even think about it." The chief was furious, his voice full of killing intent. "Let Hoa Kuruk go. If you dare to hurt him, you will surely die." Lam Lang smirked, her voice soft. "All right, anyway, having Hoa Kuruk go down with us to the grave is no big deal." As she spoke, she pressed lightly again. Another stream of bright red blood gushed from Hoa Kuruk's neck. "Ah, Dad, Dad." Hoa Kuruk cried out in pain. Everyone gasped. "That's really sharp. Way too sharp." After crossing through the time-space tunnel, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had made remarkable progress in their language skills. For the past 3 days, they had been engrossed in learning and practicing combat techniques with the lone tribe. Although they didn't fully understand every word, basic communication was no longer an issue. "You dare." The chief was furious, throwing a punch from a distance toward the two. With a loud bang, a pit the size of a basin immediately caved in before them, at least a depth of 5 feet. "If you dare to touch Hoa Kuruk, this will be your fate." The lone tribe cheered excitedly. "Chief, Chief." Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's expressions became serious, and because of that, they didn't dare to be careless. Even with a hostage in hand, they didn't dare to rush out recklessly. It was precisely because of this caution and thorough consideration that they could stand firm in the apocalypse. They had already gathered basic information about the Dong Chau continent from the lone tribe members. On this continent, there were people who possessed abilities that ordinary people did not have, known as ability warriors. Ability warriors relied on inherited bloodlines, but not every descendant awakened their abilities. Whether one could awaken or not depended on chance. Even among ability users, some awakened from a young age, while others only manifested in their teenage years. When they grew up, ability warriors had extraordinary combat power, often being the strongest pillars of a tribe. Tribes with ability warriors had much better lives, and the tribe developed more smoothly. Like the lone tribe, which had 3 ability warriors, hunting was easier, and they were even more formidable when facing enemies. The chief of the lone tribe was the strongest ability warrior in the tribe, and his ability was to control the earth. In fact, Huyen had discovered that she also had the ability to control the earth, but she didn't dare to test how strong it was. In this situation, if the chief knew he had abilities, who knows if they would become mortal enemies? Just as both sides were at a standstill, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly rang out clearly. It was Dunam, Tung Fong, Fan Lai. Dang and the others arrived, and the chief intentionally directed them elsewhere to deal with Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, thinking he could easily control the two and smoothly carry out the next plan. Little did he expect. Those two seemingly weak people struck with surprising strength, not only failing to capture their son but also falling into their hands. Then Lai hurriedly pleaded, "Great leader, could there be a misunderstanding?" The great leader furiously shouted, "Shut up! Do you dare to doubt the shaman?" He pointed at Dunam, Fan Lai, and the others, coldly saying, "The evil god was brought back by you, now I order you to eliminate them, otherwise I have reason to suspect that you have also been possessed by the evil god." What? Everyone in the tribe collectively gasped, their gazes towards Dunam and the others beginning to carry doubt. The shaman's silence in the face of the great leader shows that the great leader's words might not be wrong. The wolf beasts are extremely ferocious wild animals, yet they managed to eliminate over 100 of them. This indeed seems a bit suspicious. Dunam stopped Fan Lai, Deng, and the others who were angrily saying, "Since the great leader has said so, I have nothing more to say. I cannot eliminate them. Please, great leader, expel me from the tribe." The noise echoed throughout the tribe. The great leader was also taken aback, and Lei Huan and Lin Lang, waiting for Dunam and the others to react, burst into laughter. Lei Huan laughed heartily, saying, "That's great. So straightforward and clean cut. Even if the evil god is real, it has nothing to do with your lone tribe anymore. Let us go, and we will release the fire curse, fair and square." Dunam is the son of the former great leader of the lone tribe. When the current great leader took office, he stated in front of the entire tribe that once Dunam grew up, if he had the ability, he would pass on the position of great leader to him. However, once something is in hand, who would be willing to give it up? Although Dunam had not yet awakened his special abilities, he was the most outstanding among the younger generation of the tribe, not only brave but also intelligent. More importantly, no one from the younger generation of the lone tribe had awakened special abilities yet. Thus, Dunam was indeed the most exceptional among them. Everyone knew the great leader favored his son, the fire curse, to inherit the position of great leader. Such palace intrigues were heard by Lei Huan and Lin Lang from Deng Tung Feng. Over the past few days, they had been more cunning than anyone else in the tribe, and from what they heard, they could infer countless schemes, being the ones Dunam saved and brought back. They had anticipated that the lone tribe would not keep them for long, but they did not expect the great leader to harbor murderous intentions. That's fine. They could leave. The world was already so difficult during the apocalypse. They were still alive, let alone just a primitive continent. Dunam must have realized something, which is why he expressed without hesitation that he would leave with them. This guy is somewhat clever. The great leader's face darkened, his eyes glaring at Dunam with a sinister and fierce gaze. He had put in so much effort to set up a plan, causing Dunam and his brothers to fall into the encirclement of the wolf beasts, thinking they would surely die without a trace, yet they returned alive. The original plan was to capture Lei Huan and Lin Lang, then force them to accuse Dunam, deliberately bringing them back to assassinate the great leader, usurp power, and if they wanted to live, they had to obey, or they would be burned to death on the charge of being possessed by the evil god. Who wouldn't know what to choose? Who would have thought these two little devils would cause him to fail? The great leader looked at Lei Huan, Lin Lang, then at Dunam. Expelling them from the tribe was also fine. Since you claim you could be possessed by the evil god, for the sake of the tribe, I cannot risk keeping you. It's best if you leave. Leave the tribe immediately, go far away, and never return. Dunam said, "I absolutely will not come back." Tung Feng and Fan Lai angrily stepped forward. "Deng Mao, what are you waiting for?" Deng and Mao thought for a moment and then stepped forward to stand with them. Under the call of Fan Lai and Tung Feng, a few more people stepped forward. They were all closely related to Dunam or had been saved by him. Without Dunam, they would be bullied. Moreover, they were used to living with him. Only he could protect them. They also believed in the shaman, but the shaman was old, somewhat muddled, and more importantly, he could not protect them. In the end, There were a total of 10 people willing to follow Dunam. The great leader's face turned gray. If you leave the tribe, you will never be able to return. Great leader, stop talking. Let us go quickly. We might not wait for the fire curse much longer. Lin Lang smiled. Losing too much blood will lead to death. The great leader's face changed again, trembling with anger. But in the end, he said nothing more. Losing the protection of the tribe meant death. No need to waste effort, taking them out one by one. Leave the fire curse. Get lost. The faster you go, the better. Du Nam nodded at Lei Huan. Lin Lang. Lin Lang smiled lightly and then released the fire curse. 13 people left the lone tribe like that. Even if the great leader wanted to act, he could not go back on his word, or he would lose all credibility, and no one would trust him anymore. The people of the lone tribe watched them leave, and someone couldn't help but ask, "Great leader, are you really letting Du Nam and the others go? They have been possessed by the evil god, no longer part of the lone tribe. If kept, who knows what disaster it could bring to the tribe? The great leader is right, they cannot be kept." Yes, the people of the lone tribe were frightened by the words of the great leader. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon after, everyone dispersed. Each went about their own business. Although many felt regret, after all, Du Nam was very capable, an excellent hunter. Tung Feng, Fan Lai, and the others were also very strong. But nothing was more important than the safety of the entire tribe. After leaving the lone tribe, Lin Lang and Lei Huan urged everyone to speed up, stopping only when it was dark. By then, they had gotten far enough from the lone tribe. Fan Lai, Mao, and a few younger ones were so exhausted they sat down on the ground, not wanting to move. Not far away was a river, and where there's a river, there are usually fish. Lin Lang and Lei Huan planned to go try their luck. Everyone go find some dry wood. If we catch fish, we'll have fish for dinner tonight. Fan Li is quick with her words, but the fish isn't that great. Du Nam said, "At least we're not hungry. We'll deal with other things later. Tang and I will help catch fish. You all go gather firewood." Lam Lang chuckled with her eyes squinted. "Who said the fish isn't good? It's just that you guys have never had delicious food before. You'll see soon." The four of them reached the riverbank. Du Nam and Tang prepared to get into the water. Lei Huan stopped them and said, "I want to try once." Du Nam and Tang didn't understand anything yet, and the next moment they were startled by the scene before their eyes. They saw Lei Huan wave both hands, and suddenly a wall of earth rose up in the middle of the river, causing a fish longer than a foot to jump up in fright and then fall back down. Lei Huan carefully aimed, continuously raising earth to block the fish, driving them toward the shore. Soon, they saw countless fish panicking and swimming wildly, being pushed into shallow water. Lam Lang giggled. "Let's hurry down and catch them." "Sure thing." Du Nam and Tang were stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly and jumped into the water with Lam Lang, quickly catching more than 10 plump fish, with 2 of them quite large, around 11 to 12 pounds, while the others were about 6 pounds. The fish were dark in color, with bellies as white as snow, and when thrown onto the shore, they still flopped around, clearly indicating they were delicious. After catching the fish, Lei Huan retracted her powers, and the wall of earth was swept away by the current in an instant. Du Nam was astonished. It turned out that Huyen was also a power user. Tang was so happy that his face turned red, his eyes shining bright. Huyen's powers were just like the big leaders, controlling the earth too strongly. "I see no difference from the big leader at all. So it turns out that earth control can be used like this. Huyen is really impressive." Lei Huan smiled. He also didn't expect his powers to be this strong. "Let's head back." "Sure thing." The four of them returned to their resting spot. Tung Fong and the others had found a large pile of dry firewood. "So many fish. You guys are really quick." Tang's excitement hadn't subsided yet, unable to help but eagerly share his astonishment with his companions. Tung Fong and the others couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Their eyes shining bright, they crowded around, asking questions excitedly, looking at Lei Huan with eyes full of admiration. Who would have thought that Huyen was also a power user? Awakening to become a power user is the dream of everyone in the tribe. Lam Lang smiled and said, "Huyen was already very impressive. Even without using powers, he is still very strong. With Huyen here, we don't need to worry about being hungry anymore. By the way, right, everyone is happy. The world is vast. Having food to eat is the most important thing. This is true in the apocalypse or the primordial continent. Whoever has the ability to fill people's stomachs will surely have countless followers." Lam Lang was quietly planting seeds in their minds. Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others are all very good. She and Lei Huan naturally didn't want to let go, stacking up the firewood. Lam Lang took out a lighter from her space to start a fire. The lighter along with the dagger were the only 2 items she and Lei Huan didn't lose when they traveled through time. There were a few other things in the space, probably left by the previous owner. So Dunam, Tung Fong, and the others stared wide-eyed as Lam Lang pulled out pots and pans, soy sauce, salt, vinegar, a small plate, and a series of eating utensils from her space. Of course, they didn't recognize any of the items, their eyes nearly popping out. What is that? Yeah, it looks really strange, but it's so beautiful. Sister Lam, you are a shaman, right? Thanlei suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned, turning to look at Lam Lang, their eyes shining even brighter. Even Du Nam, who was usually more stable than them, was taken aback. It must be true. Only a shaman could have such abilities. The conclusion was certain. Everyone showed expressions of agreement and admiration. Lam Lang and Lei Huan in the eastern continent, shamans of the tribes often possess abilities that ordinary people do not have, and moreover, those abilities can be passed down to successors. Although the degree of inheritance is uncertain, for example, some shamans are good at divination, some are good at medicine, some understand animal languages, and others think Lam Lang as a shaman is not surprising. In reality, Lam Lang simply has a space. That space is equivalent to a small house about 10 feet high, roughly 20 square meters. Inside there is a bed that is neither too big nor too small, and the rest is a chaotic pile of countless items, probably left by the previous owner. She hadn't had time to look closely. The pots, oil, salt, and vinegar also came from there. She can enter and exit that space, and can also pull others in. In this world where even power users exist, if others knew she possessed a space, it wouldn't be that strange, so she didn't hesitate to hide it from Dunam and the others, directly using it. After all, eating is the top priority. Having suffered too much in the apocalypse, now if she could avoid makeshift solutions, she absolutely wouldn't settle for anything temporary. Misunderstood as a shaman, Lam Lang didn't intend to deny it, the better to avoid explanations. Lam Lang pursed her lips and smiled. That's probably it. Right now, the most important thing is to fill our stomachs. You all wait a moment, I'll go prepare the fish. The fish by the river has been scaled, and the belly has been cleaned. Lam Lang chopped the fish into pieces, waiting for the water in the iron pot on the earthen stove to boil before adding the fish, along with dried chili, soy sauce, salt, and ginger slices. Dunam and the others were almost staring blankly. Ah, so this round thing is for cooking fish. What is that black stuff being poured in? The fish looks so much better now. It smells so good, so good. The fire was very high, and a pot of fish quickly boiled vigorously, the aroma spreading everywhere. Since arriving here, no one had had a proper meal. Don't mention Dunam, Tung Fong, even Lam Lang and Lei Huan were drooling because of this fragrant smell. Come on, let's eat. Lam Lang divided bowls for everyone. Even just the bowls made Tung Fong and the others exclaim. Ah, so beautiful, even more beautiful than pottery. They carefully lifted the bowls as if they were treasures, admiring every bit, touching the patterns on the bowls with an almost reverent attitude, as if they were touching the most precious treasure. If it weren't for being too hungry, they could stare at the fish all day without getting bored. They weren't used to using chopsticks, so once the fish was scooped into a bowl, they ate with their hands. Seeing Lam Lang and Lei Huyen using 2 small sticks to pick up the fish surprised them. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen didn't insist on anything. They could teach them later. For now, eating was more important, as long as they didn't stick their hands into the pot to scoop it out. Once the fish was in their mouths, everyone's eyes widened. Was this really fish meat? Ah, so delicious, just so delicious. I've never eaten fish this good before. No, I've never eaten meat this good. Me too, me too. It would be great if we could eat this every day. Lam Lang smiled. Then don't be polite. Dig in. There will be even more delicious dishes later. That's right. Hurry up and eat. Everyone hurriedly fought over the food, and all that could be heard was the sound of slurping and munching. No one bothered to say anything more. They cooked several pots in a row, finishing all the fish, and there wasn't a drop of soup left in the pot. Only then did they all satisfyingly put down their bowls. Imagining the future, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Today was truly an eye-opener. It turned out that food could be prepared like this, and it could taste this good. The softest, best grilled meat they had before couldn't compare to the deliciousness of what came from this pot. That flavor, just one bite, and it was unforgettable. They ate their fill and cleaned up thoroughly. Everyone gathered around the fire. Lei Huyen spoke up. Now let's talk a bit about the future. What are your plans? Than Lai eagerly said, Sister Huyen, Brother Lam, we want to join your tribe. Please accept us. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had all been won over by that fish meal. They naturally thought that Lam Lang and Li Haiyan's tribe must be a wonderful place. Previously, Yu Nam and the others had asked which tribe Li Huyen and Lam Lang came from, but the two just made up a few lines to get by. Now they couldn't avoid telling the truth anymore. Li Huyen said, "Our tribe has disbanded, and we plan to re-establish it. We will call back our scattered tribesmen. Will you join us?" Lam Lang added, "Sister Huyen and I promise we will definitely rebuild the tribe, and we will ensure everyone lives a good life. You all have great skills and are very strong. If you come with us, our tribe will be established faster, and you definitely won't regret it later." Huh. Than Lai and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that Lam Lang and Le Huyen weren't from a tribe but were just nomads. Tung Fong asked, "I definitely won't regret it." Huh. Than Lai and the others were stunned. They never expected that Lam Lang and Le Huyen were not from the tribe, but just nomads. Tung Fong asked, "Sister Huyen, what about your tribe now? How many people do you have?" This question was really sensitive. Le Huyen couldn't lie. "Right now, it's just me and A Lang. The other tribesmen are scattered, but I am a special ability warrior." Everyone's eyes lit up and their spirits lifted. "That's right. Sister Huyen is a special ability warrior. Sister Lam is a shaman. Re-establishing the tribe is just a matter of time. It will definitely succeed. Moreover, the fish is so delicious. No one else can cook such a good dish besides Sister Lam." Everyone was used to following Yunam's opinions, and they couldn't help but look at him. Yunam spoke up. "Even if we join another tribe, we might not live better. I am willing to follow Sister Huyen. Sister Lam is re-establishing the tribe. That makes sense." Everyone nodded in agreement. For small tribes or nomads who lost their tribes, joining a new tribe wasn't easy. Initially, they wouldn't be considered official members. They could only live as dependents, placed on the outskirts of the tribe. All the heavy and dirty work in the tribe would fall to them. During hunts, dangerous and laborious tasks would also be theirs. For example, being bait when hunting wild beasts. When distributing food and supplies, they were always the last group to receive, getting the worst portions. This kind of life would last at least 3 winters, meaning 3 years, sometimes even 5, 6, or 7 winters. If they didn't die halfway, they would be considered to have passed the tribe's test and would be recognized as official members of that tribe. Only then would they truly be considered part of the tribe. But if they followed Lam Lang and Le Huyen to rebuild the tribe, it would be completely different. From the start, they would be part of the tribe. Although there were few of them, they had powerful special ability warriors and strong shamans. Everyone had already been convinced by Lam Lang and Le Huyen. It was just that Yunam was the best among the group, so everyone was used to hearing his opinions. Now that he had agreed, Tung Fong and the others immediately felt reassured. "I also want to follow Sister Huyen and Sister Lam to rebuild the tribe. Me too, and me." Lam Lang was very happy. "Then from now on, we are one family." "Yes, we are one family." Yunam and the others nodded seriously. "Good. We share blessings and bear misfortunes together." Lam Lang and Le Huyen gradually understood the character and customs of the tribe's people. For example, shamans held an unshakable position, and the tribe was where they were loyal and identified themselves. Once they said this, it meant they genuinely recognized it and wouldn't easily betray. In their hearts, the two felt much more at ease. On the 4th day after crossing into the primitive continent, recruiting 11 decent little brothers was indeed a good omen. Their tribe would definitely be established soon. Yunam asked again, "Sister Huyen, Sister Lam, what will our tribe be called?" Lam Lang and Le Huyen exchanged glances, slightly stunned. Then Lam Lang smiled and said, "Our tribe will be called the Chaoyang tribe. In the apocalypse, where they once lived was the city of Chaoyang, and surely one day they will also build a city of Chaoyang on this continent." Yunam and the others raised their fists in cheer. "Chaoyang tribe, Chaoyang tribe." Lam Lang smiled brightly, and Le Huyen's brows relaxed. In everyone's eyes, there sparkled a lightning hope. It was getting late, the big matter was settled, and everyone needed to rest early to continue their journey tomorrow. There will definitely be a day when they build a Triudung city on this continent. Dunam and the others raised their fists in cheer. "The Triudung tribe, the Triudung tribe." Lam Lang smiled brightly. Le Huyen relaxed her brows, and in everyone's eyes sparkled a light called hope. It was getting late, the big event was settled, and everyone needed to rest early to continue their journey tomorrow. They want to establish a tribe, so they definitely can't be close to the lone tribe. There's still a long way to go. The vast continent is sparsely populated, with wild beasts roaming around. Sleeping outside at night is extremely dangerous, but they have Lei Xuan. Lei Xuan uses her special ability to manipulate the earth to build 2 earthen houses on the spot, one large and one small. It's around late April, the weather is warm, and as long as they ensure safety, it's fine. Even though the earthen houses are rudimentary, they are definitely very safe. After everyone enters, Lei Xuan will block the door, and there are vents in the roof, so they can sleep peacefully at night. Du Nam and the others, who were initially worried about sleeping at night, were overjoyed to see this, while Fan Lai admired her endlessly. Ka Xuan is really smart. It turns out her earth manipulation ability can be used like this. The great leader has never used it this way before. That's right, that's right. Lam Lang asked, curiously with a smile. Is that so? How does the great leader of the lone tribe usually use her special ability? Ti Hua replied, well, she sets traps when hunting to catch prey, and when fighting, she just attacks the enemy. Is that all? Yeah. Lam Lang glanced at Lei Xuan with a smile. Indeed, Ka Xuan is smarter. That's right, that's right. Everyone nodded in admiration. Lei Xuan, hurry inside and get some rest. We have to set off early tomorrow. Yes, 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 Ka Xuan. Than Li and Teach Kwa rushed into the earthen house. This house was built by a special ability warrior. Not just anyone can stay here. It's quite a privilege, and it seems even better than a house made of stone, straw, or bark. After everyone got inside, Lei Xuan closed the door and entered the small room with Lam Lang, also closing the door. The two sighed in relief at the same time, looked at each other and smiled, hugging and kissing for a long time. Ka Xuan, we didn't die. How wonderful is that? Lei Xuan understood she was talking about the apocalypse, stroking her soft hair, feeling warm inside. Things will only get better. Yeah. Lam Lang smiled with her eyes curved. It wasn't convenient before, but now that we're safe, let's check our space. Okay. Lam Lang couldn't wait to pull Lei Xuan into her space. Inside the small house, which resembled a basic four-room structure, there were many cluttered items piled up. Those items had a very ancient feel. They found some long robes of unclear dynasty, fabrics, old coin purses with small silver and copper coins, rice, noodles, eggs, vegetables, and a few books printed in traditional Chinese characters. The previous owner of this space must have been someone not too wealthy, living in some ancient dynasty. Everything in the space was well preserved, not a speck of dust, so everything was still usable. These everyday items are, for them right now, like a dream come true. Even better, they can go inside. In case of danger, they can hide in the space, which is very safe. The two sorted and organized the entire pile of clutter. Lam Lang kept cheering with joy. There's half a bag of glutinous rice. That's awesome. We can plant it. Wow, there's grapes. Let's take the seeds and plant them right away. Corn, peppers, beans. Let's plant them all. Look at this. There's a saw, an axe, a firewood knife, a sickle. The previous owner is truly amazing. Hee hee. The two spent nearly half an hour and finally organized everything neatly. Looking at the items arranged tidily, Lam Lang felt extremely satisfied. Lei Xuan also relaxed her brows, feeling very good. Ka Xuan, look, these are the important supplies that will help us build our foundation. Thinking about the future of having rice and vegetables to eat, she felt immensely satisfied. Lei Xuan chuckled lightly, knowing that to start a career, they must conserve energy. Time to sleep now. Okay, hee. In the space, there was a bed made of wood, not too big or too small, but the two still chose to sleep in the earthen house. The space was isolated from the outside. When they were inside, they couldn't know the situation outside. Sleeping in the earthen house, they could sense any movements promptly. Lam Lang took out a mat from the space and laid it down, adding a cushion and bed sheets. Once done, she instinctively rested her head on Lei Xuan's lap, smiling with her eyes half closed, saying, "Wait for me to wake up, and then I'll take the next watch." This was a habit formed during the apocalypse. They absolutely never slept at the same time when outside. You sleep. I'll wake you if I get sleepy. Lei Xuan gently stroked her smooth hair and cheek. Lam Lang chuckled softly, closing her eyes, knowing her limits. By the time he calls her, it would probably be at dawn when the eastern horizon brightens. Maybe then he would call for a peaceful night, only hearing the distant sounds of wild beasts echoing back. For those who came from the apocalypse, this was nothing. As soon as dawn broke, everyone got up. Du Nam, Tung Fong, Than Lai, each of them was in high spirits, their faces bright, clearly having rested well last night. I've never slept so well outside. It feels so great. That's right. Hearing the sounds of wild beasts didn't scare me at all. Everyone excitedly discussed. Lam Lang also smiled and joined in, calling everyone to the riverbank to wash their faces and rinse their mouths, and conveniently catch fish for breakfast. From today onward, every morning they must wash their faces and rinse their mouths. Lam Lang declared, "This is the rule of the Triu Duong tribe. Being able to do this now is already very good, and once they get used to it, we will add more requirements." As soon as everyone heard it was a rule from their tribe, they followed it without hesitation. After all, this was very simple. And indeed, After washing their faces in the early morning, they felt completely refreshed. The grass by the river was lush and green, and the cool mist hit their faces, making them feel pleasant. Lam Lang took a deep breath, feeling the clean, cool air fill her lungs, making her feel intoxicated and longing. Only those who have lived through the apocalypse would understand how precious a clean breath is. In the early morning, fish were more abundant and easier to see. In the past, people didn't like eating fish, they only resorted to it when food was extremely scarce. But after the delicious fish meal last night, now seeing fish made everyone's eyes light up. Catch, 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 bring them all here, I'm about to drool. Lam Lang was giggling, while Lei Xuan went back to her usual way of doing things. Everyone quickly caught more than 20 fat fish longer than a foot. Lam Lang, with her keen eyes, discovered large shrimp under a rock in the shallow water. Those shrimp were no less than 12 inches long, bigger than a wrist. Their shells were brownish-green, and their claws shimmered with blue, clearly looking delicious. Lam Lang immediately caught them, searching a bit longer, and ended up with a total of 6. This was indeed a rare delicacy. Du Nam and the others were quite surprised. With such hard shells and so little meat, it didn't look like much. Would it even taste good? Surely not as good as the fish, and of course, they couldn't cook it just yet. Lam Lang tied the shrimp together with some long grass and tossed them into her space. Tonight, I will cook for you all, and then you'll know if it's good or not. This made Du Nam and the others excited, while Fan Lai and Thich Qua, being younger, were even more curious and couldn't hold back. Sister Lam says it's delicious, so it must be. By the river, there were wild onions. Lam Lang casually pulled up a large bunch, trimmed some leaves, washed them, and planned to cut them into pieces to cook with the fish, saving the bulbs and remaining onions in her space. She intended to keep all the bulbs to plant. Fan Lai quickly gathered dry firewood. Everyone was eagerly waiting to light the fire to cook the fish. Lam Lang smiled, just about to take out the lighter from her space. Unexpectedly, Du Nam said, "Let me do it." He raised his hand, and his index finger shot out a small spark, quickly igniting the pile of dry wood. Lam Lang and Le Huyen's eyes lit up. This was a special ability. Tung Fong, Fan Lai, and the others were all surprised and delighted, shouting loudly, "Ah, Ka Nam, you awakened. Fire control ability. Ka Nam has awakened the fire control ability." K Nam was now a special ability warrior too. Ha ha ha. Le Huyen laughed. Our tribe has gained another special ability warrior. This is the blessing of the celestial being. Lam Lang also smiled brightly and added, "That's right. It seems our Triu Duong tribe is favored by the gods. With divine protection, our tribe will surely become invincible." If she wanted to boast, Lam Lang could hype it up plenty. Unfortunately, the flowery words she spoke might not be understood by Du Nam and the others, so she kept it simple. Yet, even those few simple words were enough to boost Tung Fong and the others' confidence and fill them with joy. Du Nam was also very moved, smiling as he said, "I didn't expect to awaken. I just wanted to try, and I didn't think I could actually do it." Everyone was energized and started cooking, as they had to set off after eating. With the tribe's restoration, everyone was even more eager and excited. The fire blazed brightly, and the iron pot was set up, quickly adding fish and spices. When it was almost cooked, Lam Lang sprinkled in the chopped onions. The fish broth boiled vigorously, with vibrant green onions sprinkled throughout. It looked extremely appetizing. Lam Lang even specially added a large handful of noodles, cooking them until soft. Just eating fish wouldn't be enough. They needed carbohydrates for energy. Unfortunately, the space only had 13 bundles of noodles and half a bag of flour weighing about 66 pounds, with no wheat. Eating a little would deplete it, but Lam Lang wasn't greedy. Having sticky rice was already a blessing. Du Nam and the others were amazed, eating until full, feeling so happy they couldn't find words to describe it, only repeating a few phrases. "So good, too good, really too delicious," ate until full and satisfied. Before setting off, Le Huyen collapsed the earthen house, burying the fire pit in the ground. The tribe members were quite strong. The group walked for half a day without rest, stopping only when they felt hungry at a small stream. They were lucky to encounter a herd of deer along the way that morning. Du Nam used his special ability to shoot fire to block the herd's path. Taking advantage of their confusion, Le Huyen executed a big move, causing 4 deer to fall into a deep pit that suddenly collapsed. Tung Fong and the others quickly rushed up, capturing all 4. These deer had antlers nearly 6 feet long, white as jade, very beautiful and also very sturdy. One deer, after removing the head and internal organs, still had about 110 pounds of meat. Lam Lang casually stored the antlers in her space, knowing they might come in handy. The group of 13 would eat 1 deer just right. Cooking was easier than roasting, and they still used the pot to boil at noon. Actually, if this type of meat was simmered, In the pot for 2 hours, it would be tender and fragrant, and the broth would be rich and delicious. But at this moment, there was no time. They just needed it cooked enough to eat. If they wanted to eat well, they would have to wait until they settled down. Everyone in the tribe ate heartily, especially after expending so much energy. One deer was completely devoured by the group, and not a drop of broth was left in the pot. Looking at everyone, they still seemed unsatisfied, as if they could eat more. But everyone agreed that traveling was more important. With their current life, Du Nam and the others were very content. In the tribe, they couldn't be sure of having a full meal every time, often only managing to eat until they were 7/10 full. During the long winter, with the shortage of food, they often only got to eat half a meal. Lam Lang encouraged everyone, "Let's hurry up and hit the road. Tonight we can cook more meat so everyone can have a really good meal. This meat, the more it's cooked, the more fragrant it gets. We have plenty of time tonight." Hearing this, everyone started drooling. That's right, that's right. Hitting the road is more important. Tonight, we'll have a delicious meal. And when the sun sets behind the mountains again, they found a place to set up camp. They had just set off this afternoon for a short while when they entered a small hilly area in dense forest, with plenty of trees and lush vegetation. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen saw many beautiful birds they had never encountered flying around. Occasionally, a large wild rabbit would dart past in the grass, and there were many types of plants and flowers blooming, clusters of them, each tree adorned everywhere. Red, pink, dark purple, bright blue, and white yellow were all vibrant and eye-catching. Du Nam, Tung Fong, Than Lai, and Thich Quo were all busy gathering firewood and sharing the meat. Lam Lang pulled Le Huyen to stroll around the nearby area while observing. The interesting sight was a small stream only about 20 feet wide, with wild grasses and lush green ferns growing abundantly on both banks, where just a light touch would make the water flow out. The stream was very shallow, not even reaching their knees. The stream is not enough to raise big fish, but the small fish in the mountains are even more delicious. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen looked closely. Plus, the ecological environment is really good. They could see every fish clearly, and the shrimp the size of a finger swimming back and forth, unknown by name but clearly looking tasty. However, both thought there was still plenty of time, so they didn't want to waste energy catching these small fish right now. Lam Lang took out a basket from her space, preparing to pick some wild vegetables. Lei Huyen, not knowing how to identify wild vegetables, carried the basket for her. Wow, there are mushrooms too. Just looking at them makes it clear they're delicious. Lam Lang was extremely happy, squatting down, parting the grass in front of her, carefully picking each cluster of mushrooms. This cluster had more than 10 mushrooms growing close together, their stems as white as snow, with round caps that had a soft, pale yellow hue and a faint smell of milk. Le Huyen looked at the bright colors of the mushrooms and felt a bit uneasy. "Lang, maybe we should stop. What if these mushrooms are poisonous?" "No way." Lam Lang put the mushrooms into the basket, stood up, brushed the dirt off her hands, and smiled at Le Huyen, saying, "Actually, I've had a feeling for the past 2 days. I just wasn't clear about it before, but now I can be sure whether these plants are poisonous or not. Even if I've never seen them before, I can tell at first glance." She said this while picking another white mushroom from the nearby grass. "Look at this one. This one is definitely poisonous. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't dare to pick randomly, let alone try mushrooms or wild vegetables. My life is very precious." Le Huyen smiled slightly. "What if you don't believe me? My space still has fish. We can use the fish to test it. Just throw it away." Le Huyen knocked the poisonous mushroom out of her hand. "Of course I believe you. You're not the type to joke about this." Le Huyen was a bit surprised and happy. "Lang, have you received some kind of inheritance? This is indeed a good thing." Lam Lang's eyes sparkled, thinking for a moment before saying, "I'm not really sure. I just can tell what's poisonous or not. And there's one more thing. We need to quickly find a suitable place to settle down. I really want to start farming now." "Absolutely," Le Huyen affirmed. "This is indeed an inheritance, a very useful kind of inheritance. If we travel a few more days, far enough from the lone tribe, we can settle down." Yeah. With Lam Lang's awareness, they quickly gathered a basket full of various wild vegetables and fresh mushrooms. Du Nam and the others looked at the basket full of vegetables and mushrooms with admiration in their eyes. The shaman is indeed a shaman, and she even knows how to gather. Our Chao Yang tribe is indeed impressive. Lam Lang smiled and asked, "Does the lone tribe not have anyone who gathers? Do they eat meat every day?" Than Lai and Thich Quo argue to explain. It turns out that in a tribe, the gathering group and the hunting group are two separate groups. Like Du Nam, they all belong to the hunting group, responsible for hunting animals, while gathering is mainly handled by women. The elderly and children take care of the trivial tasks in the tribe. Gathering is also a form of inheritance, as there are too many poisonous plants. Just a little carelessness can cost you your life. Therefore, generally, everyone only gathers plants passed down by their ancestors and does not experiment with new varieties. The busiest time for gathering is late summer to early autumn, mainly picking various wild fruits and tubers. After bringing them back, everyone will dry them in the sun and store them, making food for the winter, while wild vegetables are not favored because of their unpleasant taste. Only when food is really scarce do they cook wild vegetables in a clay pot to stave off hunger. As for gathering, Dunam and the others are completely clueless, at most recognizing a few types of wild fruits. So when they saw Lam Lang and Le Huyen carrying a basket of wild vegetables back, based on their previous impressions of the tribe, they automatically assumed that the best gatherer was the woman Lam Lang, which was a reasonable guess. Hearing them say that, Lam Lang smiled with squinted eyes and said, "Wild vegetables have their own benefits. You will understand later." In the evening, there's plenty of time to cook. A large pot of meat is simmering, with chunks of deer meat cut into squares, pieces of fish cut into sections, and several large shrimp thrown into the pot, along with wild onions and fresh mushrooms. The pot boiled vigorously, and the delicious aroma quickly spread, making everyone drool. When it was almost done, Lam Lang shouted, "Let's eat." Everyone cheered and began together. The aroma is indescribable. Lei Huyen picked up a large shrimp and put it into a bowl, saying to Lam Lang, "Let me peel it for you. You eat the meat first. Or else, those guys will finish it all. This pot won't be enough, and if we eat most of it, we'll have to cook again. Next time we can't simmer it for so long, just cook it until it's done." So the first pot is still the best. Lam Lang smiled sweetly, picked up a few pieces of deer meat and put them in Lei Huyen's bowl, blew gently, and then fed her. Le Huyen opened her mouth to bite, and Lam Lang also picked up a piece to eat. The meat had been stewed for nearly an hour, tender and fragrant, delicious beyond imagination. Le Huyen peeled the bright red shrimp, revealing the snow-white shrimp meat. Than Lai picked up a piece of shrimp and placed it in front of Lam Lang. "Try it." Lam Lang dipped the shrimp in the broth, took a bite. The shrimp meat was chewy and tender, sweet and fragrant. A satisfying feeling filled her mouth. Her eyes sparkled. "So delicious, this shrimp is so good, you should eat too." She picked up a large shrimp and put it in Le Huyen's bowl. Le Huyen smiled and slowly peeled the shell to start eating. Than Lai looked at their bowls and also picked up a large shrimp. "Is it really that good?" "The shrimp shell is too hard. I've never eaten it. I have no experience." Than Lai clumsily peeled the shrimp shell, but as soon as he bit into a piece of soft white meat, he was immediately delighted and surprised. "This shrimp is really delicious." The taste of this shrimp is something he couldn't find words to describe, and in the end, he could only exclaim, "It's really too delicious." As he exclaimed, everyone became curious and immediately shared the remaining shrimp. The shrimp meat soaked in the rich broth was indeed so fresh and delicious that no words could describe it, truly delicious beyond measure. I have never tasted a flavor like this. So refreshing. I didn't expect such a tiny body to taste this good. Lam Lang smiled and said, "This is shrimp, a superb freshwater delicacy. Of course it's delicious. The fish meat is almost tender. Hurry up and eat, hurry up." "Oh, right, right." Everyone quickly scooped up pieces of fish, and indeed, it was extremely fresh and delicious. The fish was stewed together with the meat of the spirit beast and mushrooms. The flavors blended together, soaking in the rich, aromatic broth, carrying a steaming warmth. Each bite was soft, smooth, and sweet, making everyone sing its praises. Before long, a large pot was completely devoured. So everyone continued to use the broth to cook more meat. That dinner lasted for half an hour. Lam Lang and Le Huyen didn't eat as much as the others. Each had a large shrimp, a few pieces of spirit beast meat, and one or two pieces of fish to feel full. The mushrooms, on the other hand, were really delicious. Lam Lang ate quite a bit, then added a lot of wild vegetables, inviting everyone to join in. Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others weren't really keen on wild vegetables when there was meat, but they couldn't disregard the face of the Vusu tribe, so they awkwardly tried to pick up a few strands with their chopsticks. Who would have thought that the wild vegetables would taste so good once they were in their mouths? On the contrary, after eating a lot of meat, adding a few pieces of wild vegetables and mushrooms not only didn't taste bland, but the fresh, crunchy, and sweet flavor helped to cleanse the palate, lifting everyone's spirits. Sister Lamb is really amazing. Even wild vegetables can taste this good. Right, right. I've never eaten wild vegetables this delicious before. So wild vegetables can taste like this. I feel like I don't hate eating wild vegetables anymore. Me too. Lam Lang was a bit curious. When picking wild vegetables, you obviously have to choose the tender ones. Isn't it perfect to eat a bit of fresh vegetables after eating a lot of meat? Why does everyone look so disgusted? Lam Lang laughed and asked, "How do you usually cook your wild vegetables?" Hearing them describe while making gestures, the corners of Lam Lang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Oh, no wonder they taste bad. Cooking them in a clay pot with plain water, lacking oil and salt. How could that be good? That kind of green vegetable dish would make anyone extremely dislike it. Huyen suddenly asked, "Is the salt of the lone tribe bought?" "No." "Where is it exchanged?" Lam Lang immediately looked over. Right, in the space. There was still a jar with about 10 pounds of salt and a small jar of soy sauce, but clearly, it couldn't be used for long. No matter what, salt is essential. Mentioning this, Du Nam, Tung Fong, and Fan Li immediately started talking animatedly. The Yan tribe, in this area, only the Yan tribe has salt. The people of the Yan tribe are both greedy and wicked, extremely wicked. Today we hunted a spirit beast as big as this. It takes 4 to exchange for a piece of salt the size of a fist. Otherwise, it would take 2 stone weapons, or 10 large clay jars like this. But what other choice do we have? We can't do without salt. Everyone chimed in. The more they talked, the angrier they got. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged glances. This Yen tribe is truly too greedy. The spirit deer runs very fast. It's not easy to hunt them. 4 large spirit beasts just to exchange for a piece of salt the size of a fist, that's really exploitation. And those stone weapons like spears, knives, axes, hammers, and clubs are also not easy to make. Not every type of stone can be used to make weapons. Just selecting the stone requires experienced craftsmen in the tribe, putting in a lot of effort. Once the stone is selected, how to grind it into a weapon that is both sturdy and durable is even more complicated. Usually, an experienced craftsman takes 1 to 2 months to finish a good weapon. Lam Lang couldn't help but say, "With so many people in the lone tribe, how much do we need to exchange for salt? Why don't we go find salt ourselves?" Fan Lai's eyes widened. Salt can be found by ourselves. Seeing everyone looking surprised, Lam Lang was even more curious. "Oh, is it not possible?" Tung Fong. "But isn't salt given by the gods to the Yan tribe? The ancestors of the Yan tribe are the children of the gods, and the gods give them salt for them to thrive. They are already generous to trade with other tribes like this, but they are really too greedy. They never reduce the exchange at all." Lam Lang and Lei Huyen looked at each other. It really is nonsense. The gods grant it. What a big face. But Tung Fong and the others all seemed very natural, clearly believing in this. Lam Lang chuckled softly. The gods grant the children of the gods. This is something they said themselves, right? Tung Fong thought for a moment. He wasn't sure about that. After all, that's how the ancestors passed it down. Everyone says so. Du Nam looked at Lam Lang and Lei Huyen with anticipation. In fact, the ancestors of all tribes had once gone to look for salt, but no one had found any. Is it really possible to find it? Everyone couldn't help but feel hopeful. If we could really find it, that would be great. We could use salt freely, just like the Yan tribe. Lei Huyen smiled. Whether we find it or not, we'll look for a way after we settle down. This matter must be resolved. That's right. Lam Lang pouted. The Yan tribe is really too greedy. Such an unfair trade is unacceptable. Letting them take such a big advantage is not okay. That's not their style. Salt shouldn't be hard to find. If the Yan tribe can find it, then there's no reason we can't. If we really can't find it, then we can talk to the Yan tribe again for a trade. Du Zi, Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others all cheered up. Fan Lai even said, "Brother, Huyen and Sister Lam are so amazing. They will definitely be able to find it." Right, hee hee. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen also laughed. Everyone is so optimistic. The next morning was another day of travel. In the blink of an eye, 16 days had passed. It has been calculated that they have been away from the lone tribe for 16 days. The distance is far enough. Standing on this piece of land, looking out at the vast, wild land, the distant mountains like paintings, stretching to the end of the horizon, winding and undulating like a giant dragon. 7 or 8 miles away, a large river wider than 10 rods meanders through, sparkling silver under the bright sunlight, lively and vibrant. This is the spot. Lam Lang looked around, then turned back to everyone. "Can we set up the tribe here?" Lei Huyen didn't hesitate. "This place is great. Let's stay here." The chief and the shaman both agreed. What do the others think? "I also think this place is good, spacious, and airy. Plus there's a water source. Very suitable. So what are we waiting for? Brother Huyen, Sister Lam, what should we start with?" Everyone was filled with excitement, eager to get started. Finally, they were about to settle down. Lam Lang glanced at the eastern horizon, a surge of enthusiasm rising in her heart. She smiled brightly. "Let's start by building houses first, then gather more, plant more, and stockpile various materials. As long as we have enough materials, we won't worry about not being able to recruit more people, and gradually expand the tribe step by step." With Lei Huyen, your ability to control the earth will make building houses much more convenient. After discussing, everyone decided to first build a house with high walls, about 300 meters long and wide. This area is vast and desolate. Without walls, safety cannot be guaranteed. Inside the house, there will be a row of living quarters, along with a firewood storage, a storage room for miscellaneous items, and a granary. This way, living will be more convenient. Lam Lang planned to clear a piece of land in that spacious yard. She would try planting rice, corn, peanuts, soybeans, peppers, green beans, eggplants, radishes, various vegetables, and fruit trees, etc. If the growth conditions are stable and there are no issues, she would plant a bit more next time. There was so much to do, everything had to be done, step by step. Everyone was full of spirit, ready to get to work right away. Du Nam, Thu Qua, Mao, Blackstone, and Whitestone stayed behind to assist Lei Huyen. Tung Fong, Fan Lai, Dang and 3 others went with Lam Lang to chop wood for building houses, while also collecting firewood and picking some wild vegetables. They currently had no shortage of meat. Along the way here, they occasionally encountered herds of wild goats and deer, and Lei Huyen and the others would work together. They quickly took down a few, and sometimes even caught a few wild rabbits and small wild chickens, all stored in Lam Lang's space, gathering and accumulating bit by bit. Even with 13 people, they had enough food for 4 days without any problem. 3 days ago, Lam Lang's space had just been upgraded, doubling in size, now nearly 40 square meters, with an additional meter in height. This was indeed convenient. They could chop wood, collect firewood, and just put it in the space to bring back, saving them from carrying it manually. Fan Lai and the others often praised it with a mix of admiration and pride. The shaman of the tribe, I am the most powerful shaman. The 7 of them headed west for about an hour, finally reaching a forest. In front of them was a forest stretching endlessly, with towering ancient trees standing in succession, dense canopies, and lush branches and leaves, looking dark and thick from the outside, a cold breeze blowing in their faces. Of course, there would be dangers in the dense forest, but they were not inexperienced novices. As long as they didn't encounter fierce beasts with superior strength, being a bit cautious would be fine. To be safe, Lam Lang said, let's not go deep into the forest, just stay in the forest's edge. Now let's divide the work. Tung Fong, Fan Lai, Dang, quickly take responsibility for chopping trees, cutting off the excess branches. We just need to gather large and small branches for firewood. I'll look around to see what else we can collect. Yes, Sister Lam. Everyone was action-oriented, not one for many words, and immediately got to work. Tung Fong and the others chose a tall, straight tree that required 2 people to hug and began swinging their stone axes to chop. Lam Lang quietly clapped her forehead and took out a firewood cutting knife. She pulled out a saw axe from her space and handed it to them. Using these is much quicker. Let me teach you how to use the saw. First, saw down the tree, then use the axe to remove the large branches, and use the firewood knife to trim. Tung Fong and the others were initially curious, but when they actually used it, they were so excited they couldn't help but want to spin around in place and jump a few times. Wow, this saw is really powerful, so sharp, it's so enjoyable to use. Let me do it, let me do it. I'll saw, Fan Lai, you take a break. No way, don't even think about it. I'm taking my turn first. This axe is mine today. No one can dispute it. I want one too. Someone give me a similar one, or we can have a duel, and whoever wins gets to use it. Right, that's fair. Lam Lang was both amused and exasperated. These tools are very sharp, so you all need to be careful when using them. Don't worry, Sister Lam, we're not scared. Lam Lang chuckled, no longer paying attention to them, and wandered around the area herself. Iron tools are on a completely different level compared to stone, so it's no wonder Tung Fong and the others were so excited. It seems that searching for iron ore needs to be added to the agenda. Finding iron ore, figuring out how to smelt it, and forging it into weapons and agricultural tools is definitely better than stone tools. The dense forest is a treasure trove. Take whatever you need. This season is actually not very suitable for harvesting. Wild vegetables are no longer tender. Most are old, and wild fruits are still very green, not ready to eat. If they are lucky, they might find mushrooms or bamboo shoots, which would be good. Unfortunately, this area seems to lack bamboo forests. Let's not think about bamboo shoots for now. Mushrooms are hard to find. After a long search, they only pick half a basket. These mushrooms looked very beautiful, pure white like chicken eggs, growing close to the ground, and they picked some tender wild vegetables along with the mushrooms, filling a basket, enough for 2 meals with meat. Lam Lang then stored them in her space, not looking for more. She took out a sharp dagger, cut a lot of vines, selected the older ones, stripped off the leaves, rolled them into bundles, and stored them in her space. After returning, I will teach them how to weave with vines. Weaving baskets, whether they look good or bad doesn't matter. What's important is that they are usable. Looking up, Lam Lang saw a cluster of palm trees not far ahead and immediately ran over joyfully. She used a dagger to peel off the fake palm bark. This is really good stuff. It can be made into raincoats and hats, which can keep you dry when it rains, and it can also be stripped into palm fibers. Strong palm fibers have many uses. After peeling off the palm bark, it was time for lunch. Lam Lang returned to find Tung Fong and the others. From a distance, she could hear the group chopping wood, still arguing loudly. Let me. You've already cut 2 trees. Now it's my turn. This axe feels so good to use. I'm not tired yet. When will it be my turn? I want to use the saw. I want to use the axe and the knife to chop wood. Lam Lang found it amusing to listen. Having spirit is a good thing. Everyone take a break. Let's eat something first. We're not starving. Everyone replied in unison. Lam Lang, you guys are truly the labor gods. Lam Lang called out several times. Tung Fong and the others reluctantly stopped chopping wood and sat down together to have lunch. They ate the grilled meat that had been prepared since morning, which Lam Lang took out from her space, still hot, with a flavor just like it was freshly grilled. The meat was tender, juicy, and delicious. Everyone was overly excited about the iron tools, eating while chattering and asking questions, their eyes filled with admiration and longing, clearly eager. Is there any left? I really want to have some. Lam Lang wasn't sure if finding iron ore in this primitive continent would be easy or when they would find it, so she didn't want to promise anything too soon. She just smiled and said, "This is a treasure of our tribe. If we work hard, who knows, we might find the materials to make it." Really? Oh, that's great, Sister Lam. Can we have a share when the time comes? I really want some. I want it too. Me, and me too. Oh no, these guys are completely obsessed. They couldn't even wait for her to finish her sentence before getting so eager. Lam Lang laughed, shrugged, and smiled. As long as we can make it, there will definitely be a share for you. Everyone cheered excitedly. Sister Lam and Brother Huyen are so amazing. They can definitely make it. That's right. Lam Lang laughed while scolding. Hurry up and eat. A bunch of flatterers. Oh, everyone bowed their heads to munch on the grilled meat. Than Lai, with a curious look, asked Lam Lang. Sister Lam, what does flatterer mean? Everyone couldn't help but look over, each face waiting for an explanation. They had heard many new words from Lam Lang and Lei Huyen during this time, and to be honest, they found them very interesting and appealing. They didn't find anything strange. They just thought it was the unique language of the tribe where Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were from. Lam Lang means praising you for being quick-witted and responsive. Everyone immediately became very happy. After finishing lunch, everyone excitedly continued their work. By the time it was almost late afternoon, Lam Lang stored all the wood and dry branches in her space, and the group returned together. From a distance, they saw a tall, sturdy wall rising on the vast land. Without asking, they knew. This was the masterpiece of Lei Huyen. Lam Lang couldn't hide her pride and was extremely proud. Look, that's our courtyard. The wall is so high, very safe. Upon arriving, Lam Lang took out all the wood and dry branches from her space. Both working groups were astonished. Is the house already built? Brother Huyen is really amazing. Where did you guys get all this wood from? It's unbelievable. This cut, this one. Clearly, compared to the surprise of Le Huyen's group, Dunam's group was even more shocked. Speaking of which, Tung Fong, Dan Lai, Thu Qua, and the others immediately started talking excitedly, gesturing animatedly while explaining, their faces full of enthusiasm, and even requested Lam Lang to take out the tools to demonstrate directly. Lam Lang happily complied with their request. These tools would be used by everyone, so of course, they could take a look. So, the group began shouting and jostling over the tools. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had no mind to watch, they simply ignored it. Lei Huyen held Lam Lang's hand to see the new house and courtyard. Ah Lang, do you think we need to improve or add anything? The surrounding wall was about more than 3 meters high. Clearly, when Lei Huyen used her ability to control the earth to build, she put in a lot of effort. This wall was thicker and sturdier than the rammed earth wall. The house was also completed, with a foundation about 30-something centimeters high. In front were 3 main rooms built horizontally, next to which jutted out the kitchen, and behind the kitchen was a storage room. On both sides of the main house, there were 2 rows of auxiliary houses arranged relatively, 6 rooms on each side, enough for 11 people to share. Tomorrow, they would build a warehouse, a wood storage room, and a tool room on one side, and that would be fine. The spacious courtyard could start to be cultivated for planting in. The courtyard has the advantage of not worrying about wild beasts destroying it. The entire house was very solid, with windows and doors already left open, but the roof in the shape of a human character still had nothing. They had to wait for the wood to dry before installing it horizontally, then lay thick boards, secure them, and then cover them with tiles. Brother Huyen, will our roof be thatched with palm bark or tiles? Huyen thought for a moment. Let's use tiles. Du Nam and the others said that winter here is very cold. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not too difficult for us. Lam Lang chuckled. Yeah, Brother Huyen makes a good point. In the apocalypse, the whole world collapsed. All modern conveniences were almost wiped out. Although humanity is trying to rebuild, it takes a very long time. At that time, countless ancient techniques were reused, because not everywhere has modern machinery to use. In that era, having as many skills as possible was crucial. Whenever there was an opportunity, one should learn a bit, because who knows when they might need to burn bricks and tiles. Both Lam Lang and Lei Huyen knew how to do it. They knew there were many other things as well. The two exchanged a secret smile of good fortune. It was truly lucky that they had learned so much, and now they could put it all to use. Brother Huyen Lam Lang leaned against Lei Huyen, his head resting on her shoulder, smiling in admiration. Seeing the house, seeing the yard, he truly felt a sense of belonging, as if he already considered this place home. Lei Huyen wrapped her arms around her waist, leaning down to kiss the corner of her mouth, whispering, "From now on, this will be our home. We can build our lives here without fear of suddenly being destroyed one day." Lam Lang laughed joyfully. "That's right, heaven hasn't been unfair to us. Yeah, it's time to prepare dinner." Lei Huyen spoke up. Du Nam and the others reluctantly returned the iron tools, dividing up the cooking tasks. Exiting through the back door of the yard, about 300 meters away, there was a spring water pond. The spring water formed a small winding stream flowing into the large river several miles away. Dong Mao, Ovan, carried 2 large pieces of meat and more than half a basket of wild vegetables with mushrooms to the pond to wash them clean. Du Nam was in charge of starting the fire. In the pot, white rice was cooking. In Lam Lang's space, there were over 100 pounds of rice. The fragrant white rice was still a luxury for them, but with no starch in their stomachs, they always felt empty and uncomfortable. So, Lam Lang added about a pound of rice to the pot, while there were only 2 pathetic pieces of dry wood in the earthen stove. Du Nam sat beside it, using his special ability to add fire to the stove. Not long after, he was already sweating, but he persisted without giving up. Everyone was too used to this scene. Throughout this time, Lei Huyen had always thought of ways for Du Nam to use his special ability, learning to control it more skillfully. Thanks to regular practice, Du Nam was becoming more proficient in using his ability, and at the same time, his ability was gradually getting stronger. This made Du Nam incredibly enthusiastic, while Toon Fong and the others both admired and shared in his joy. They had never known that special abilities could also be enhanced through training. The abilities of the chief of the lone tribe and the others increased very slowly. The natural growth process was indeed very long and tedious. For example, Du Nam's ability right now, if he wanted to increase it by 1 level through natural means, would take at least 3 years. Yet now, Du Nam had only used half a month. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen planned to go to the big river to catch some fish to bring back. They had been extremely busy these past few days, with no time to hunt. Although there was still a lot of meat in their space, eating only meat wouldn't last long, and having fish to go with it would be much better. For them, catching fish was also easier. This big river had abundant water, its surface wide and vast, home to countless fish. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen effortlessly caught more than 10 fish over a foot long, and there were even 2 that were nearly half a foot long. The fish had long snouts, their backs gray-black with brown and yellow spots, and a long triangular dorsal fin that spread wide when caught, resembling a sail on a boat. "Let's eat these 2 tonight. I've never tasted them before," Lam Lang said. The 2 quickly cleaned and gutted the fish right by the riverbank. The fish guts and blood immediately attracted a swarm of small fish swimming around their hands, causing Lam Lang to exclaim, "Wow, these small fish would definitely be delicious if fried, crispy, and fragrant." Lei Huyen said, "We can fry them, we have oil." Lam Lang smiled. "That still feels a bit extravagant. Let's wait until we can grow soybeans and peanuts to press oil. Then we won't have to worry about running out of oil anymore. Right now, we still have only a few pounds." Thinking about it, there were indeed many things to do. Recently, the weather had been beautiful. Clear skies and bright stars at night, breathtakingly beautiful. The advantage was that even though the roof was still bare, it didn't affect their sleep. Du Nam and the others seemed to enjoy living together more and more. Tomorrow, the room would only use 2 adjacent spaces, and the room was very spacious. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen naturally didn't interfere with these small matters. The next day, Lam Lang led everyone into the forest to chop wood, while the Huyen's group still had some tasks to complete. In the afternoon, when Lam Lang and the others returned, the firewood house, storage, and tool room had all been built, just waiting for the roof to be put on. Lei Huyen and his group were setting up the kiln by the pond, while little Tal was curiously wide-eyed. Brother, Huyen. Brother Nam, what are you building this for? Du Nam looked up at Lei Huyen with admiration, then replied. Brother Huyen said this is a kiln for firing pottery and roof tiles. Oh, it's called a kiln. Brother Huyen was definitely right. Let's help out too. I want to see how this fires pottery. I want to join too. Everyone eagerly got to work. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's words were trusted by all. Even if they said there were fish flying in the sky, they would find it reasonable, just thinking they had never seen it before. Lam Lang looked at the nearby clay, smiling as he said to Lei Huyen, the soil here is all clay, very suitable for making pottery and tiles. Right now, we really lack a lot of pottery, water jars, wash basins, all kinds of large and small jars, vases, all are essential items. Lei Huyen nodded. It was indeed lucky that there was clay nearby, saving them a lot of trouble. In the morning, they quickly finished building the house, then Du Nam immediately said he wanted to fire some pottery. Otherwise, life would be very inconvenient. Yesterday, Lei Huyen and Lam Lang had just mentioned this, so of course, they agreed. Initially, Lei Huyen planned to let Du Nam and the others saw wood, cut boards, and carve wooden nails, and then go with Lam Lang to find a suitable place to dig the kiln for clay. Unexpectedly, Du Nam insisted on doing it right away, pulling out the white stone. The black stone mixed the mud with water to mold 3 or 4 small jars, then started the fire and began to burn. Lei Huyen was completely speechless, only to find out that in the lone tribe, they had always fired pottery like this. Firing pottery was extremely difficult, very easy to crack, especially the larger pieces. In the lone tribe, only the chief and the shaman have about a dozen ceramic items, while others have 1 or 2 or none at all. Lei Huyen once again didn't know what to say, thinking to himself that with that kind of firing, it would be a miracle if they didn't crack. Lei Huyen decisively led them to search nearby for a suitable place to dig a kiln. For him and Lam Lang, digging a kiln was very easy. The main thing was to find clay. Whether making ceramics or tiles, clay was essential, as it ensured the fired items would be durable, beautiful, and sturdy. Although they had accumulated quite a bit of experience through long-term practice, they only knew which types of soil had a higher success rate when fired. Some types didn't, but they relied solely on luck and didn't know which type of soil was suitable to actively seek out. Everyone worked together to build 2 large kilns, each with a storage chamber nearly as tall as an adult, with an area of about 78 square meters. Given the current needs, firing 2 batches of tiles would be sufficient, while ceramics only needed to be fired once. Well, by the end of autumn and the beginning of winter, they could also burn charcoal. Everyone was extremely excited about the kiln, eager to see the ceramics and tiles immediately. From those 2 kilns, they could already envision the outcome. So when it came to kneading the clay to make products, everyone was enthusiastic about working. After teaching, Lam Lang assigned tasks to everyone. Du Nam led Tang, Mao, He, and Bai Shi to create products. Tung Fong, along with Dai Mao and Xiao Mao, cut wood, split planks, dried them in the sun, and Ovan and Fan Lai were assigned a plot of land by Lam Lang to dig and cultivate. Meanwhile, Lam Lang planned to take Lei Huyen into the forest for a round, the 2 of them gathering wild vegetables while also picking up dry firewood, as firing the kiln required a large amount of dry wood. They couldn't just rely on Du Nam using his abilities to start the fire all the time, and practice also needed limits. In Lam Lang's space, there were 3 hoes, 2 iron shovels, and 2 iron rakes. As soon as Than Li and O Van saw the new tools, their eyes lit up, and they couldn't wait to grab them, happily starting to dig the soil. Although Lam Lang had anticipated this reaction, he couldn't help but laugh and took the opportunity to give a few more instructions. He told them to finish digging the soil and then crush it into fine particles, and to gather the weeds and wild grass into a pile for Du Nam to burn later. Than Lai and the others responded loudly in unison, but when they heard Lam Lang say he wanted to cultivate, Than Lai curiously asked, Sister Lam, can't we just pick from the mountain? Why do we have to plant more? Isn't that a hassle? O Van then excitedly exclaimed, I know. We're planning to plant fruit trees, right? In the lone tribes, some people also dug up fruit trees from the mountain to plant, but almost all of them died. Very few survived. Sister Lam will definitely be able to grow them. Oh, I see. Lam Lang smiled and replied, fruit trees need to be planted, and other things also need to be planted. Just wait and see. Everything I plant will be good stuff. Everyone had no doubt about this and immediately became even more expectant. Lam Lang couldn't help but say, "Do you really think planting is very troublesome? But it's very convenient. You won't have to go through the trouble of picking anymore." This point is what Thane Lai and Ovan don't understand. Ovan really couldn't understand. There was everything on the mountain, so how could picking be called a hassle? Moreover, those things were neither filling nor tasty. If it weren't for the lack of meat, who would want to eat those? Right. I think planting is more troublesome and harder to survive. If it does survive, the fruits will be small and few, not even worth picking. Of course, Sister Lamb will definitely be able to grow them. Hee hee, that's right. The wild vegetables Sister Lamb cooks are delicious too. Anyway, whatever Sister Lamb and Brother Huyen say to do, we just do it. That's right. Okay then. Lam Lang smiled. Dig the soil well. Yes, ma'am. Lam Lang turned to Lei Huyen with emotion. Oh, they really don't understand the benefits of farming. Lei Huyen smiled. They'll know soon enough. That's true. There are countless dry woods in the forest. Since they were going to use them to fire the kiln, the two of them carefully selected. All were hard woods that felt heavy to hold. This type burns for a long time. During this season, wild vegetables really aren't fresh anymore, and whether they can find mushrooms depends on luck. But today they discovered many edible ferns by a ravine. The area by the ravine was both shady and humid, an ideal place for various ferns to thrive. Seeing the rocky wall by the ravine covered in edible ferns, each frond was plump, fresh, and vibrant green. Lam Lang joyfully laughed out loud. So many ferns. This will be enough to eat for 2 or 3 days. After all, wild vegetables are just a side dish. The main dish is still meat. The fresh ferns could be easily snapped off with a light tug, and before long, they had gathered a large bundle, tying it up with a thin vine and storing it in the space. They finished picking 5 large bundles. The two of them returned from the forest, first going to the kiln, taking the dry wood from the space and piling it beside. A small mountain of wood was enough to fire both kilns. There was really an abundance of dry wood in the forest. Picking it up took no effort at all. Lam Lang also had space to store it, so there was no need to exert effort carrying it. What was originally a labor-intensive job suddenly became light. The two checked the results of Du Nam and the others' work, showering them with praise. Du Nam and the others had been a bit tense, but finally, they breathed a sigh of relief, their faces beaming. They worked very seriously, and the rough tiles they had made were neatly arranged on the ground to dry, ready to be put into the kiln for firing tomorrow morning. At a glance, it seemed just enough for one batch, but they feared that wild animals might come at night to cause trouble. Lei Huyen used his earth ability to build a wall around everyone, which finally made him feel at ease to say, "Let's head back." In the spacious courtyard, each beam and plank was neatly arranged to dry in the sun. The tools were handy, and these tasks were completed in less than a day. When Lam Lang and Lei Huyen returned, Tung Fong, Dai Mao, and Xiao Mao were squatting beside, watching Fan, Lai, and the others cultivate the new land, chatting while watching. They also wanted to help, but Fan Lai and the others firmly refused. Seeing Lam Lang return, everyone greeted him cheerfully. Lam Lang saw that everything was in order and was very pleased, feeling that everyone working together with a shared purpose was truly wonderful. What she cared about the most was, of course, the farming and planting, as it was the foundation for a better future. The lone tribe valued hunting, looked down on foraging, and despised farming. Thinking about it, it's easy to understand. Without a main dish to accompany it, wild vegetables are even more bland. The cooking method is monotonous, lacking variety, only using clay pots, boiling with water, and missing oil and salt. Who could swallow the vegetarian dishes made like that? But once she could grow rice and have fragrant white rice, and make stir-fried dishes even without an iron pan, using a stone pan would be fine too, and plant all kinds of vegetables, especially chili, and get enough salt. Make soy sauce, vinegar, and pickled salt. If she was lucky enough to find a few other spices, then it would truly be delicious. By then, surely no one would complain about the bland vegetables anymore, but would deeply feel the joy of farming. In one day, the three of them, Fan Lai, managed to clear about 10 acres of land. Sister Lamb watched how we did it. The land should be dug like this, right? Lam Lang smiled and nodded. Yes, that's it. This much is enough. I want to try it out first to see how it goes. It's just that the soil isn't loose yet, it needs to be done again. Besides preparing the soil, to manage it easily, it also needs to be divided into rows. Dividing the rows is simple too. Lam Lang was demonstrating while explaining, but before they could even start, Le Huyen unleashed a big move, and under Le Huyen's control, the soil seemed to come alive, automatically dividing into neat rows. It separated the pathways and the vegetable planting areas, and Le Huyen continued to control the details. The soil on the pathways was compacted layer by layer, becoming flat, solid, and clean. Wow, as expected of big brother Huyen. Everyone cheered loudly. Lam Lang felt foolish. Had she known it would be like this, she wouldn't have needed to call Thon, Lai, and the others to help with the clearing today. Her man could finish it all with just a few moves. Lei Huyen saw what Lam Lang was thinking and comforted her. In the future, we will need to clear a lot more land, so it's still very necessary for them to learn this. Yeah, that's true. Lam Lang smiled at him, and in her heart, she no longer felt wronged. The work for today was done, and it was time to prepare dinner. Today, she decided that stir-frying was more suitable than boiling. Thinking back, it had been a long time since she had eaten stir-fried dishes, and today was just the right occasion to satisfy her cravings. She blanched the vegetables first, took them out, and cut them into pieces to prepare. In the pan, she used fatty goat meat to render oil. When the oil was almost enough, she added the diced goat meat to stir-fry first. When it was cooked and fragrant, she added the vegetables and a bit of the remaining wild onions, plus salt and a little soy sauce to enhance the flavor. Before long, the pot was both visually appealing and aromatic, causing Tung Fong, Fan Lai, and the others to rush in from the kitchen, unable to stop inhaling the delicious smell. So fragrant, so fragrant. Sister Lam really cooks so well. Someone was surprised. Hey, there's no water in the pot. How can the meat and vegetables be cooked like this? It looks even better than boiling. Everyone collectively admired in awe. The Triudun tribe is truly impressive, with so many new and interesting things, Lam Lang proudly said. Of course, we will slowly teach you all, and soon you will know everything. Everyone was full of spirit, in the large space, just right to scoop a full bowl, followed by boiled fish and stewed goat meat. Near the end of cooking, she added some herbs and mushrooms left in the space. It was time for dinner, and when it was time to eat, everyone reached out simultaneously towards the large bowl full of stir-fried meat. Wow, the flavor is something no one could describe. They just knew it was incredibly delicious. Not only because the goat meat was sliced and stir-fried, bringing a completely different flavor from the rich and creamy stew, but also the stir-fried vegetables and wild onions became unusually crisp and fresh. In their culinary exploration, they once again opened the door to a new world. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen hadn't had stir-fried dishes in a long time, and this time they found it incredibly delicious. It was just a pity that the chili was too spicy, and Lam Lang didn't want to use it yet, planning to wait until everyone got used to it before using it. Surely by then, dishes with chili would be even more appealing. As for the pots, it seemed they needed to fire a few more clay pots, stew pots, large clay bowls, and so on to make cooking more convenient. The next morning, everyone went to the kiln to help. Le Huyen removed the earthen wall, and together with Lam Lang, guided Tung Fong, Fan Lai, and Ovan on how to arrange the items in the kiln. After arranging everything, they started the fire for the first batch. On the other side, Du Nam led the remaining people to continue getting soil and kneading mud to make products. Today, after finishing, they would dry them, and tomorrow morning, they could put them in the kiln. After starting the fire, it needed to burn continuously for 3 days and 3 nights, then seal the kiln and wait 3 to 4 days to cool down before they could open it. When the kiln was just sealed and the fire started, everyone couldn't help but gather to watch the excitement. Can you really burn something called tiles to cover houses like this? It's so amazing. Ah, I just want to see what the burnt items will look like. Lam Lang smiled. In a few days, you will see. Remember to keep an eye on the fire. Once it's lit, it must not go out and it must not weaken. Don't worry, Sister Lam. Dai Mao and Tiu Mao were assigned to keep an eye on the fire, occasionally helping to transport and arrange the raw tiles. Lam Lang saw that they were reliable, so she pulled Le Huyen back. Now was the time for her to start planting. The land that Fan Lai and the others cleared yesterday, under Lei Huyen's moves, had been neatly handled, with clear rows, and the soil had been finely crushed. Early in the morning, Lam Lang also told Du Nam to light a fire to burn all the roots and thorns, and now it could be used. She chose 2 plots of land about 2 inches wide and asked Le Huyen to use her powers to mix them evenly into the soil. In this space, there was a pair of wooden buckets containing water. The 2 of them took 3 trips of water to soak 4 inches of soil before they could start sowing. She didn't know if it would grow after planting, so she decided to try with a few easy-to-grow types first, like ginger, onion, garlic, and chili, for example. All right. Li Huyen's voice carried a hint of laughter as she added, I'm sure you have some kind of inheritance. Whatever you plant will thrive. Lam Lang really liked hearing this. Her face was beaming, and her mouth remained modest. Well, I can't be too sure about that. I still have to be careful. The 2 of them seriously dug into the soil, starting to sow the seeds, peeling the garlic into individual cloves. They planted them evenly, and the ginger was buried and lightly covered with soil. The onions were planted using the leftover onion roots. The herbs from the last time were also kept and planted down. They would sprout again. The rest were various types of seeds. Bean seeds, cucumbers, radishes, lettuce, and seeds from dried chili peppers were all separated. Everything was sown evenly. There were familiar types and some that were unclear. Lam Lang planted them all, including pumpkin seeds, white squash, and loofah. They would wait for the seedlings to grow before replanting them. These types needed trellises. Lam Lang glanced around and decided to go into the forest tomorrow to cut branches to build a trellis along the rows. The remaining plot of land would be used to plant sweet potatoes, corn, taro, and peanuts. 8 sweet potatoes were buried. Later, when the vines grew, they could eat the fresh vines and also bury the vines into the empty ground. A few months later, they would harvest a lot of taro. Corn and peanuts didn't need to be replanted. Each hole would have 1 cut taro root or 2 corn seeds or peanut seeds, and there was one very important thing that needed to be planted. Lam Lang proudly spread his hands and asked Le Huyen to guess. Can you guess what kind of seeds these are? Le Huyen looked at the small black seeds, about more than 10 of them, and really had no idea how to guess. You're making it hard for me, but it must be something very precious. Lam Lang chuckled. Of course it's precious. These are cotton seeds. Even though Le Huyen was someone who rarely showed emotions, she couldn't hide her bright eyes at this moment. Cotton seeds. Uh-huh. Lam Lang nodded, full of pride. Initially, there were no cotton seeds in the space, but there were cotton blankets. I thought maybe there were still a few seeds left in the cotton, so I searched carefully. In the end, I dug out more than 30 seeds. Le Huyen's eyes were filled with laughter. My wife is really smart. Lam Lang was pleased. Of course. I plan to plant a little first. If it grows well, we can plant more next year. Later, we will have cotton clothes to wear. If we can make a few more, that would be even better. We can plant them right away. Even though there are more than 40 pieces of fabric in the space, and even 2 pieces of silk, which is enough for both of us to wear for a lifetime, if we can weave our own fabric, wouldn't that be even better? The cotton seeds were carefully sown one by one, a total of 18 seeds. Lam Lang sighed with relief and smiled, saying, It really feels like taking care of 100 little ones, being careful, every little bit. Le Huyen, they are all treasures and deserve that care. Because they were very meticulous. After the 2 of them finished planting everything, half a day had passed. Just in time to check the stove, the flames inside were burning fiercely, radiating intense heat. In this weather, just getting close would hit you with waves of heat, the sun blazing overhead. Lam Lang called everyone over for lunch. Today, they weren't making anything fancy, just lighting a fire right there to grill meat. Unfortunately, the current conditions were still limited. They couldn't bear to use salt, soy sauce, cooking wine, or sliced ginger to marinate the grilled meat. Not to mention other spices, once they had everything, they would definitely make grilled meat, rich in flavor like they used to eat. Right now, grilled meat was simply cooked, then sprinkled with a little salt and a few drops of soy sauce to enhance the flavor, but the fresh meat was tender, so it was still delicious. This made Lam Lang suddenly think of something, and he smiled and said to Le Huyen, Let's make a clay oven next to the kitchen for grilling meat conveniently. We can also grill sweet potatoes, taro, corn, and other things. In the space, there's still a little flour, so we can make baked goods, toasted bread. Using it as a simple oven would be completely fine. Le Huyen nodded in agreement. Than Lai and the others curiously asked, so Lam Lang explained to them about sweet potatoes, taro, and corn. After finishing the grilled meat, Lam Lang took out some bunches of grapes and a few pears from the space. The dark purple grapes were larger than a thumb, with thin, juicy skin, looking very tempting. The pears were larger than a fist, with pale yellow skin and a light fragrance carrying a bit of sweetness. Lam Lang said, Everyone, taste these grapes and pears. Leave the seeds for me. Dry them and plant them. Who knows, in a few years, we might have a lot of grapes and pears to eat. After the meal, fruit was always particularly appealing, especially since these fruits looked plump and juicy. As soon as the grapes went into her mouth, Than Li swallowed both the skin and the seeds, her eyes shining brightly. These wild fruits called grapes are really sweet. So good, so good. Just as she was about to swallow a grape, she hurriedly and carefully spit the small seed into her palm and shouted, Ah, Than Li, why did you swallow the seed? Sister Lam said to keep it to plant, you know. Than Li looked regretful and shyly said, It was just too good. I didn't pay attention. The others, reminded by the shout about the fruit, immediately noticed and carefully spit out all the grape seeds. Lam Lang smiled and said, Missing 1 or 2 seeds is no big deal. After all, grapes are very easy to grow, as long as they can sprout and grow. Flowers and bear fruit, 1 seed can turn into countless. There weren't many grapes, Each person could eat 5 or 6 grapes, while the pears were shared between 2 people. Grapes were something everyone had never eaten, so they were all pleasantly surprised. The pears are sweet, but they've eaten them before, so they chattered about it to Lam Lang. They said the pears they had eaten when ripe were dark brown, smaller than this type. The flesh wasn't as soft as this one and not as thick. The seeds were large and very hard. When ripe, the flesh was soft, and when unripe, it was a bit astringent. Lam Lang took note. If she saw them on the mountain later, she would dig them up to plant. She used leaves to wrap a few grape and pear seeds, took them to the riverbank to wash them, and brought them back to dry in the sun. After about 2 days of drying, they could be sown, and she also dried a few apple seeds and pomegranate seeds. In the space, there were still 4 or 5 pounds of red apples and 2 large pomegranates. Lam Lang couldn't bear to take them all out to eat right away. Good food should be saved to eat gradually. In the afternoon, with nothing urgent to do, Lam Lang and Huyen sat on the porch in front of the house, peeling a few wooden nails. They planned to make a few simple tables, chairs, and shelves, as well as some beds and cabinets. The entrance and windows also need to be prepared for installation. The sun is shining brightly. The sky is high and cloudless. The large, clean courtyard. Each plot of soil is still bare and hasn't sprouted anything yet, but the smooth layer of soil looks ready to rise, still uplifting people's spirits. The new house in the back, although it still hasn't had windows installed and hasn't even had the roof finished, still gives a sense of safety, as if it can block the wind and rain. In this apocalyptic era, even though there is a bit of leisure, the heart is always overshadowed by thick clouds, like a heavy stone weighing down. How can one feel the ease and leisure like this moment? Lam Lang is filled with joy, gently laughing. Huyen looks up at her, their eyes meet. Huyen smiles, bends down to hug her, and kisses her lips. Reluctant to part, his hands become increasingly restless, to the point where Lam Lang has to softly moan and hold his hands still. Then Thao breathes lightly. Tonight, at the company. Huyen chuckles softly, his voice deep. All right, once the fire in the stove is lit, it can't be extinguished, which means someone has to keep watch and add firewood at night. Recently, nights have been quite safe. There haven't been any wild beasts spotted around this area, but just to be safe, the number of night guards should be increased a bit. 13 people will be divided into 3 shifts. Tonight, Dunam will lead 4 people for the first shift. Tomorrow night, it will be Tung Fong leading 5 people. The night after will be Huyen and Lam Lang taking turns like this. Having a few more people will ensure better vigilance, so if anything unusual happens, we can detect it in time and deal with it if possible, or return immediately if not. The distance is only a few hundred meters, which is not a problem for them, and Huyen is such a powerful ability user. Lam Lang also has space. The 2 of them are enough. A good night's sleep. Speaking of what Lam Lang is most worried about in her heart, of course, it's the things they sowed yesterday. The next morning, as soon as she opened her eyes, she couldn't help but want to go check. Even though she knows that what was sown yesterday can't sprout that quickly, she still wants to see. Yet when she looked from afar towards the vegetable garden, she couldn't help but be stunned. She rubbed her eyes. Could it be that she was mistaken? The vegetable garden no longer looks bare but is covered with a light layer of green. Although it's just a thin layer of green, from a distance it looks like grass, but up close, nothing can be seen. But it is indeed green. Brother Huyen. Lam Lang grabs Huyen's hand. Look over there. The vegetable garden seems to be green now. Huyen looks in the direction she points and is surprised. It really seems so, right? How can this be? Let's go closer and check it out. Yeah. The 2 hurriedly ran over. The more they looked, the more delighted they became. Brother, Huyen has really sprouted. Oh my gosh, so fast. The seeds they sowed yesterday have all germinated, pushing up tiny sprouts about half a finger long. Each pair of tiny green leaves grows symmetrically, weak but extremely adorable. Various pumpkin seeds like red pumpkin and white pumpkin have also sprouted, breaking through the surface. 2 leaves are bigger than a thumb, full of vitality. Ginger and garlic are growing even stronger, having pushed up leaves over an inch long, and the green onions and herbs are the most astonishing, having grown to half the length of a chopstick overnight. The new shoots are long and lush. The plot over there planted with sweet potatoes, corn, peanuts, taro, and cotton has also sprouted, early in the morning with dew, the leaves and tiny buds still glistening with droplets of dew, cutely indescribable. In just one night, both plots of land have changed like this. No wonder from afar it looks like a lush green area. Lam Lang smiles brightly like a blooming flower. Wow, Brother Huyen, Sister Lam, are these the wild vegetables you 2 sowed yesterday? They have sprouted, so tender, and they look beautiful too. I think they seem edible. I think so too. Since Sister Lam and Brother Huyen planted them, they must be delicious. Tung Fong, that fruit Mao. Dang hears this and immediately pulls everyone over, curiously looking at these cute little sprouts. They have never planted anything before and don't know what the normal growth rate is like, but seeing Lam Lang and Le Huyen happy makes them happy too. Moreover, those tender green sprouts really inexplicably fill people's hearts with joy. That is the charm of planting. Lam Lang laughs cheerfully. This time, you guessed right, but what grows wild in nature is called wild vegetables, and what is brought back to sow and plant is called edible vegetables. Cultivated vegetables, these vegetables will be very delicious when they grow later. Ah, cultivated vegetables are good. We will eat them when they grow up. Everyone is happy, even pointing at each type of sprout to guess which one will be tastier. Lam Lang reminds everyone to be careful when passing by the garden, not to step on them. She will personally take care of these sprouts, and everyone nods in agreement. Everyone excitedly admires the cute little sprouts and then prepares breakfast together. After breakfast, Tung Fong and a few others come to change shifts, conveniently adding firewood to the new stove. Then they start a fire, while Lam Lang and Lei Huyen continue at home peeling wood nails, making a few simple wooden items. Yesterday, the two of them managed to make a rough 8-sided table and 7 or 8 small square chairs. Everyone liked them very much, fighting to sit on the chairs. Lam Lang then smiled with squinted eyes and said, "Today we will make a few more, so that everyone has a share, making everyone very happy. Besides chairs, today we also plan to build a wooden cabinet to put in the kitchen for storage." Lam Lang and Lei Huyen chatted while working. The fact that what they sowed yesterday has grown so quickly today is truly not a normal phenomenon. Lam Lang smiles brightly and says, "I feel that those sprouts are unusually dear to me. I have a feeling that the plants I sow and take care of will grow faster than others, unexpectedly. Such good things have happened." Lo Huyen laughs and says, "They have crossed the time-space tunnel and survived. Of course, they should gain some benefits, and this benefit is indeed too great." Lam Lang smiles with narrowed eyes, saying that the land she sowed. The two of them work together harmoniously like a match made in heaven. Lei Huyen then said, "So they really are a match made in heaven." Lam Lang lightly scolded him and glanced at the vegetable garden, saying, "Given the situation, we should chop some wood and gather a few branches tomorrow to set up a trellis for the climbing plants. I fear that in a few days, the gourds, pumpkins, and loofahs will start to climb up the trellis. There are also cucumbers and yard-long beans. Cucumbers and yard-long beans go well with small trellis sticks. Each plant should have a thin stick beside it, with 4 sticks grouped at the top and tied together with grass to create a simple trellis. But right now, they haven't found any trellis sticks, so they can only use slender branches about the size of a thumb as a substitute." By dusk, Lam Lang went out to check the vegetable garden again, and it looked even greener. The cilantro had 3 pairs of leaves, the green onions were almost as long as chopsticks, and the garlic sprouts were much taller. The pumpkin sprouts had already grown real leaves. Perhaps tomorrow they will sprout 2 pairs of real leaves and start climbing. Tomorrow, they must definitely set up the trellis. Lam Lang then discussed with Lei Huyen that they would go into the forest in the morning to find materials for the trellis. By the afternoon, they would have it done, and the gourds, pumpkins, and loofahs could be moved to grow under the trellis after breakfast. Since they didn't need to light the stove today, they didn't need many people to watch the fire during the day. Tung Fong, Fan Lai, and O Van followed Lam Lang and Lei Huyen into the forest. With more people, they could work faster by dividing the tasks, so Lam Lang explained to them how to set up the trellis for the climbing plants. Fan Lai and the others listened, very attentively and with great interest. "So that's how you can do it. I never knew that farming could be so intricate. No wonder the Luoyan tribe has never thrived." What Lam Lang referred to as trellis made them realize after hearing the description. It turns out it's that hollow tree. In the past, when hunting, they had seen that hollow trellis could be used as firewood that burns easily and can also hold water. It's a pity that the place is too far, otherwise they could go get it right now. After hearing this, Lam Lang happily said, "It's okay. As long as we have trellis, we'll find it sooner or later." Once she said that, everyone felt no more regret and all agreed. The place where the Luoyan tribe had seen it, there's no reason this area wouldn't have it. They just hadn't come across it yet. Trellis is indeed a valuable material. It can be woven into baskets, fish traps, winnowing trays, bamboo mats, bamboo chairs, and various useful items made from trellis like bamboo tubes, bamboo chopsticks, bamboo hats, and so on. The tools and equipment would become much richer. Just then, they had learned a few of these trades during the apocalypse, so that when they went out on missions, they could make use of them right away. By mid-morning, everyone had gathered enough necessary materials to set up the trellis, tied them together with rattan, and then Lam Lang stored them in her space before they all headed back. Before they had finished eating, under the guidance of Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, everyone started to build the trellis. The trellis was set up at the outer edge of the cleared land, first by driving stakes into the four corners and sides to serve as support. Each stake was about 2 meters high, 2 or 3, then using rattan to tie longer wooden planks of over 4 meters horizontally on top of the stakes. The horizontal wooden planks interlaced to form a wide and sturdy roof frame. Everyone couldn't reach when tying the long wooden planks, so Lei Huyen quickly used his abilities to solidify the earth into a platform, standing on it to do the work right away. Although convenient, Lei Huyen couldn't always do such trivial tasks. Lang thought maybe tomorrow they should make 2 ladders, one A-frame ladder and one straight ladder. It would be much more convenient for climbing high later. For Tung Fong and Fan Lai, this was a new and exciting task. Everyone was working happily, competing to avoid feeling like they were doing less. When they heard Lam Lang say that the young sprouts would grow into climbing vines that would cover the trellis, branches would fill the frame and bloom with fruit, everyone was looking forward to that day, wishing that tomorrow they could see it. After finishing the trellis, Lam Lang directed everyone to clear away the long branches that had lost their leaves but still had many small branches on the trellis. After finishing the rough part, the meticulous work was left for Lam Lang. Lei Huyen dug holes. Lam Lang carefully moved several seedlings of pumpkins, gourds, and loofahs that had sprouted and wanted to plant them under the trellis. Each seedling had one hole. Beside it, a branch as thick as a thumb was stuck in so the plant could climb up the trellis along with it. After replanting and watering, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen continued to set up branches for the yard-long beans and cucumbers. The vegetable sprouts in the garden were noticeably taller than yesterday. Lam Lang took the opportunity to sow more sunflower and soybean seeds in another plot of land. Other vegetables that were out of season were temporarily set aside. Lam Lang excitedly asked Lei Huyen if they should try planting some rice. She felt they could give it a shot. If they planted a little and it succeeded, then why not? Previously, she didn't dare to plant because it was past the season, fearing that they wouldn't be able to harvest before winter came, making it a wasted effort. But if the plants she sowed grew 3 times faster, then it was still not too late to plant rice. Lei Huyen didn't need to think much, immediately said to plant. With her here, he believed it could be done. Lam Lang had already wanted to try, so hearing this, she happily laughed and decisively nodded, saying, "Then let's plant, let's do it." With Lei Huyen, you are likened to a human excavator, so transforming a piece of rice field is truly as easy as flipping a hand. Before cooking dinner, he had cleared a new rice field of about half a mu. The edges of the field were high, convenient for holding water, and far from the vegetable beds, so it wouldn't affect anything. Now the only issue was water. Lei Huyen planned to dig a ditch to lead water from the spring pond. The ditch didn't need to be too big. About 30 centimeters wide would be enough, allowing water to flow directly into the rice field. For Lei Huyen, this was as easy as raising a hand. While Lam Lang was cooking dinner, he had gone to lead the water. Du Nam and the others followed along the way, hearing him say he would lead water into the field, soaking the entire soil and planting a type of crop called wet rice inside. Everyone felt it was novel, something they had never seen before, and once again marveled, truly expanding their horizons. It turns out that farming can be so intricate. In the vegetable garden, cilantro and green onions were already ready to eat. Lam Lang picked a big handful of green onions and gathered quite a few cilantro leaves. The garden only has about 30 wild onions. She couldn't bear to pull them out completely because she wanted them to flower for seeds. When eating, she only needed to pick the leaves. By next year, she could plant a whole patch. At that time, she could pull them out freely. Tonight, Lam Lang is making river fish porridge. The fat fish are scaled, gutted, and the blood is removed, with the head, tail, and bones cut off. Only the meat is taken, cut into large pieces, and marinated with salt, a bit of shredded ginger, and a little yellow wine. When the porridge in the pot is almost done, add the fish. Cook for a few more rounds, then season with salt and soy sauce. Add chopped green onions and cilantro. The porridge is thick, and the fish meat is white, fragrant, and sweet. The green onions and cilantro add a vibrant touch. A steaming bowl of fish porridge has been completed. Tonight, Lam Lang is indulging in a little luxury because she plans to plant rice paddies. Who knows, maybe this year there will be a harvest, so having a bowl of rice porridge occasionally is worth it. Once the porridge is done, she scoops it into bowls for everyone, and the remaining porridge is put into a large bowl. Then, she adds water to the pot, along with wild goat meat, goat bones, and the fish head to continue cooking. Everyone is working hard with their hands. Although the fish porridge is quite thick today, just drinking porridge isn't enough to fill them up. This can be considered the first real rice porridge meal. Eating while savoring the rich, sweet flavor, everyone is pleasantly surprised. This fish porridge is so good, it's also a type of wild vegetable. This vegetable is really delicious, so fragrant. Lam Lang smiled with her eyes squinted, saying, "This isn't a wild vegetable. It's a staple food. The grain of rice after the husk is removed. See that piece of land in the yard? I just led the water in. That's called a rice paddy. Rice must be planted in such a paddy, waiting for the plants to grow, flower, and bear grains. When the grains ripen, we harvest, dry them, and remove the husk to cook porridge." Everyone was enlightened, so that's how it is. But some were a bit overwhelmed because Lam Lang talked too much. Hearing that, producing food is really not easy at all. Everyone chimed in agreement. That's right, just hearing about it is already troublesome. But it really is delicious. No wonder the Chao Yang tribe knows so much. Lam Lang laughed joyfully. Indeed, it's not easy. Food is inherently hard to come by. In ancient times, there were quite a few poems describing that. That night, it was Lam Lang and Lei Huyen Truk's turn to watch the fire at the kiln. After finishing their meal, the two went to take over from Du Nam and the others. The night sky was vast, the stars twinkling, and the land was wide and boundless. A gentle evening breeze blew through, and the fire in the kiln blazed brightly, illuminating a small area around them. In the vast wilderness, one does not feel lonely. Instead, it brings a sense of warmth. Lam Lang was hugged by Le Huyen, kissed gently, and occasionally their eyes met, entwined, their feelings growing deeper. The next morning, the second kiln could also be sealed. After sealing, they had to wait about 4 days before they could open the kiln, and then they would proceed to fire the pottery. Just when their food supply was running low, everyone planned to go out hunting to bring back more prey. Before leaving, Lam Lang took various fruit seeds from her space, like grapes, pears, jujubes, pomegranates, and peaches to sow. She intended to plant these trees outside in the large yard. But for now, she could germinate them first, and it wouldn't be too late to transplant them outside in the spring next year for Dunam. Tung Fong and the others also knew how to farm. Le Huyen didn't use her powers to plow the fields, but let everyone do it by hand. Lam Lang even specially made a corner for seedlings, sprinkling the rice seeds that had been soaked overnight on top to germinate. By the time they returned from hunting a few days later, they should be able to transplant them. By then, the lettuce and sweet potato vines should also be ready to eat. Everyone was also worried that if the whole group left home, what if someone else came by and destroyed or took over their home? Should they leave someone to guard it? But thinking back, this place was too desolate. Since settling down, they had scouted around 30 to 40 miles and had not seen a single person. So even if no one was home, nothing would probably happen. Moreover, if something did happen, leaving 3 or 4 people at home wouldn't help, unless Le Huyen stayed behind. But that was clearly impossible. They still had to rely on him for hunting. In one day, under Lam Lang's guidance, everyone worked together to make raincoats from previously stripped palm bark and braided several long ropes from palm bark. They also used wild rattan to weave some large baskets. In case they gathered a lot, they would have something to carry it in. The next morning, as soon as dawn broke, the group finished breakfast and conveniently caught more than 30 large fish at the riverbank to store in the space as food reserves before setting off. They didn't head towards the forest they had gone to last time, but changed direction to the north. Everyone was extremely excited. It should be noted that this was the first large-scale hunting trip since the Chao Yang tribe was established. The small hunting trips couldn't meet the living needs of the people in the tribe. It had to be a large-scale hunt. Taking the lone tribe as an example, they had several fixed hunting routes, usually alternating between each route. Each time, there were usually 2 hunting teams that set out, each team taking a different route. The interval between hunting trips depended greatly on the weather. If the weather was too hot, they couldn't preserve the meat for long. In the summer, every 3 days, 2 hunting teams would go out. In autumn and early spring, the intervals between hunting trips would be longer. Before winter arrived, there would be 2 large-scale hunts to stock up enough food to get through the long winter. In winter, meat is easy to preserve. They also knew to dry meat in the sun to make jerky, but they didn't know they had to salt it first. Even if they knew, they would hesitate to use it, not daring to waste it. Dried meat like that is of course not very tasty, but at least it can still be eaten. Of course, this doesn't mean they would stay indoors all winter. When the weather improved, they would still go out a few times. Otherwise, their food would definitely not be enough. We also need to establish our own hunting route, Dunam said. When the weather cools down, that will also be when the prey is the fattest and most plentiful. By then, we will find a suitable hunting route around the tribe area. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had no objections, but both thought that while a hunting route was indeed necessary, it was still not as good as starting their own farm for livestock, which would be more sustainable and stable in the long run. Sooner or later, they would open a livestock farm. Of course, that couldn't be rushed. Right now, there were too few people, and it was basically impossible to manage. What they lacked the most now was manpower. A complete hunting route would take at least 2 years to establish firmly, and they needed to understand the terrain and geography of that route. The vegetation situation. Throughout the year, what types of animals commonly appeared at what times, which seasons had more, and which were breeding seasons. So when hunting, they could grasp it like the back of their hand and avoid the breeding seasons of the animals. The people in the tribe didn't understand the concept of sustainable development, but they knew that hunting couldn't lead to extinction, especially not hunting young animals. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough animals left to hunt later. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen traveled all day, encountering a few small animals along the way, but they didn't take action. They felt it was a waste of time and not worth the effort. Lam Lang indeed craved wild chicken, wild rabbits, or some small, plump birds that looked delicious but were unknown to her. But she didn't call for a stop, focusing on hunting larger game first. As for the smaller ones, if they saw them on the way back, they could catch them easily. After all, the storage space was very large, so there was no fear of running out of room, which was extremely convenient. In the evening, everyone chose to rest on a small hill, with a clear view all around, ready to react in case of danger. The northern mountains looked much closer now. They would probably reach the forest area by tomorrow afternoon. Usually, the edge between the forest and the prairie, where the two environments met, would have many large herds of animals. If not, they could slowly venture deeper into the forest. The forest never lacked large animals. Of course, it was also filled with dangerous beasts and many other threats. But everyone in their team had decent combat strength. Plus, there were 2 skilled warriors and a powerful mage like Lam Lang, so entering the dense forest wasn't too reckless. A peaceful night passed. The next morning, everyone got up early to prepare breakfast and then continue their journey. Du Nam was indeed an experienced hunting team leader, estimating the distance very accurately. They traveled half a day's journey to reach the transitional area between the forest and the grassland. The rolling hills became more numerous, and the bushes grew thicker and taller. Many branches hung with clusters of small fruits or grew alone. Lam Lang observed as she walked, although she couldn't name them, she could tell that most were not poisonous. Not being poisonous was the basic condition for being edible. Whether they were delicious or not was yet to be determined. Looking at the shapes of these fruits, they would probably need to wait another 2 months for them to ripen. Lam Lang thought that when the time came, she could come back to pick them. If they were good, she would pick more and store them in her space. If she found particularly delicious ones, she might as well dig up the whole plant to bring back and plant. This area also had many scattered types of timber trees. The deeper they went, the taller and denser the trees became, and the animals began to appear more frequently. Occasionally, wild chickens or mountain birds were startled and flew up with distressing cries. There were also wild rabbits, ground rats, and hedgehogs. Not long after, Du Nam said, "Let's stop here." Than Lai said, "Come on, let's take a stroll around." Tung Fong led the others to gather firewood and find water, leaving the two to tidy up this area. Tai Lin and Ka Huyen moved freely. Lei Huyen and Lam Lang, one being the great leader and the other a mage, naturally didn't have to do the trivial tasks. No one objected. Dong Fan replied, and they divided the work among themselves. Lam Lang happily pulled Lei Huyen to explore everywhere. She was increasingly fascinated by such fresh lands. Lei Huyen casually used a spell, and several wild rabbits were struck dead by hard clumps of earth. Lam Lang excitedly ran over to pick them up. "Tonight we're having roasted rabbit," Lei Huyen smiled. "Then let me catch a few wild chickens." Awesome, awesome. Wild chickens weren't everywhere, but they weren't hard to find either. Before long, Lei Huyen had caught 7 or 8 wild birds, including both wild chickens and other species. Each one was hefty, at least the size of a pigeon. They were lucky to discover 2 nests of wild chicken eggs, each egg only the size of a pigeon egg. Standard oval shape, gray-green shell, thick and hard. Lam Lang left 3 eggs in each nest, totaling 19 eggs collected. Even if they were small, they were still meat. However, Lam Lang didn't plan to eat these eggs. She said, "In my space, I still have more than 50 chicken eggs. We can catch some wild chickens to raise, and when they hatch the eggs, we can take the eggs from the space for them to hatch together. That way, we will have a lot of chickens, and there are also more than 20 duck eggs." The eggs in the space were originally domestic chicken eggs, and domestic duck eggs could be directly hatched without needing to be domesticated. How wonderful. Lei Huyen smiled. That would be great. Yeah. Lam Lang dreamily imagined a bright future, getting more and more excited. "Let's keep an eye out. If we see any hens sitting on eggs, we should catch them." Lei Huyen nodded. "Okay, next time I'll be more careful so they don't die." After that, Lam Lang found quite a few mushrooms in a patch of dense grass. The mushrooms had light gray caps, the size of chicken yolks, over 2 inches tall, growing in clusters, looking very good, estimated to weigh over 10 pounds. Lam Lang joyfully exclaimed, "Here's a delicious find." Tonight we'll make wild chicken and mushroom soup. The two of them picked more than half a large basket, and besides that, they also found 2 clusters of dark red mushrooms with white stems, each capped the size of a palm, totaling more than 10. If Lei Huyen had seen mushrooms of that color, she definitely wouldn't have dared to pick them. But Lam Lang said they were not poisonous and edible. The two returned to the campsite. Tung Fong's group had returned after finding water and firewood, getting more and more excited. Let's keep an eye out. If we see any hens sitting on eggs, we should catch them. Le Huyen nodded. Okay, next time I'll be more careful so they don't die. After that, Lam Lang found quite a few mushrooms in a patch of thick grass. The mushrooms had light gray caps, about the size of chicken egg yolks, standing over 2 inches tall, growing in clusters that looked really good, weighing around more than 10 pounds. Lam Lang exclaimed joyfully, "Here's a delicious treat. Tonight we'll make forest mushroom soup." The two of you picked more than half a large basket, and besides those, we also found 2 clusters of dark red mushrooms with white stems, each capped the size of a palm, totaling more than 10 pieces. If it were Le Huyen who saw mushrooms like that, she definitely wouldn't dare to pick them. But Lam Lang said they weren't poisonous and were edible. The two of you head back to the campsite. The Tung Fong group went to find water and firewood and has returned, was setting up a place to camp for the night with black stone and white stone. And in the afternoon, she would go out to water the garden. She wanted to do this herself. She had a feeling that the plants she cared for would grow better. After patrolling her territory, Lam Lang felt satisfied, then went to prepare the meal. After breakfast, the group went together to open the kiln. Can that kiln really produce materials to build a house? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Soon we'll find out. If Sister Lam and Brother Huyen say so, then it must be true. I also believe in Sister Lam and Brother Huyen. I just still feel like I'm dreaming. Wow, this is amazing. Lam Lang couldn't stop smiling on the way. When they reached the mouth of the kiln, Du Nam and the others suddenly fell silent, all looking towards Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. Everyone was tense. Lam Lang laughed. Let's open the kiln. Once it's open, we have to get ready to work. Lei Huyen gently performed a big move, removing the sealing layer from the mouth of the kiln, while another kiln was guided by key points for Du Nam and the others so they could open it themselves, because sooner or later they would have to learn. As soon as the kiln was opened, a bit of hot air still wafted out, but that little heat was nothing to them. Lei Huyen carefully pulled out a tile, lightly tapping it with her fingertip. It made a chime sound, and she happily said, "Alang, we did it." The soft mud blocks had completely transformed after being fired. Lam Lang also breathed a sigh of relief, her smile blooming like a flower. Our skills have finally not been wasted. Don't just stand there, come and see. At this moment, everyone rushed over, each carefully picking up a tile to examine it closely. I tried to imitate Le Huyen's tapping, listening to the clear sound and couldn't stop laughing. This is definitely amazing. It's really possible to fire it. So can we fire ceramics too? Ha, of course we can, right? Sister Lam and Huyen. Lam Lang giggled. Of course we can. Looking at the 2 large kilns, everyone was even more excited. This time we could fire a lot of ceramics. They would soon own a lot of porcelain. Something they had never dared to think about before. The tiles taken out of the kiln were immediately collected by Lam Lang into the space. With an extremely low damage rate, only about 30 to 40 tiles were broken between the 2 kilns, and moreover, the ones that were only slightly chipped at the edges were still usable. So Lam Lang collected them all. In the afternoon, they built the beams and installed the wooden frame. By the next day, after more than half a day's hard work, each tile had been fully laid. The main house and the 2 eastern and western rooms were completed. After finishing, the group stood in front of the house. Looking up, everyone felt a sense of accomplishment. Du Nam and the others had never seen a house like this. They were both excited and curious, running in and out, looking up in awe. These tiles are definitely real. Sister Lam and Brother Huyen are so smart. I really want it to rain right now. Lam Lang laughed and said, "Don't let it rain now. We still have to fire more tiles and ceramics." "Oh right, the tool shed and firewood house haven't been built yet. We need to fire another kiln of tiles, and 1 kiln for firing ceramics." With a successful example of the tiles, everyone is very confident about firing ceramics. In the afternoon, Lam Lang called Lei Huyen to help. After watering the vegetables, she invited everyone to go plant bamboo. Lam Lang decided to plant bamboo in the empty space between the kiln and the yard. A bamboo forest growing there would be quite nice. Planting bamboo is very simple. Dig a hole, place the plant in, cover it with soil, and water it, and it's done. 30 bamboo plants. Lei Huyen used a big move to dig 20 holes in advance. The remaining 10 were for Du Nam and the others to use hoes to make. They needed to gradually get used to farming. Meanwhile, Lam Lang went to plant goji berries. cutting the goji branches into short pieces about 2 inches long, sticking them into the ground, and it was done. After finishing planting the eggplant and goji berries, Lam Lang would water them herself. Bamboo has very large roots, and the stems are left taller than a person, planted at a slight angle. At this moment, they look like wooden stakes that haven't been stripped, but beneath that layer of soil, changes are always happening, easily going deep into the ground. Lam Lang remembered that many bamboo plants had roots with shoots that hadn't sprouted yet. Who knows in a few days? There might be bamboo shoots growing up. The 2 kilns for firing tiles were extremely successful. The whole group was very excited. The next day, they immediately started making clay to fire another kiln of tiles. The next day, they would make clay to fire ceramics. Firewood for the kiln was insufficient, and materials for making wooden items were also lacking. Lam Lang, along with Lei Huyen, led Than Lai, Dai Mao, and Tu Mao to gather firewood. Cutting wood, Du Nam led the rest to make clay for the tiles. Lam Lang took all the bamboo from the space out, stacking it in an empty room in the west chamber. The space immediately opened up a lot, enough room to store dry firewood and wood. In the primitive continent of Dong Chau, where the forest is rich in resources, this was not difficult. It only took half a day to finish. Upon returning home, Lam Lang stacked the firewood by the mouth of the kiln. The wood brought back needed further processing, using a saw to cut it into planks, bringing it out to the yard to dry. The wood, after drying, would be roughly polished to make furniture. The conditions were still limited, and the materials were not abundant, so the items made were simple and rough, but that was the best under the current circumstances. Lam Lang laughed and sighed. If only we could find copper, oil, or lacquer trees, and an iron mine too. Le Huyen Lac Quan raised an eyebrow and smiled. As long as it's on this continent, we will definitely find it. Lam Lang was in high spirits, nodding. Yeah, that's right. The 2 of them originally wanted to build a super strong tribe, wanting to establish a stronghold. The clay making for tiles by Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others was becoming increasingly skilled. With so many people working together, it took less than a day to finish. The group returned to the yard. Seeing Le Huyen sawing wood, they immediately rushed over to compete for the task. Brother Huyen, let me do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Brother Huyen, give it to me. Ah, clearly I'm the fastest. Don't fight over my stuff. Lei Huyen, Lam Lang. All right, the number of planks that Lam Lang and Lei Huyen needed was quite a lot, so the wood cutting today definitely couldn't be finished. Until it was almost dark and they couldn't see clearly anymore, Tung Fong and the others reluctantly put down their tools. The next day, this work continued. Than Lai, Thick Qua, and O Van got this job, so they stayed in the yard to continue sawing and drying the wood. Meanwhile, all the others went to the kiln. The pile of clay for tiles made yesterday had to be put into the kiln and fired up. Then they continued making clay for firing ceramics. Crafting ceramics was not unfamiliar to Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others. Although in the Loa tribe, ceramics were also quite valuable and rare items, they had seen them before. When making clay shapes, they were very excited. Because after having a successful example from the tiles, the chances of successfully firing ceramics in the kiln were very high. It could almost be confirmed as certain. Thinking about the fact that in just a few days they could own a large amount of ceramics, everyone was even more excited, working while constantly smiling. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were also making clay. Lei Huyen's earth manipulation ability was becoming stronger. Making clay was now better and faster than others. Right now, he was making a large jar. Lam Lang had said that they needed to fire 2 large jars to place in front of the kitchen door, making it more convenient to use water. For such large items, Lei Huyen, you have the earth manipulation ability. It's much easier for you to make them. Lam Lang wanted to make many ceramic items, all kinds of jars, various styles of pots, both with lids and without lids, and also needed to make ceramic bowls, ceramic plates, teapots, teacups, ceramic pots for stir-frying vegetables, ceramic pots for cooking rice and porridge, a pot for simmering soup, a wind stove for burning coal. No matter how big the kiln is, it can't fire all those things at once, so you can only choose one type at a time, 1 or 2 pieces to fire first. Wait until these 2 kilns are done, then continue firing 2 more. Ceramics are extremely important in current life, used for everything. Making a bit more is never a waste. Tung Fong finished a jar that is over 1 meter tall and wide. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, he chuckled proudly, showing it off to everyone. Everyone was in awe. Wow, Tung Fong, you really did a great job on this jar. It's definitely going to be very durable when fired. Ah, everyone, look at Huyen over there. He made a huge jar. Quickly, someone exclaimed loudly. Everyone turned to look, their eyes wide open in shock. Oh my gosh, it's really big. Wow, I've never seen a jar this large before. That's right, Huyen, what's this big jar for? After the shock, everyone was filled with curiosity. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen just smiled. It's no wonder they had never seen such a large ceramic item, because with their previous firing methods, it was completely impossible to create something this big. Lam Lang smiled and said, "It's used to hold water, placed outside the kitchen. Very convenient to use. Later, when we harvest food, it can also be used to store food. Other items aside, for storing rice, you definitely need a large jar with a lid." Everyone nodded in agreement, realizing it really made sense. Very convenient. Lam Lang looked at everyone making medium-sized jars, feeling a bit speechless. In fact, there's no need for so many different sizes of jars. Those types of jars are quite mediocre. They're troublesome to use and a waste if not used. Lam Lang smiled and simply introduced everyone to the types of ceramics and their uses. As they listened, the group was bewildered, dizzy to the point of being speechless. Almost all their knowledge about ceramics was overturned. So, it turns out, there are so many different types of ceramics. They had never thought of this before, but hearing Lam Lang explain it clearly made it easy to understand and accept, and it felt like a great revelation. Ah, so it can be done like this. How silly. Why didn't I think of that? Du Nam admired and sighed. The trio doing tribe is truly impressive, excelling in every aspect, always surprising people with things they never imagined. Lam Lang chuckled. This is just the beginning. There are many more interesting things to come. Come on, let me teach you how to make other types of ceramics. Sure, sure. Everyone was excited and immediately gathered around to learn. Making clay for different ceramics is more complicated than making tiles with the same mold, a lot of the same style, and you can't finish it all in one day. Compared to making tiles, this is much more tiring, requiring more effort, but the joy and sense of accomplishment are doubled. Ha, I know how to make jars now. The tea I made got praised by Sister Lamb. On the way back, everyone was cheerful. Since there was a kiln firing, the 13 of them took turns watching the fire all night as usual. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen took the last shift. Seeing that it was still bright, Lam Lang planned to sneakily cut a few sweet potato vines to plant more. When they got back to the yard, everyone rested for a while and then skillfully prepared dinner. The tasks of washing, cutting, cooking soup, and starting a fire didn't require Lam Lang's help. She just needed to assign tasks. After that, she pulled Lei Huyen to plant sweet potatoes. The vegetables in the garden were thriving and growing quickly thanks to Lam Lang's careful watering. The sweet potato vines had spread quite a bit, just in time to cut some branches to plant. Following Lam Lang's guidance, Lei Huyen used her abilities to control the earth to dig shallow, long trenches. Lam Lang placed each long sweet potato vine into the trench and covered it with a thin layer of soil. Just like that, they planted row after row, planting more than 10 rows of sweet potato vines. After watering, the feeling of accomplishment surged. The sweet potato vines were still very young. Lam Lang even cut a handful of young tops, which could be cooked for dinner. Sweet potato vines grow stronger the more you cut them, and the lettuce was also very fresh. Lam Lang picked another 20 or so tender green leaves. In the vegetable field, there weren't many lettuces, and when eating, she didn't want to uproot them all. The next day, everyone continued happily working with clay. Du Nam and his friends didn't even want to sleep, claiming they weren't sleepy. Their spirits were high, so they stayed to help. After 2 busy days, they finally finished the clay stage to put into the kiln. Starting the fire, everyone was even more excited and looking forward to it than when they were firing tiles. This is ceramics. When the tile kiln extinguished and closed, the seedlings could also be taken to the fields for planting. Lam Lang was extremely excited. This is fragrant white rice. As long as they can plant wet rice, they will have rice in hand, feeling at ease. If there's no rice or bread and only meat and vegetables, the joy would be halved. The seedlings were very young and weak. For Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, they held extremely significant meaning. Currently, there are only a little over 3 parts of experimental land, so Lam Lang didn't let Du Nam and the others help. She and Lei Huyen did it themselves, only allowing Du Nam and the group to stand by and observe so they could understand how it's done. Next year, if they plant on a larger scale, then she would let them help. Du Nam and his friends were very curious. It turns out that these seedlings that look like weeds, when they grow up, produce the grains that they use to cook porridge or eat. It's really hard to believe. The 3 parts of the field were quickly planted. Looking at the fragile, weak seedlings standing in the flooded field, it seemed like a gentle breeze could blow them away, making one worry. But in Lam Lang's heart, there was a full sense of accomplishment. She smiled and said, "In a few days, they will take root and turn green, and soon they will sprout large branches. In a few months, we can harvest." Lei Huyen chuckled lightly. "Tomorrow, they will probably take root." "Yeah, that's right." Lam Lang giggled. With her handling, it certainly couldn't be ordinary. The planting had started off smoothly. In a few months, we'll be able to harvest. Huyen smiled lightly. Tomorrow should be easy. Yeah, that's right. Lam Lang chuckled. With her around, it couldn't be ordinary. The planting had started off smoothly. Next, just follow the plan, step by step. In the vegetable garden, the vegetables are gradually sprouting, and it seems their adaptability is really good. Just need to observe for a little longer. Once we harvest a crop, we can confidently expand the scale of planting. There's still a lot of work to do. The wood boards are almost dry. It's time to make windows along with other common furniture, and we also need to craft bows and arrows. Making furniture without iron nails is possible, but we have bamboo that can be shaped into bamboo nails. After shaping, we boil them in water, which makes them more durable and prevents them from being eaten by termites. The task of making bamboo nails, smoothing the wood boards, and assembling the furniture has been assigned to Nam and the others. They are in a phase of excitement, completely engrossed and thrilled. Lam Lang and Huyen quickly noticed that Dang learned these tasks faster and better than the others, so the two paid special attention, teaching him more diligently. Who knows, maybe in the future they can entrust all of that work to him. Lam Lang and Huyen focused on making bamboo items. The first thing to make is the bow. The bowstring needs to be made from well-processed animal tendons. Luckily, they had hunted a few deer earlier, and the deer tendons were all kept. This is an extremely suitable material for making bowstrings. Previously, Lam Lang also saved quite a few long white goat horns, which are quite flexible and durable. If they could polish the horn to make the bow body, that would be great, but that requires meticulous work. Right now, they don't have time to do it. They can take their time at home when winter comes and they go out less. While busy, the tiles have been taken out of the kiln. Everyone has finished building the storage shed, tool shed, and firewood shed. Huyen even conveniently dug an underground storage pit under the storage shed for easier storage of items. Now that the tiles are out of the kiln, the ceramics can't be far behind. Everyone is holding their breath, eagerly waiting. Finally, the long-awaited day has come. Van Lai and a few others are so excited and anxious that they can't sit still, unable to sit or stand, their eyes sparkling like stars. The ceramics, there are so many ceramics. Oh, I've never seen so many ceramics before. It's bound to be a success, right? Our ceramics will definitely be a success, right? It will definitely be a success. Lam Lang and Huyen exchanged glances and smiled. Don't get too excited. It's just ceramics. We'll have even better things in the future. All right, let's open the kiln. Open the kiln, open the kiln. Everyone cheers. No one can wait any longer. Huyen decisively makes a move, quickly opening the kiln door. Let me do it too. I want to remember to be gentle. There, everyone rushes to the kiln to see the ceramics. Lam Lang and Huyen are also very interested in the first batch of ceramics. They originally intended to go in and take a look, but now there are too many people, clearly unable to squeeze in. Well, let's wait here. Okay. Soon, Van Lai and Teach Kwa each came out holding an item. One is carrying a jar, and the other is carrying a large basin, full of excitement. It's a success. Brother Huyen, Sister Lam, the ceramics have succeeded. Look at this basin. It's huge and sturdy. That big jar has also succeeded. I've never seen such a big jar before. Lam Lang felt a thrill in his heart, smiling at Huyen. Let's go take a look. Each ceramic item was brought out of the kiln one by one, and everyone had almost forgotten what each item was for. Lam Lang then cheerfully introduced them again. That's enough to use. Life will be much more convenient. Lam Lang collected all the ceramics into the space, waiting to get home to take them out and direct everyone to arrange each item in the right place. 2 water jars, 2 large basins for washing dishes placed at the kitchen door, 1 large stove and 1 small stove set against the wall in the kitchen, a ceramic pot for soup, a ceramic pot for rice, a ceramic pot for stir-frying vegetables, a ceramic pot for boiling water. Various plates and bowls, serving trays are all placed on the kitchen shelf. Jars and barrels are placed in the storage room behind the kitchen. 2 teapots are placed in the living room. Each person gets a ceramic cup with different markings on the cups for drinking water. Suddenly, having so many ceramics, everyone in the group was overjoyed to the point of frenzy. Lam Lang was also very satisfied, smiling and saying to Huyen, "How about we cook a celebratory meal tonight? I'll make a few delicious dishes. Let's celebrate joyfully together. It's been a long time since we had a proper meal of plain rice. I really miss that flavor." As soon as she finished speaking, Huyen also felt hungry. "All right, tonight we'll have plain rice." Nam and the others didn't really understand what plain rice was, but they had heard Lam Lang and Huyen mention it many times, knowing it was a very delicious dish, so they cheered happily. Plain rice, we'll have plain rice tonight. So everyone had a light lunch, just waiting for dinner. When it was almost time, Lam Lang began preparing with a bright smile. The small stove mainly burns charcoal, but it can also light a fire inside. After rinsing the rice, she put it in the ceramic pot, poured in just enough water, covered it, and placed it on the stove to cook. Dai Mao and Tiu Mao were responsible for watching the fire. Tung Fong, Than, Lai, and Ovan went to the stream to wash 2 baskets, 2 wild chickens, 1 large fish, and 5 or 6 pieces of goat meat. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen went to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables. The rice that was planted yesterday has indeed started to take root and green leaves. Although still weak, it looks much more vibrant. The vegetable garden is thriving even more. The string beans and chili plants have small flower buds, and soon they will bloom and bear fruit. Cucumbers are even faster, they have already bloomed. The cute pale yellow flowers, with the female flowers carrying tiny fruits, look very adorable. Such small cucumbers grow very quickly, and you can see the difference every day. With Lam Lang's care, in 3 to 5 days, they can be harvested. But today, of course, is not the day. Today, Lam Lang is cutting green onions, fresh garlic, picking cilantro leaves, and harvesting a handful of young shoots from the sweet potato vines, adding fresh bamboo shoots from the space and a pumpkin left by the previous owner. Tonight, bringing them out to eat will be enough for a feast. The beard and meat are all ready. Lam Lang quickly put each dish into the pot, cutting the pig's trotters into chunks and placing them in the ceramic pot on the wind stove to simmer. The goat meat was cooked dry with fresh garlic and cilantro in a large ceramic pot, adding a few chili peppers for flavor. The wild chicken was simmered with bamboo shoots, fish was braised, sweet potato shoots were stir-fried, pumpkin was also stir-fried, and green onions were added to enhance the aroma. 6 dishes, each one plentiful, plus a large pot of white rice enough for the whole group. In fact, Lam Lang really wanted to eat fried eggs with onions, but after thinking it over, she couldn't bring herself to do it because those eggs were meant to hatch baby chicks. Eating 1 egg would mean losing 1 chicken, which also meant losing many more eggs and chickens in the future. It just wasn't worth it. Just then, the large round table was also set. The table was laid out, each dish was served, and everyone had a large bowl of white rice, with more still in the pot for anyone who wanted seconds. The aroma was overwhelming, the meal was incredibly rich. Du Nam and the others could only stare blankly, speechless. Du Nam and the others were truly a bit stunned, mouths agape and unable to utter a word. The whole group was shocked into silence, eyes wide open, not knowing how to express themselves. They really had no idea how to describe what they were seeing. They had never encountered a scene like this before. Although their meals had improved quite a bit since following Lam Lang and Le Huyen, it was still just simmering a pot of meat or grilling meat, only different in that Lam Lang knew how to change up the cooking methods to avoid boredom, and set a large table full of dishes. It looked neat and beautiful, far exceeding their imagination. They had never seen anything like it, and Lam Lang was extremely pleased and proud of everyone's reaction, her lips curling up in a high smile. It was worth all the effort and dedication she had put in. Come on, everyone, don't be polite, hurry up and sit down to eat while it's still hot. Sure, sure. Everyone pulled out the 4-legged wooden chairs and sat down, finally able to speak. It smells so good, just looking at it makes me hungry. Sister Lam is really amazing. I've never seen food cooked like this at my age. I can hardly wait anymore. Hurry up and eat, hurry up. Yes, 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 eat quickly. Everyone was incredibly excited, their hands constantly grabbing food. Lam Lang picked up a piece of dry goat meat and placed it in her bowl, smiling as she said, "Eat a piece of meat, and then a piece of white rice. It's really delicious. You all will definitely love this way of eating. If our rice grows well, in the future we will have plenty of white rice to eat." Eating rice every day may sound pitiful, but it's the undeniable reality of this primitive continent. Luckily, there was that space. It seemed that heaven was kind to them, giving them this reward for living such a hard life in the apocalypse. Everyone followed Lam Lang's instructions, eating a piece of food and then a piece of rice. Sure enough, not long after, their eyes lit up, immediately loving this way of eating and this flavor, especially the goat meat tonight, which had an unknown ingredient that was extremely stimulating to the taste buds, making people want to eat endlessly. Oh, it's so delicious. Exactly. It's so good. This piece of goat meat tastes so good in the mouth. Lam Lang continued. It's very spicy. I added chili to it. In reality, she only added a few to enhance the flavor. The level of spiciness was nothing for her and Le Huyen, but for Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others who had never eaten chili. Yes, yes, it's spicy. But the more you eat, the more you crave it. Me too. Everything is delicious. I love it all. Everyone was incredibly satisfied with this meal. It was so good it was hard to believe. The white rice was truly fragrant. It really is fragrant. The most important thing is that it fills you up, 2 bowls of white rice in the stomach, plus a few dishes, and they already felt full. The feeling was very complete, very satisfying. If there was no rice and they only ate meat, they would have to eat much more, at least double to feel full. This meal could be said to have opened a new door for Du Nam and the others. Everyone was extremely excited, asking questions back and forth, completely impressed. The Chao Yang tribe was truly amazing. Sister Lam and brother Huyen were also incredible, and their farming skills were outstanding. So the next day, the looks in everyone's eyes when they saw the sprouts in the vegetable garden, when they looked at the 3 parts of the rice that had fallen, were filled with a clear eagerness and anticipation. Everything was a treasure. Even a plate of boiled vegetables was delicious like that. In order to be able to eat such delicious meals in the future, everyone worked much harder. Today's work was still about making furniture and crafting bows and arrows. Lam Lang also told Huyen to lead people to build a simple version of an oven right outside the kitchen, which could also be called a small kiln. This oven was cylindrical, with a dome-shaped roof that slightly bulged in a hemispherical shape. The bottom of the oven was made into a tray for holding charcoal, with an opening like a wind stove to easily add or remove charcoal as needed. Inside the oven, there were hooks to hang various meats for grilling, and a flat surface was built inside to place trays for food, used for baking bread or grilling slices of meat. Just place the tray inside the oven. With such a simple oven, it would be much more convenient to eat grilled food in the future. In the space, there were still more than 30 pounds of flour left. Who knows when they could have a big feast, baking a few cakes to enjoy as well. If they could find wild wheat seeds on this continent in the future, that would be even better. When Lei Huyen led He Shi and Bai Shi to build the oven, Du Nam and Tung Fong were putting all their effort into making furniture and bows and arrows, while Lam Lang called Dai Mao and Xiao Mao to help peel the bamboo shoots. The amount of bamboo shoots brought back was so much that aside from a little for fresh eating, most of it Lam Lang planned to make into dried bamboo shoots. Making dried bamboo shoots wasn't difficult, but was labor-intensive and time-consuming. First, you had to peel the bamboo shoots clean and then boil a large pot of water to cook the peeled bamboo shoots until soft. After that, you take them out and use your hands to tear them into strips, spreading them evenly under the sun to dry. Right now, there were quite a few wooden boards. There's still about 35 pounds of flour left in the space. Who knows when we could have a big feast? Maybe even bake a few cakes for fun. If we can find wild wheat on this continent later, that would be even better. When Lei Huyen took He Shi and Bai Shi to build the oven, Yu Yan and Tung Fong were busy making furniture and bows, while Lam Lang called Da Mao and Xiao Mao to help peel the bamboo shoots. Wild wheat would be even better. When Lei Huyen took black stone and white stone to build the oven, Du Nam and Tung Fong were busy making furniture and bows, while Lam Lang called Dai Mao and Tu Mao to help peel bamboo shoots. With so many bamboo shoots brought back, aside from a little for fresh eating, most of them Lam Lang planned to turn into dried bamboo shoots. Making dried bamboo shoots isn't hard, but it takes effort and time. First, you have to peel the bamboo shoots clean, then boil a large pot of water to cook the peeled shoots until soft, after which you take them out and tear them into strips to dry evenly in the sun. Right now, there are quite a few wooden planks. The wooden table can temporarily be used to dry bamboo shoots. Lam Lang thought to herself, once the furniture is done, they still need to make more items like winnowing baskets, bamboo baskets, and fish traps, which are definitely necessary. The 3 of them were busy almost all day, and finally finished processing all the bamboo shoots that needed to be dried. They just needed to lay them out in the sun for a few days to be ready. You guys are so strong. Everyone was very enthusiastic, and working together made everything go faster. Lei Huyen was quite surprised to discover that Tang had a talent for making furniture, quickly getting to work and doing better than others. As for the identity of a supernatural ability user, Du Nam did everything very well. This made things much easier for Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, and the work progressed faster. In just a few days, all the basic furniture was completed. The windows and doors were installed, and the bedroom had a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Lam Lang said with a hint of regret, "If only we could make glass ourselves, that would be great." Lei Huyen laughed. "One day we will." Lei Huyen originally planned to build a shooting range after finishing the bows and arrows to teach Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others how to shoot. If anyone has talent, that's even better. If not, they still need to practice until they're skilled. It's important to know that whether for hunting or defending against enemies, bows and arrows are incredibly useful. Compared to their stone weapons, it's truly a leap forward for an entire era. Unexpectedly, just as the bows and arrows were finished, it started to rain. This was the first rain since Lam Lang and Lei Huyen Huyen arrived in this world. Thinking back, it had been almost a month, so it was about time for rain. The heavy rain started at dusk and continued all night long. By the next morning, they woke up still hearing the sound of rain pattering outside. Luckily, they had managed to finish the roofing. The windows and doors were also completely installed. The house was very safe and dry. Tung Fong, Fan Li, and the others were so excited that they couldn't sleep all night. The excitement of Tung Fong's group lasted throughout the night. By the next morning, as soon as they woke up, they were still full of excitement. Everyone crowded together in the hallway, reaching out to catch the raindrops falling from the eaves, their eyes sparkling, smiles wide, joy indescribable. Ah, this roof is really amazing. I specifically checked inside the house. Not a single drop of rain got in. I also checked. The tiled roof is fantastic. I used to hate rainy days the most, but now I find the rain quite pleasant. Exactly. Everyone laughed joyfully together. Before, just a little heavy rain or prolonged rain would definitely cause leaks inside the house. Even after the rain stopped, it would take several days for the musty smell to go away. The thatched roof, made of tree bark, was not only unreliable, but also needed repairs every year. The low roof made the inside of the house stuffy and lacking in light. How could it compare to now? The difference was like night and day. Not only was the inside of the house dry, but there was also a covered hallway outside. The hallway was wide enough that not a single drop of rain could get in. On rainy days when they couldn't go outside, Lam Lang called everyone together to learn how to weave coverings. This task was something she and Lei Huyen were both familiar with and quite easy to learn. They just needed to know how to start and follow the rules of weaving downwards. The finishing stitch was a bit tricky, but at that point, she and Lei Huyen would explain it more thoroughly. After all, items like bamboo baskets, winnowing baskets, and coverings were for personal use. It didn't matter if they looked a bit rough. The area was spacious enough, and the outdoor hallway could also be used for sitting. 13 people working together didn't feel cramped at all. The wood could be cut into planks and then assembled into practical furniture, and coverings could naturally be made as well. Everyone was very calm. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen taught exactly how to do it. Weaving seemed difficult at first, but once they got the hang of it, it became very simple. At first, looking at each strip, no one could understand how they could weave anything from it. By the time the bamboo baskets and winnowing baskets were completed, looking at the finished products, even Du Nam, who was usually calm, was wide-eyed in surprise, blurting out something he had repeated countless times. It's so amazing, clearly just ordinary strips, yet they can make such beautiful and useful items. It's truly miraculous. By the time they finished weaving all the bamboo items, the rain had long stopped. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen led everyone into the mountains to gather firewood. They needed to supplement their firewood supply. More importantly, they planned to cut some fresh wood that contained water to prepare for making charcoal. Using a small stove to burn firewood wasn't convenient. Switching to charcoal would be much better. Occasionally, simmering soup would also be easier. This was a new endeavor. Of course, Du Nam and the others fully agreed. Making charcoal was much simpler than firing ceramics. They just needed to chop the wood and stack it in the kiln. Burning for 2 days and 2 nights would do the trick. They had a lot of people. Today, they would chop wood. Tomorrow, they would stack the kiln. And by tomorrow night, they could start a fire. Once this batch of charcoal came out of the kiln, it would once again open Du Nam's eyes to a new concept. Miraculously, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen then brought up the topic of salt. We don't have much salt left, so we need to go to the salt tribe to trade for some. Does anyone have any opinions? Gathering everyone together, Lei Huyen said. Regarding this matter, if we talk about dissatisfaction, everyone has plenty to say. The things the salt tribe has done, their arrogance, greed, treating others with disdain, being rude and insulting. Everyone chimed in with their grievances. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen did not find it bothersome at all. They even asked for more details. They knew nothing about the Salt tribe, so they wanted to hear more to understand better. The strength of the Lone tribe was not weak, but the Salt tribe was even stronger, so they certainly couldn't take them lightly. After hearing most of it, Lam Lang smiled and said, "Our place is quite far from the Salt tribe. This trip will take quite a bit of time, but the Salt tribe is even stronger. They certainly can't be underestimated." After hearing that, Lam Lang smiled and said, "Our place is very far from the Salt tribe. This trip will take quite a bit of time, but we will try to bring back as much salt as possible. Now let's discuss who will go and who will stay. Huyen and I will definitely go, while Du Nam must stay. Lei Huyen absolutely cannot be away from Lam Lang. The journey is long and takes many days, so I'm worried. Even though I have feelings for Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others, and our relationships aren't bad, in my heart, Lam Lang is still the most important person. Since the Salt tribe is already difficult to deal with, of course, I have to go. And Lam Lang, there's no need to mention. Only she has a special space. Du Nam is the remaining ability warrior, so it's reasonable for him to stay at home. Tung Fong, Fan Lai, and the others were unwilling to be left behind, and they all volunteered to go along. In the end, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen only chose two people, Tung Fong and Thich Qua. Everyone was stunned into silence. Du Nam quickly reminded, I know Huyen and Sister Lang are very capable, but isn't bringing only two people too few? The Salt Tribe doesn't have any good people. It's safer to go in numbers. Everyone nodded in agreement. Nam was right. The Salt Tribe is very overbearing. Seeing that there are few of us, they will definitely bully us. That's right. On such a long journey, having more people would boost morale, and we could take care of each other too. No need for that. Lei Huyen smiled lightly. We can manage on our own. You guys just need to stay home and watch over the place. Lam Lang smiled brightly and said, I have space, so what's there to be afraid of? 4 people is enough. If it weren't for you and Lei Huyen not knowing where the Salt Tribe is and having never interacted with them, just the two of them going would be sufficient. The group of Dunam thought it made sense. Sister Lang and brother Huyen are so capable, they really don't need too many people with them. Dunam then said, That's fine. Sister Lang and brother Huyen can rest assured, we will definitely take care of things. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen often referred to home, and everyone in the house had heard it so much that they naturally started using it too. Lam Lang laughed and said, Our place is remote. Surely no one will come poking around. Before we leave, we will set a few traps inside and outside the yard to prevent any mishaps. But if something really happens, if we can fight back, then fight. If we can't, then run away first, hide, and wait for us to come back and take revenge later. The group of Dunam nodded eagerly in response. Down couldn't help but say, The Salt Tribe is very petty. Sister Lang and brother Huyen want to trade for a lot of salt. I'm afraid they won't agree. Everyone was taken aback. Lam Lang asked, Why are you scratching your head? Last year, I went with them to the Salt Tribe to trade for salt once. They also wanted to trade for a bit more, but the Salt Tribe didn't agree. They said they couldn't eat that much game in a short time unless it was winter or they were live animals or weapons they liked. As for regular game meat, they don't need that much. We can't blame Du Nam and the others for not knowing. Trading salt is extremely important. Given its importance, the chief of the Salt Tribe would definitely not allow Du Nam to participate. Those who have a good relationship with Du Nam, like Tung Fong, also have no qualifications to attend. Dong, who is honest and simple, quiet and reserved. If there's a moment when people are lacking, Dong could call him along. That could happen. That's fine, but this isn't good. Lam Lang snorted lightly. They don't have time to run back and forth like that. Moreover, the Salt Tribe has occupied the salt-producing land for many years. Lam Lang absolutely does not believe they don't know about using salt to cure meat for preservation. They probably know, but still deliberately make excuses to refuse the trade, simply because they are arrogant and enjoy teasing others. Perhaps this kind of whimsical teasing makes them feel very happy. Van Lai suddenly exclaimed, slapping her forehead excitedly and said, We have a lot of ceramics. I bet even the Salt Tribe has never seen so many large and diverse types of ceramics. It can be considered rare, right? How about we use ceramics to trade for salt with them? Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. We also have wooden and bamboo items, all good stuff. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged glances. Du Nam frowned slightly, shaking his head and said, I feel uneasy. Those things are all precious items. Our Triuduang tribe is currently still weak. It's best not to let others know we have those things, especially Sister Lang's sharp knives and kites. I'm worried the Salt Tribe will rob us. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This is very likely to happen. The Salt Tribe is not a reasonable place. The knife and the sharp kite of Sister Lang. I'm worried the Salt Tribe will steal it. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This was very likely to happen. The Salt Tribe is not a place that knows how to be reasonable. They are used to being arrogant. If they want something, they must have it, and if they can't get it, they will rob. They might not even need to lift a finger, just spreading the word that whoever robs it can bring it back to them. They will trade it for salt. So there are quite a few tribes willing to help them. The Triuduang tribe is indeed not suitable to openly display such good items right now. Lam Lang smiled. Du Nam is right. Those good items are for us to use. When we become stronger, we will trade them with other tribes. Vanley was so scared, she broke out in a cold sweat, quickly nodding vigorously. Oh, yes, 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 I was wrong in my thinking. So what will Sister Lang and brother Huyen do when they get to the Salt Tribe? The Salt Tribe is not reasonable at all. This question left everyone with a headache. A tribe that is both strong and unreasonable, while they are the ones in need. What can they do? Unable to think of anything, Lam Lang also lost interest in thinking anymore, snorting lightly and laughing. Oh well, let's just go first and figure it out later. When we get there, we'll assess the situation and decide. No matter what, we must bring back more salt. If the Salt Tribe really refuses to trade, don't blame them for using force. Those cunning merchants. Lei Huyen also smiled and nodded. Then it's settled. When we get there, we'll think of a way. There will definitely be a way. Do Nam and the others couldn't think of any other solutions, so they agreed. The amount of game meat used to trade for salt, Lam Lang and Le Huyen Din will hunt along the way. They will definitely gather enough. Moreover, they have already hunted quite a few wild boars before, and the Salt tribe is about 3.5 days away from the Lone tribe. Calculating, the distance is roughly equivalent between them and the Lone tribe. In other words, this trip will take at least a month round trip. Since Dang has been there before, this time he is bringing Tung Fong and Dang along, while Thich Qua is not going anymore. The four of them left, leaving 9 people at home. Lei Haiyan set up a shooting target in the yard. The task for Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others is to practice shooting together. When Lam Lang and Lei Haiyan return, they will check how much their archery skills have improved. This new weapon, with a longer shooting range and stronger power, has made everyone, from Du Nam to Tung Fong, fall in love with it. There is no warrior who doesn't love bows and arrows. This weapon has truly opened their eyes. Without needing much explanation from Lei Haiyan and Lam Lang, they realized that as long as they learned to use the bow and arrow proficiently, they would have a significant advantage in both combat and hunting. An ordinary warrior, if they can shoot accurately, still has a chance to fight even against a superhuman, unlike before when they just waited to be slaughtered. Du Nam and the others were so excited that they shouted loudly, almost going crazy. Before leaving, everyone spent a day under the guidance of Lam Lang and Le Huyen, setting up quite a few traps around, and also teaching them many ways to make traps, because during this time, they had to find food on their own. Even though there is still quite a bit of hunted meat in Lam Lang's space, the weather is getting hotter, so it can't be preserved for long. Lam Lang can only leave 2 unbutchered fat wild boars and 2 wild goats stored in the cold cellar underground. Just that much, leaving too much would spoil before they could eat it. Fortunately, they are all skilled hunters, and with Du Nam being a fire-controlling superhuman, hunting for food isn't too difficult. Lam Lang decisively took out the fishing net from her space to leave for them, teaching them how to use it. In that big river, there are countless fish and shrimp, but what Lam Lang is most worried about is the vegetable garden and rice field. The rice field is doing okay, currently in the rapid growth stage. As long as there is enough water, it will thrive. Even without fertilizer, she has herself. She is better than fertilizer for every type of crop in the field. Lam Lang carefully instructed Du Nam and the others that they don't need to worry about the bamboo and goji berries in the yard. The goji berries have sprouted quite a few new buds, but Lam Lang hasn't had the heart to eat them yet, planning to let them grow more before eating. Just as she predicted, a few bamboo plants have sprouted shoots, and in just a few days, they have become tender, green bamboo. At that time, Lam Lang was overjoyed, reluctant to pick the new bamboo shoots, and she was hoping for a horn of tea. Various melons, sweet potatoes, taro, sunflower seeds, soybeans, peanuts, and small fruit-bearing plants that don't need care and won't ripen immediately. Leafy vegetables can be picked and cooked whenever they want. After all, there are ceramic pots, medium ceramics, a stove, and a small kitchen at home. If the long beans are plump, they should also be picked and dried. But before drying the long beans, they need to be blanched in water first. Cucumbers can be eaten like fruit. A few days ago, everyone got to taste a small piece. That refreshing, juicy taste made everyone fall in love. Everyone unconsciously kept an eye on that cucumber patch. When they ripen, they must not forget to pick them to eat. Lam Lang reminded them to leave 2 for seeds for the next season. But with her growth ability, she could probably plant another crop before winter comes. Du Nam and the others took the matter seriously, remembering carefully that going far is a big deal. So the night before departure, Lam Lang decided to throw a big feast. Consider it a farewell party, and everyone naturally agreed completely and looked forward to the grand feast prepared by Sister Lang. It was truly a grand feast in every sense. It was a delicacy like never before. It was a door opening to a new culinary world. Everyone eagerly took the initiative to find things to do from very early on, constantly asking, "Sister Lang, what do you need us to do? Sister Lang, how can we help?" Sister Lang made Lam Lang smile with joy. In her heart, she felt that these people were really interesting. She also got inspired and decisively started assigning tasks one by one. Fresh fish and shrimp are a must. Just in time, they could try using the new fishing net. The grill outside the kitchen could finally be put to use. Previously, they had hunted a few small wild boars. Lam Lang chose one weighing about 30 pounds. After cleaning it, she skillfully chopped it into pieces, then meticulously salted it, added soy sauce, a bit of honey, and yellow wine. Then hung the whole pig in the oven, preparing to make a simple version of roasted suckling pig. In the oven, there were also 3 trays. 2 trays contained dough that had risen from flour. Tonight there will be no plain rice, everyone will get a fragrant baked bun. In Lam Lang's space, there were only more than 30 pounds of flour left, and there was no sign of wheat yet. This is truly a type of food where eating one part means less of another, and it cannot be replenished. But food is meant to be eaten, and it doesn't need to be kept forever. In the remaining tray, she arranged 2 layers of goat ribs that had been cut into large pieces and marinated lightly, preparing to make roasted goat ribs, sealing the oven door. As long as she timely adds firewood from the fire entrance below, by dinner time, they can take it out to enjoy. On the windy stove, in the clay pot, she cleaned and chopped about 7 or 8 birds of an unknown type, adding a few pieces of fresh bamboo shoots and a few dried red apples from her space. The large pot on the stove was cooking a mixed hot pot consisting of antelope meat, deer meat, and wild boar meat. When the fish and shrimp were caught, seeing there were many shrimp, Lam Lang smiled and said, "These shrimp are so fresh, let's make crispy fried shrimp. Tonight there will be no plain rice, everyone will get a fragrant baked bun." In Lam Lang's space, there were only more than 30 pounds of flour left, and there was no sign of wheat yet. This is truly a type of food where eating one part means less of another, and it cannot be replenished. But food is meant to be eaten, and it doesn't need to be kept forever. In the remaining tray, she arranged 2 layers of goat ribs that had been cut into large pieces and marinated lightly, preparing to make roasted goat ribs, sealing the oven door. As long as she timely adds firewood from the fire entrance below, by dinner time, they can take it out to enjoy. On the windy stove, in the clay pot, she cleaned and chopped about 7 or 8 birds of an unknown type, adding a few pieces of fresh bamboo shoots and a few dried red apples from her space. The large pot, on the stove, was cooking a mixed hot pot consisting of antelope meat, deer meat, and wild boar meat. When the fish and shrimp were caught, seeing there were many shrimp, Lam Lang smiled and said, "These shrimp are so fresh, let's make crispy fried shrimp." The shrimp is the size of a thumb. Its body is translucent and shiny. When tossed into hot oil, it quickly turns into a seductive dark red, with the aroma of lard and the essence of wild boar inside. After butchering, Lam Lang kept everything. In her free time, she would chop the fat and cook it in a pot to make lard. By now, she had accumulated 2 large jars of animal fat, just right for frying shrimp. As the sun began to set, it was still a while before it got completely dark. Lam Lang called everyone to set up the dinner table. The group cheered excitedly, having been eagerly anticipating this moment. The large table was set in the yard, bright and spacious. When the oven door was opened, a wave of hot air rushed out, along with the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat that made everyone drool. The meat in the oven smelled incredible. Indeed, it was roasted meat, but the fragrance was entirely different. "Ah, from now on, let's frequently use the oven to roast meat, okay?" The whole roasted piglet was placed on a large platter in the center of the dining table. Surrounding the roasted pig were a circle of delicious dishes: grilled goat ribs, wild bird stew with bamboo shoots, venison, and wild boar stew. Before serving, they added green onions and cilantro, crispy fried shrimp, and brown braised fish. There was also a plate of stir-fried green beans, a plate of stir-fried sweet potato leaves, and fragrant baked goods piled high in a basket. The grilled meat must be eaten while it's hot to taste its best. The group quickly devoured the roasted suckling pig and the plate of grilled goat ribs. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender and juicy on the inside. The crispy skin combined with the tender, sweet meat melted in their mouths. The fresh, crispy flavor was truly indescribable. It was so delicious, it was absolutely intoxicating. The aroma of grilled meat paired with hot baked goods, plus crispy fried shrimp and sweet-smelling braised meat soup, each dish made everyone praise it, eating endlessly without getting bored. That night, everyone ate until their bellies were full, finishing every last bit. Dan Lai and Tikwa looked forward and said, "After Sister Lang and Brother Huyen return, can we have another delicious meal?" Lam Lang smiled brightly. "Of course. When we get back, I'll also check your archery skills. Those who do well will be rewarded with lots of delicious food." "Really? Ah, that's amazing, Sister Lang. I will definitely learn to shoot arrows well." Me too, me too." Lam Lang chuckled. "Great, I'll be waiting to see your results." Early the next morning, before the sun had fully risen, Lam Lang, Lei Huyen, Tung Fong, and Dang set off. With such a long journey ahead, it was definitely better to leave early. On the way, Lam Lang sighed to Li Huyen that it would be great to encounter a herd of wild horses, saying they should tame a few. Modern transportation was out of the question, but riding horses was still a dream. If there were no horses, cows would do. Relying solely on their legs for such a long journey was indeed a bit miserable. All 4 of them had excellent stamina, seizing every minute to travel. Usually, they set off before dawn, resting only when they were exhausted, and it was pitch dark, completing the journey that previously took 15 days in just 11 days. They were very fortunate on the road, or one could say this land was vast. With abundant resources, they encountered 3 large herds of animals including antelopes, deer, and wild goats. Huyen displayed her skills, while Lam Lang, Tung Fong, and Dang coordinated to support and handle logistics. The harvest was incredibly rich. The total number of antelopes, deer, and wild goats reached over 230. Due to their haste, they didn't stop except when they encountered large herds to hunt. With over 230 large animals, no matter how strict the tribe's trading conditions for salt were, they would surely be able to exchange for a significant amount of salt. However, the prerequisite was that they had to agree to exchange all that in one go. To avoid drawing attention, the 4 decided to pose as travelers to visit the Salt tribe for inquiries and trading. With the Salt tribe, they only said they came from a group of travelers. The Salt tribe was located on a high hill, backed by a mountain range. It was said that their salt mine was hidden in a deep valley within that mountain range, but no one had ever seen it. They absolutely did not allow outsiders into that mountainous area. Anyone who intruded would be killed without mercy. When Lam Lang and the others arrived at the entrance of the Salt tribe, Dang and Tung Fong stepped forward to present their intentions. The gatekeeper warrior of the Salt tribe glanced at them, not immediately reporting to the chief, but lazily asked, "What do you intend to use to exchange for our salt? Is the game fresh? Is it fat enough? We don't just take anything." Tung Fong quickly smiled and said, "We have hunted a lot of deer and antelopes. Very fresh. I assure you it's fresh. If it weren't fresh, we wouldn't dare bring it here." The Salt tribe preferred deer meat the most, followed by antelope meat. Wild boar and goat meat had a strong fishy smell. They didn't like it. Fish was even fishier. They never ate it. Animals like wild chickens and rabbits were criticized for having too many bones and little meat, which was bothersome. Usually, they wouldn't eat them. Only the chief would occasionally want a change of taste and eat a little. Upon hearing Tung Fong say they brought only deer and antelope meat, they immediately paid more attention, evaluating the 4 of them before saying, "Wait, I will report to the great chief. No one dares to deceive the Salt tribe. The consequences of deceiving them are unbearable." Therefore, the warriors of the Salt tribe did not suspect that what Tung Fong and Dang said was false. However, the 4 still had to wait a long time outside the Salt tribe, waiting until the shadows on the ground shifted, before someone slowly walked out from within the tribe. "Where's the deer meat you brought?" A young man surrounded by several people from the tribe asked directly. Clearly, he was only interested in the deer meat and had no interest in Lam Lang and the others, not even bothering to glance at them, immediately asking about the deer meat. His arrogant attitude was boundless. If it weren't for the fact that only the Salt tribe had salt, Lam Lang was about to retort. Tung Fong said, not even bothering to glance, immediately asking about the deer meat. Their arrogant attitude was limitless. If it weren't for the fact that only the Salt tribe had salt, Lam Lang was about to retort. Tung Fong said, "We're just keeping the deer nearby, or you can come take a look." The other person snorted, glared at Tung Fong, and coldly said, "You bring them here. You want them to go take a look. What kind of joke is that?" Tung Fong looked over at Huyen and Lam Lang. Lam Lang smiled. "Then we'll bring 2 over first. You can see if you want them. How much salt can we trade for 1? Let's be clear about it first. If you agree, then we'll bring the rest." "How about that?" The other guy stared at Lam Lang for a moment, then nodded. "All right." Lam Lang smiled again. "By the way, we also have antelopes. Do you want to see them?" The other side was starting to lose patience. "Bring everything here quickly." "Yes, we're on it." The 4 turned around to get the deer and antelopes, not wanting to reveal their spatial secret at this moment. Although Lam Lang wasn't afraid and could definitely escape if a fight broke out, it wasn't necessary to stir up more trouble. They avoided the gaze of the Salt tribe. Lam Lang then took out 2 deer and 2 antelopes from the space. Each of the 4 carried one and returned to the tribe. The game meat stored in the space was, of course, fresh and without any flaws to criticize. These were the animals that had just been hunted and were immediately stored. The freshness was clearly better than the meat that other tribes brought back after a long transport. Lam Lang and Huyen carefully observed the expressions of the others, clearly seeing the eyes of the people on the other side light up. They were obviously pleased, but the words that came out were completely different. The other guy acted disdainfully, saying that the deer and antelope meat was clearly no longer fresh. It could only be considered low quality. It could be traded for salt, but not much. The group surrounding him immediately chimed in. "You're right, just looking at it shows this meat has been around for a few days. Look at this skin. It's not shiny at all. Just one glance and you can tell. It's disgusting. You're generous. Otherwise, don't even think about trading this kind of meat for salt with us." "Exactly." The disdain and annoyance on Wu's face finally turned into a smile. Clearly, he enjoyed being praised like that. Finally, Wu also looked back at the 4 of Lam Lang. All right then, 4 deer and 5 antelopes can be exchanged for a chunk of salt, the size of a fist. Bring whatever you have, but let me be clear, it must be fresh. If we find out it's not fresh, then we won't accept it. Tung Fong and Dang's faces turned a bit ugly. Lam Lang and Huyen exchanged glances. The anger in their hearts began to rise. Huyen said, "This seems a bit too little." Before Wu could respond, one of the Salt Tribe members laughed coldly. "Is it too little? If you think it's too little, then don't trade. Take this meat back and eat it. Your meat is already not fresh. Wu is being kind by trading with you, and you still have the nerve to complain. That's right. If you don't want to trade, then get lost. You think you can trade like this? You're too greedy, not knowing your own limits. I think you should just give up on the trade." "I think so too." Wu glanced at them, finally stopping his gaze on Lei Huyen, and let out a faint laugh. The thoughts of everyone were his thoughts. Saying so much was enough. No need for him to say more to these travelers. It had been a long time since the tribe had eaten deer meat, but so what? The tribe wasn't lacking food, while these travelers were definitely lacking salt. Lam Lang smiled slightly. "Trade, right? Of course, we will trade. We have a total of 20 deer and 20 antelopes, planning to trade all for salt. After my friends bring the meat over, they will leave first. You understand, right? They have other things to do. Could you send a few people to help bring the meat over? It's close. Just a turn and we're there. We've come all this way." Although he was extremely frustrated, Lam Lang still intended to trade. After all, the number of deer and antelopes they had brought back didn't take much effort. It was like picking up something. The loss was a loss. They would deal with it later. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Wu's eyes clearly showed a greedy smile. "Our salt tribe has a rule of not trading so much salt at once. At most, we can only trade you 4 chunks. If you want us to help bring this stuff, then it will cost you 3 deer and 3 antelopes. Our salt tribe can't work for free for you." Tung Fong clenched his fists. "If that's the case, then we'll carry it ourselves. We traveled far to get here. Can we trade for a few more chunks of salt? Fresh deer meat like this. So fatty. 4 deer for 1 chunk of salt. You're not losing out." Wu's face immediately darkened, coldly saying, "No, we can't trade that much. If you want to trade everything, then it will be 5 deer and 6 antelopes for 1 chunk of salt. Your meat is not fresh. If we trade that much, we won't be able to eat it all and it will spoil in a day or two. 5 deer and 6 antelopes for 1 chunk of salt. We're the ones losing out here." No one from the Salt tribe disagreed, their mouths continuously chiming in to criticize Lam Lang for being too greedy. They also continued to praise Wu to the skies, saying that they were going too far. Tung Fong and Dang were about to explode. How could the Salt tribe with so many people not finish eating? Moreover, everyone outside said that their salt cave was a very magical place. Meat left in there, even in the hot summer, wouldn't spoil for 7 or 8 days. It was clear they were deliberately making things difficult, extremely impatient. "Trade or don't trade, will you trade or not?" Lam Lang chuckled coldly. No more trading. Perhaps no one had ever dared to speak with such an attitude and tone in front of the Salt tribe. Wu and the others stared wide-eyed, momentarily not knowing how to react, as if they had encountered something unimaginable. It was evident how arrogant and domineering they usually were. Lang chuckled softly, glancing at Tung Fong and Dang. "Let's go." Tung Fong and Dang, although they didn't know what their mage was planning, understood clearly that their mage was very smart and very capable. If we trade, we trade. If not, then forget it. "So, are we trading or not?" Lam Lang chuckled coldly. "No more trading. Perhaps no one has ever dared to speak like that in front of the Salt tribe." Vo and the others stared wide-eyed, momentarily unsure how to react, as if they had just encountered something unimaginable, showing how arrogant and domineering they usually were. Others stared wide-eyed, momentarily unsure how to react, as if they had just encountered something unimaginable, clearly indicating how arrogant and tyrannical they usually were. Lang chuckled softly, glancing at Tung Fong and Dang. "Let's go." Tung Fong and Dang didn't know what their mage was planning, but they knew their mage was very smart and very capable. Of course, it's unconditional trust, so they nodded in agreement. Tung Fong and Dang naturally bent down to prepare to carry the 2 deer on their shoulders. The deer were quite large, so they took on the task. The antelope was smaller. They actively let Lam Lang and Lei Huyen carry it, but unexpectedly, they were stopped by 2 people from the Salt tribe. "What are you planning to do?" Dong and Tung Fong were confused, and one of the Salt tribe members spoke up. "You still want to take these 2 deer and 2 antelopes?" Dong frowned. "They originally belonged to us. You should have called our elder brother here, so he could make a wasted trip without leaving anything behind. Are you planning to just walk away like that? Think carefully. Our salt tribe will never trade you a single grain of salt again. Tung, Fong, and Dong's expressions immediately changed, awkwardly looking at Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. At that moment, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were extremely angry. These people were even more disgusting in person than when they heard about it. Lam Lang shrugged and laughed, raising an eyebrow. All right, Tung Fong, Dang. Just leave it all behind. Although Tung Fong and Dong felt heartbroken and were filled with indignation, they knew they couldn't afford to lose their temper. Yes, Sister Lam. The faces of the Salt Tribe members clearly showed smug smiles, their expressions radiating triumph. We knew you would have to leave it behind. Who would dare offend our Salt Tribe? Who would dare? Let's go. Lam Lang called Tung Fong and Dang, pulling Lei Huyen to turn around and leave without looking back. After walking quite a distance, Dong couldn't help but ask, Sister Lam, Brother Huyen, are we just going to let it go like this? What if we can't get the salt? That's right, Tung Fong was also worried. What do we do now? The Salt Tribe is really unreasonable. It's just. Lam Lang chuckled softly. Unreasonable? Of course. It's unreasonable. Holding a monopoly on what others need to survive makes anyone unreasonable. But the Salt Tribe is truly outrageous. Not only unreasonable, but also shamelessly greedy, bullying others without regard. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Lam Lang raised an eyebrow, smiling with squinted eyes. Don't worry, it's just salt. We will definitely get it. Didn't they just take our 2 deer and 2 antelopes? Once they accept our goods, they naturally have to give us salt in return. Lei Huyen also laughed. Exactly. No one is allowed to take our stuff without paying the price. The two looked at each other and smiled. Tung Fong and Dong were stunned. Huh? Lei Huyen patted Dong on the shoulder. Don't think too much. Alang and I have a plan. You just need to wait. Now we need to find a safe, secluded place to rest for the night. Although Tung Fong and Dong still didn't fully understand, hearing the two speak like that lifted their spirits, and they nodded in response. Yes. Once Sister Lam and Brother Huyen spoke, they no longer worried. The 4 of them walked for nearly an hour, far away from the Salt Tribe, before finding a small cave in the mountains to spend the night. Lam Lang took the wind stove out of her space, added charcoal, and used a clay pot to simmer bone soup. She also took out 4 pieces of meat, 1 for each person, and grilled them over the fire. Previously, Lam Lang had experimented with charcoal that was burning and brought it into her space. When taken out, it remained in a burning state. This made everything much more convenient. Every time she cooked, she just had to take out the stove, and it was ready to use. In fact, even without this convenience, starting a fire wasn't difficult for them. Lighting a fire wasn't a hard task. Not long after they left, the Salt Tribe's Vo-Si sneered coldly, speaking to the person beside him. Go see. Tell those travelers that outsiders are not allowed to stay too close to our tribe for too long. Tell them to get lost quickly, or they will be expelled. Yes, Brother Vo. Immediately, 2 people grinned and agreed, happily running off. 20 deer, 2 antelopes, and their companions had all left. Only the 4 of them remained. How could they possibly take all those animals at once? If they couldn't take them, wouldn't all of them belong to him? Brother Vo was indeed extremely clever. Unexpectedly, Lam Lang and the others moved quickly, and by the time the 2 arrived, they had already gone far. The 2 exchanged glances, unwilling to give up, searching the entire area, but found nothing. Where are you? Where are the deer? Where are the antelopes? Why is there not a single trace? Too strange, too eerie. They angrily returned to report to Brother Vo. I think those female travelers are just a bunch of frauds. They didn't have any deer or antelopes at all. That's right, Vo's expression wasn't very good either. He sneered, daring to play tricks on our Salt Tribe. They really have guts. Do you remember their faces? Next time you see them, catch them. No one can play tricks on our Salt Tribe without paying the price. Although they couldn't figure out why those 4 travelers dared to deceive the Salt Tribe, they decided not to think about it anymore. After all, they had already believed it. And if there was no other explanation, even if they grew wings and flew away, they couldn't possibly take all those animals at once and completely disappear as if they had never existed. At night, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen left Tung Fong and Dong in the cave. The 2 quietly returned to the Salt Tribe. They had to find the source of salt for this tribe. This wasn't difficult because the Salt Tribe members would definitely frequent that place. Along the way, there were also checkpoints and guards. For them, these were the clearest indications. The 2 were already highly skilled, and moreover, the Salt Tribe never thought anyone would be bold enough to sneak in. The guards were lax, some were even dozing off. This made Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's actions extremely smooth. The 2 didn't feel guilty at all. The Salt Tribe had accepted their meat, so they naturally had to return the salt, especially since salt was an essential item for ordinary people. But for the salt-producing tribe, it was the cheapest thing. No matter how much they took, it wouldn't be a loss. Daring to toy with our Salt Tribe, You really have guts. Do you remember their faces? Next time you see them, catch them. No one can toy with our salt tribe without paying the price. Although, they couldn't figure out why those four travelers dared to deceive the salt tribe. They decided not to think about it anymore. After all, they believed it was true. If there were no other explanations, even if they grew wings, they couldn't take all those beasts away at once and disappear completely as if they had never existed. At night, Lam Lang and Le Huyen left Tung Fong and Dang at the cave. The two quietly returned to the Salt tribe. They had to find the salt production site of this tribe. This wasn't difficult because the Salt tribe people would definitely frequent that place. Along the way, there were checkpoints and guards. For them, these were the clearest directions. The two were already highly skilled, and moreover, the Salt tribe never thought someone would be bold enough to sneak in. The guards were lax, some even dozing off. This made Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's actions very smooth. The two didn't feel guilty at all. The Salt tribe had accepted their meat, so they naturally had to return the salt, especially since salt is an essential item for ordinary people, but for the salt-producing tribe, it was the cheapest thing. No matter how much they took, it wouldn't be a loss. They planned to take as much as they want without a hint of guilt. Those arrogant and greedy people find joy in teasing others, and sooner or later, they will have to pay the price. When the moon reaches its zenith, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen finally arrive at the salt production site of the Salt tribe. It's a very large salt lake. Next to it are some rudimentary salt pans built to crystallize salt from the water. Pure white salt is forming in the pans. On the adjacent land, there are piles of large and small salt mounds scattered everywhere. The air around seems to carry this salty taste of salt. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen are extremely delighted. It seems today our luck isn't too bad. We can get salt without much effort. Le Huyen smiles lightly. Let's get moving. Yeah, the two of them specifically choose a more secluded corner to start. Lam Lang takes out a wooden shovel from her space, and together with Lei Huyen, they scoop salt into the container, one scoop at a time. This goes into the space, and then they continue scooping. As soon as they touch this pile of salt, they know it's rough salt. Rough salt has a bitter taste and isn't pleasant at all. They are used to clean, finely refined salt with a higher purity. Of course, they can't eat this salt directly. They will have to cook it again to refine it later. So right now, they don't need to worry about cleanliness. They just need to gather it first and figure it out later. They've come all this way, so why not take enough to cover their costs? The two of them are not shy at all, and soon, Lam Lang's space is filled with a huge pile of salt, a mountain of salt that the two of them have cleared. They look at each other and smile, continuing to move on to the next target. A thin layer of clouds rolls in from the distant sky, silently obscuring the bright moonlight. The light immediately becomes much dimmer. The night wind blows through, causing the grass and leaves nearby to rustle softly. In this quiet night, the sounds are particularly clear. The sound of rushing water echoes in the lake. Lam Lang immediately turns her head to look at the lake's surface. At first, hearing the sound of water, she finds it strange because the wind isn't strong enough to cause such a rushing sound. But upon closer inspection, she can't help but exclaim softly, "Hey Huyen, look over there, what is that?" Lei Huyen follows Lam Lang's gaze, and his pupils suddenly constrict. He sees a gigantic beast, as big as a small mountain, staring at them with eyes as large as bowls, unblinking. Those eyes emit a fierce and menacing green light. The creature is covered in long fur, seemingly having been resting in the salt lake. It might have been disturbed by the noise from Lam Lang and Lei Huyen scooping salt, or it could have caught their scent, and so it starts to wade through the water toward them step by step. What is that? Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchange glances, bewildered. At this moment, the moon breaks free from the clouds. The bright moonlight shines down on the ground, making everything in front of them clearer. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen finally see that this beast has fur as white as snow, a sharp mouth, and sharp fangs, making it clear that it's not something to mess with. They see it tilt its head and let out a roar. Its four legs seem to fly as it charges straight toward them. Lei Huyen immediately unleashes a powerful attack. Rocks and earth condense into large balls the size of bowls, flying toward the beast like a storm. If it were an ordinary beast, no matter how fierce, it would have to run away from Lei Huyen's powerful move and would quickly be taken down. But this white-furred beast shows no fear of Lei Huyen's attack. On the contrary, Lei Huyen's strike clearly causes it pain. This makes it furious, roaring continuously as it charges forward wildly. Lei Huyen launches another powerful attack. With a loud crash, the beast roars in anger and falls into a large pit that just collapsed, continuing to howl as it tries to climb out. Run fast. Lam Lang and Le Huyen don't dare to stay and confront it for long, immediately turning to flee. They both understand in their hearts that they have encountered a tough opponent this time, and it will be too difficult for Lei Huyen to take down this beast in a short time, and the commotion by the Salt Lake is so loud that soon, patrolling soldiers will arrive. The Salt Tribe has 3 ability warriors, 2 adults and a child who awakened 2 years ago. The child is not a concern. But those 2 adult warriors are very powerful. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen do not want to confront them directly. Sure enough, the Salt Tribe's soldiers roar, brandishing their weapons, rushing in like a tide. Thank goodness they don't have torches. At night, the light is dim, which gives Lam Lang and Lei Huyen an advantage. Lei Huyen tightly grips Lam Lang's hand, unleashing a powerful attack toward the opposing soldiers, rocks and earth flying everywhere. Taking advantage of the chaos, he unleashes another powerful attack, clearing a path right in front of them, pulling Lam Lang to jump in, digging a tunnel underground, running forward. The earth and rocks on both sides quickly collapse behind them after they pass. The entire sequence of actions by the 2 is as swift as lightning and far exceeds the expectations of the Salt Tribe warriors. By the time they regain their composure, the strange intruders who had rushed into the Salt Lake have completely vanished. They don't even know what the intruders look like or how many came from which tribe. Damn it, the commander roars in anger, immediately ordering people to check the Salt Lake area, resulting in a significant loss of salt, nearly 2 mountains of salt, which, for the Salt Tribe, isn't much. But how much can that amount of salt be exchanged for? It's infuriating, truly infuriating. If I find out who it is, I will definitely make them pay. The chief of the Salt Tribe has also arrived at the scene. He walks slowly, confident that anyone daring to intrude into the salt area of the Salt Tribe will not have a good ending. Even if the tribe's soldiers are careless, the salt beasts will keep them in check. No one has ever escaped the sharp claws of the salt beasts. As a result, they lost a lot of salt, nearly 2 mountains of salt, which for the Salt Tribe wasn't much at all. But how much could that salt be exchanged for? Despicable, utterly despicable. If I find out who it is, I will definitely make them pay. The great chief of the Salt Tribe had also led people to the place. He walked slowly, confident that anyone daring to intrude into the Salt Tribe's territory would not have a good ending. Even if the warriors of the tribe were lax, the salt beasts would keep them in check. No one had ever escaped the claws of the salt beasts. The Salt Tribe would definitely not have a good ending. Even if the warriors of the tribe were careless, the salt beasts would keep them in check. No one has ever escaped the sharp claws of the salt beasts. But unexpectedly, this time he guessed wrong. The face of the Salt Tribe's chief turned pale with anger as he stepped forward, gently placing his hand on the salt beast's forehead. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and slowly said, "It's a boy and a girl, both young. The boy has a very strong ability to control the earth. It was because he was at a disadvantage that they managed to escape." Someone shouted, "Controlling the earth. Could it be the chief of the lone tribe? That bastard?" Everyone immediately erupted into chaos, cursing continuously. "It can't be." Hung shook his head. "The chief of the lone tribe isn't young anymore. I've heard that the lone tribe doesn't have any female warriors that powerful." Hearing this, everyone agreed. But then who could it be? They exchanged glances, growing more confused and angrier by the moment. The chief of the Salt Tribe gritted his teeth. No matter who it was, they had to find them and kill them. Everyone was filled with righteous anger. They definitely couldn't let them go. Hung looked around, puzzled. Didn't the salt beasts say they took them near 2 salt mountains? With that much salt, how could they carry it away? Was it really just the 2 of them? Everyone was stunned. Right, with that much salt, how could 2 people possibly carry it? Besides, they were being attacked by the salt beasts, so they couldn't carry the salt and fight at the same time. So how did they really manage to take it? Could it be that the salt beast was mistaken? No way, the salt beast has never made a mistake. The chief of the Salt Tribe raised an eyebrow. Everyone spread out to search the area carefully to see if they had left any salt behind. Clearly, everyone felt that the possibility was very high, so they split up to search thoroughly around the scene, but unexpectedly found nothing. "This is strange. What is going on?" Hung's face was pensive for a long time, looking at the chief. Perhaps they really did take the salt away. They must have used some method that we don't know about to transport the salt. It seems these 2 enemies are not only bold but also really capable. Oh, in this world, there exist warriors with special abilities and all kinds of strange things. Although Hung had never heard of a space to carry things with him, his guess was very close to the truth. If one day he really saw it, he wouldn't be too surprised. As he said this, the Salt Tribe members thought it over and also felt that was a strong possibility. The chief of the Salt Tribe snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "You spread the news outside and find those 2 for me." The Salt Tribe people thought carefully and realized that it was highly likely. The great chief of the Salt Tribe snorted coldly, speaking in a deep voice, "You send word out, find those 2 people for me. Anyone who has news about them can exchange it for 10 blocks of salt. If they can bring them back alive, then 20 blocks. According to their standards, 1 block of salt is about the size of a fist. 10 blocks of salt is not something too precious to them, but for other tribes, it would definitely be an extremely attractive offer. No one could resist it. Hung nodded. Clearly the chief in the crowd seemed to be thinking about something, hesitating for a long time, but ultimately did not speak out. How could it be? The salt beast is so powerful, and they in the salt tribe know this best. The young man and woman could escape from the claws of the salt beast, so they must be very capable. Among the 4 travelers during the day, there was also a girl, but looking at that bunch, they all seemed useless. How could they have such skills? If they really had such abilities, they wouldn't have had to endure humiliation like this morning. Lam Lang and Le Huyen rushed out of the tribe's territory. Not far away, Le Huyen led Lam Lang up from the ground, carefully covering the hole back up, leaving no trace. The two looked at each other and laughed loudly. Le Huyen was so exhausted that his face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain, so they sat down to rest, finally free. Hey Huyen, are you okay? Le Huyen wiped the sweat off, gasping for breath and nodded. I'm fine, just need to rest a bit. Seeing this, Lam Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's rest for a bit. Thinking back to the situation at that time, the two still felt scared. Those people seemed to call that beast the salt beast. To have such a thing in the salt lake is truly unimaginable. Lam Lang sighed and Le Huyen raised an eyebrow. Since we got here, haven't we encountered unbelievable things for the first time? That's true. Lam Lang smiled sweetly. Luckily, you're a warrior with special abilities. Otherwise, I might have been done for. From now on, when we go to other tribes, we have to be even more careful. Le Huyen chuckled softly. Yeah. After resting, the two continued on their way, reuniting with Tung Fong and Dang. When they returned to the cave, Tung Fong and Dang immediately stood up to greet them upon hearing the noise. How did it go? Sister Lam, is Huyen okay? Lam Lang waved and smiled. We got the salt. Everyone should rest a bit and wait until it's fully bright before leaving here. Time to go home. At least they had to hurry for 2 days to feel safe away from the Salt tribe. Tung Fong and Dang were overjoyed. They could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The 4 rested for about an hour, and as dawn began to break, they didn't dare stay long. They ate a few pieces of roasted meat left over from yesterday and immediately set off, retracing their steps. After 2 days of hasty travel, they had distanced themselves quite far from the Salt tribe. At this point, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief, slowing down, and on the way back, they didn't need to rush. Lam Lang was still very excited about the scenery along the road. If they could pick up something good on the way, this trip would be even more worthwhile. Unexpectedly, fate had them cross paths again. That afternoon, while the 4 were cooking soup and roasting meat, they saw a group of people approaching from afar. The faces of Tung Fong and Dang immediately changed. It was the people from the Lone tribe. I saw Uncle Ho and the girl, and it seemed there were also people from the Mang tribe. Ho was also a warrior with special abilities, saw a group of people approaching. The expressions of Tung Fong and Dang immediately changed. It was the people of the Luin tribe. I saw Uncle Ho and Aunt, and it seemed there were also people from the Mang tribe. Ho was also a mutant warrior. His ability was to control water. She was an outstanding young warrior of the new generation of the Lone tribe, who had never gotten along with Dunam, but had a close relationship with the chief's son, Hoa Kai. What about the people from the Mang tribe? Lam Lang asked. Dang replied. The Mang tribe lives deep in the Chang Mountain, about 3 days' journey from the Lone tribe, and the people there are all very nice. Normally, they don't like to interact with outside tribes. This time they are traveling with the Lone tribe, probably just running into each other on the way to the tribe. Just trading salt, they are heading in the same direction and are carrying all sorts of items like ceramics, stone weapons, rolls of animal hides, and even live game that's tied up. It's not hard to guess they are on their way to the Salt tribe to trade for salt. Lam Lang immediately stored the cooking pot that was making meat soup into her space and smiled, saying, if that's the case, we don't need to avoid them. If the Mang tribe and the Lone tribe are on the same side, we should avoid them to minimize conflict. But if they are just coincidentally traveling together, and their purpose is to trade for salt, they probably don't want to cause trouble, so we don't need to hide. The group was getting closer, and it seemed there was a commotion among them, with someone pointing at them and saying something. It looks like the Lone tribe has recognized Tung Fong and Dang. Lam Lang and Le Huyen exchanged glances. Lam Lang winked, and they both smiled. Tung Fong and Dang were a bit tense, their eyes fixed on the approaching group. Tung Fong, Dang, it really is you guys. She spoke first, her gaze filled with hostility, snorting. Dunam, Fan Li, why aren't you with the others? What are you doing here? You've left the tribe. Don't even think about coming back. Ho also shot them a glance, frowning but saying nothing. The others in the lone tribe whispered among themselves. Some were curious about why they were here, while others agreed with her warning, and no one showed any friendly attitude or concern. Tung Fong said coldly, "Where Du Nam and the others are has nothing to do with you. Don't worry, we have no intention of going back. They are living very well now, with homes more comfortable than anything the lone tribe has. The delicious food that the lone tribe has never tasted. Why would we want to go back? Only fools would return." She didn't expect Tung Fong to dare to retort her. Stunned and angry, she said, "Consider yourselves lucky. Even if you want to go back, you can't. The chief and the shaman won't agree." Lam Lang smiled lightly. "Tung Fong and Dang never said they wanted to return to your tribe. You really talk too much." She looked down on Lam Lang and Lei Huyen even more. "What are two drifters without a tribe? Tung Fong, Dang, haven't you found a tribe that will take you in yet? Are you still following them?" "Lahayan has nothing to do with you." Ho finally spoke up. "Let's take a break. We still have to continue our journey." Ho actually felt regretful about Du Nam leaving. He valued talented people, but the chief treated him well, so he naturally had to side with the chief. Moreover, the shaman said that Du Nam and those people had been tainted by evil spirits, which was a bad omen, and for the safety of the entire tribe, they could not keep them. However, if they met, he also didn't want to deliberately make things difficult or bully them. She glared at the four of them, said nothing, and then sat down next to her group. Everyone took out the cold roasted meat from the morning to eat. The people from the Mang tribe also stopped to rest. Sitting not far from Lam Lang and her group, they curiously glanced over a few times, whispering among themselves. The mud-wrap roasted chicken in the fire must be done. Tung Fong and Dang quickly used long sticks to pull 4 hard mud blocks out of the fire. The Lone tribe and the Mang tribe had already glanced over here, and now seeing the two take out 4 blocks of earth from the fire, they were very surprised. She couldn't help but speak up, snorting with laughter, half mocking, half teasing. "I say, Tung Fong, Dang, you can't hunt any game, so you're planning to eat dirt, huh? Ha ha ha." Many people in the Lone tribe burst into laughter. Lam Lang saw them laughing and couldn't help but laugh along, lazily saying, "So what if we eat dirt? Dirt like ours, you might not even be able to eat it. Ha ha ha." She and the others laughed even louder. Dang was so angry her face turned red. Sister Lam was not wrong at all. Lam Lang raised an eyebrow. "I told you, but you didn't believe it." Tung Fong, Dang, let them broaden their horizons. "Sure, Sister Lam, all right." Tung Fong and Dang, who were already full of frustration, took this opportunity to show off without holding back, quickly breaking the mud layer. The mud cracked open to reveal the leaves inside, which had been roasted, soft, and wilted. The two skillfully opened the layer of leaves, and the rich aroma of roasted chicken immediately burst forth. The two held the leaves, handing the already separated roasted chicken to Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. Sister Lam and Huyen, the people from the Lone tribe and the Mang tribe, had been watching closely this whole time. The mocking smiles on her and the others' faces gradually froze, their mouths slowly closing. The roasted chicken had shiny, golden skin, and just looking at it was extremely appetizing. The aroma wafting up with the hot smoke made it hard for anyone to resist swallowing their saliva. "I want to eat it so badly." The cold roasted meat in hand immediately lost all its flavor. Tung Fong and Dang also grabbed the fragrant roasted chicken. Tung Fong tore off a large drumstick and took a bite. "So delicious, so fragrant and crispy. Absolutely amazing." Dang chuckled, munching and nodding. "Yeah, it's really fragrant. I've never had such delicious roasted food before." In her eyes, flames seemed to blaze, angrily glaring at them. "You from the Lone tribe are drooling, and you from the Mang tribe are also secretly swallowing saliva. It's really too fragrant." A teenager named Dong from the Mang tribe, still young, especially couldn't control his gaze, staring intently at Lam Lang's group, licking his lips and swallowing saliva continuously, sniffing. "It smells so good. So good, it's making me faint. Why is it so fragrant?" The people from the Mang tribe looked on, half laughing, half crying. Chief Ba couldn't help but lightly tap the boy on the head. "Don't look anymore." Dong sniffed in frustration, "But it really smells good." "Bok," Lam Lang suddenly. Looking up and smiling at Dong, I waved my hand. "Now, little warrior, come over here." Dong's eyes lit up as he pointed at himself. "Did you call me?" "That's right. Yes." Dong happily ran over. Bok and the others didn't have time to stop him, so they reluctantly shook their heads, let him go. "After all, we're right in front of so many people. I guess those 4 won't dare to do anything." "Is that you, Sister Lam? Why did you call me over?" Dong's eyes sparkled as he stared at the roasted chicken in their hands, saliva almost dripping. The aroma right next to him was even more intoxicating. Clearly, seeing how delicious each piece of grilled meat looked, he had no doubt about the compliments just given. This dish must be very tasty, extremely delicious. Lam Lang Hao tore off a large piece of chicken leg and handed it to him, smiling kindly. Here, here, little warrior. Sit down. This is for you. Eat up. Dong's eyes widened, his hand reflexively reaching out to take it but then hesitating. Unable to believe this was for him. That's right. But Dong instinctively turned to look at Bok. Roasted chicken for free? If the elders in the tribe don't allow it, I can't accept it, no matter how much I want it. Le Huyen smiled at Bok. We just find this little warrior very likable. He's so cute, so we wanted to share a piece of roasted chicken with him. Surely we don't have any ulterior motives, right? Bok laughed heartily at Dong. Go ahead, eat. Yes. Dong cheerfully accepted the chicken leg from Lam Lang and took a big bite, his eyes shining bright. While munching, he exclaimed in surprise, Ah, this is so good, so delicious. This roasted chicken is really tasty. I've never had grilled food this good before. Lam Lang smiled brightly. See, our grilling skills are one of a kind, no one else can compare. Dong brightly accepted the chicken leg from Lam Lang and took a big bite, his eyes shining. Chewing in surprise, he shouted, Ah, so delicious, so delicious. This roasted chicken is really good. I've never had such delicious roasted food before. Lam Lang smiled brightly. See, our grilling skills are unique. Others wouldn't know. Has never eaten anything as delicious as this grilled dish. Lam Lang smiled brightly. See, our grilling skills are one of a kind. Others wouldn't know. She and the others behind her looked at Dong's ecstatic expression with envy. They couldn't help but glance at Tung Fong and Dang. After all, they used to be from the same tribe. Couldn't Tung Fong and Dang share a little for them to taste and show them how to make it? But Tung Fong and Dang completely ignored them, just enjoying the delicious grilled meat, eating while praising it. She and her crew were so angry their faces turned pale. Ho couldn't help but frown, feeling that Tung Fong and Dang used to be really nice people, but now that they've left the tribe, they've changed so much, it was disappointing. Ho didn't want to stay any longer, suddenly standing up. Let's go. Before leaving, he glanced at Tung Fong and Dang, coldly saying, You should know what's right and what's wrong. You no longer have a tribe to rely on. Tung Fong felt a surge of determination. One day, we will have our own tribe. Dang, right. Our tribe will be especially good, Ho snorted. She scoffed coldly. Dream on. Lam Lang squinted and smiled at him. That's not right. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Who knows, one day, our tribe might even be stronger than yours. In the eyes of the lone tribe members, it was as if they had just heard the funniest thing in the world, laughing loudly. It was truly nonsense. Stupid. Laughing until they passed out, she also laughed uproariously. If that day really comes, I'll kneel down and bow to you. Lam Lang held her head high with pride. All right, I'll wait for that day, you go ahead. Ho felt that Lam Lang, Tung Fong, and those people had gone crazy, still standing here saying ridiculous things. He didn't bother with them anymore. She huffed loudly, raised her fist in a threatening gesture, and followed Ho. The lone tribe members quickly left. Lei Huyen smiled and waved goodbye to the Mang tribe members. Bok seemed interested, smiling as he looked at them, thinking for a moment before stepping forward. Lei Huyen also handed a roasted chicken leg to Bok. Give it a try. Yeah, sounds good. Bok laughed heartily, not being polite at all, took it and took a bite. As soon as it hit his mouth, his eyes immediately lit up. This is really delicious. Oh my god, how do you grill meat like this? Exactly, exactly. It's so good. Dom was still regretfully gnawing on the chicken bone he had in his hand, wishing he could suck out the last bit of flavor. Lam Lang smiled. Because we have ingredients that others don't, and we dare to use salt generously, so the grilled flavor is naturally better. Bok sighed softly. That's true. The salty flavor of this roasted chicken is particularly rich. As soon as you eat it, you feel invigorated. Just the fact that you use a lot of salt for seasoning, the grilled meat can't be bad, but not everyone dares to use that much salt. Lei Huyen asked, Did you go to the salt tribe to trade for salt? Bok nodded with a faint smile. Where else can you trade for salt besides the salt tribe? That's exactly it. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged a meaningful glance. Lam Lang smiled. What a coincidence. We just got quite a bit of salt. We can trade it to you. Bok's eyes immediately became sharp, staring at them intently. Humph. Bok had felt from the beginning that although there were only 4 of them, they were not the type to be easily bullied. Even though he didn't know what support they had, he also didn't intend to cause trouble. The Mang tribe lived deep in the Thung Son Mountains, a place full of dangers. Outsiders found it hard to enter, and they didn't like to socialize with outsiders, nor were they the type to pick fights, so naturally, He was a bit curious. That's why when Lei Huyen showed goodwill, he approached. Hearing Lam Lang say that, Bach couldn't help but be surprised. He originally intended to ask how they got the salt, but then thought, what does that have to do with him? So how do you plan to trade? Bach smiled. The greed of the Salt tribe made the surrounding tribes both angry and resentful. No one could be greedier than them. If they could trade for a batch of salt at a lower price, why not? Bach was indeed moved. He originally intended to ask them how they got the salt, but then thought, what does that have to do with him? So how do you plan to trade? Bach smiled. The greed of the Salt tribe made the other tribes. The large and small losses around were filled with anger, hatred, and helplessness. No one could be more greedy than them. If they could trade a smaller price for a batch of salt, why not? Bai was truly moved. Lam Lang smiled. We want to trade a weapon for a weapon. If the Salt tribe only offers you a piece of salt the size of a fist, we can give you 2 pieces in return. This time, not just Bach, even Dong was surprised. Mouth agape as he stared at Lam Lang, shocked to the point of forgetting the chicken bone he was holding. Sister Lam, really? Dong exclaimed, nearly jumping up. Bach glared at him, while Jia Hiu calmed down, thought for a moment, then looked at Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. Do you just want weapons? Lei Huyen said. We want weapons and also need your help to craft some new tools. Lam Lang added with a smile. If your Mang tribe has anything interesting, like wild vegetables or fruits, we are also willing to trade. Bach, how much salt do you actually have? Can I see it first? Lam Lang and Lei Huyen stood up. Is that okay? According to us, that's fine. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen led Bach away. The people of the Mang tribe saw this, and although curious, no one was worried since Bach was a psychic warrior with rich combat experience. In battle, even if a psychic warrior couldn't kill the enemy, it wouldn't be easy to stop them from retreating. Lam Lang quietly took out the salt. There was more than half a basket. Fortunately, the monster had appeared unexpectedly last night, so they hadn't had time to fill it up, quickly storing it in space, now conveniently taking it out. This half basket must weigh at least 50 pounds. Bach stared in surprise. Lam Lang chuckled lightly, casually saying, this is just a part of it. Bach, who are you guys really? Where did this salt come from? Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged smiles. Lei Huyen said, we have our own methods. You can consider this something you don't know about. As for our identities, at least compared to the Salt tribe, we are definitely the good guys. Trading with us, you won't be at a loss. So will you still have salt to trade in the future? Right now, we can't be sure, but there's a very good chance we will. Bach's gaze kept wavering. He glanced at the salt basket a few times, then couldn't help but ask, your basket is woven very skillfully. What kind of material did you use to make it? The people of the Mang tribe have lived in the deep forest for generations. Through long labor, they have developed their own weaving techniques, but they use soft branches or vines. These materials are difficult to make uniform, so their woven items are often quite rough, not as refined as the basket in front of them. Lam Lang smiled. Is it made from bamboo? You call it hollow bamboo for weaving? We can teach you how to make this. Bach and Dong were left with a very good impression. When the lone tribe mocked them, the people of the Mang tribe were not pleased but only curiously observed. Tong Fong and Dang had also said, the reputation of the Mang tribe is very good. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen really want to befriend them. Living on this continent, they need allies. Bach asked. Lam Lang also wanted to show goodwill, so he spoke comfortably. Indeed, hearing Lam Lang so generous, Bach was taken aback, and Diu's expression was clearly surprised, unable to help but touch the covered basket, amazed and delighted. It really was hollow bamboo. Separating hollow bamboo. You guys are really smart. Lam Lang laughed. It was just a coincidence that I thought of it, saying it isn't a big deal, but it's still quite impressive. Bach chuckled. Not everyone could think of it by chance. He became serious, thought for a moment, then said, I need to discuss this with the chief, the shaman, and the other hunting team leaders. Can you come back to the tribe with us? Lam Lang was extremely happy, wishing for nothing more. Sure, no problem. Bach smiled. Then, let's go. If we hurry, we will arrive by noon the day after tomorrow. If it weren't for the matter concerning salt, this precious resource, Bach absolutely would not invite them back to the Mang tribe. The people of the Mang tribe do not like outsiders. Lam Lang decisively stored half the basket of salt into space. Under Bach's astonished gaze, she smiled. This is my psychic ability. I can store things. I don't want too many people to know. I hope Brother Bach won't tell anyone. Bach nodded in a daze, his heart shaken to the extreme. When he came to his senses, he was extremely envious. Your psychic ability is just too convenient. Our Mang tribe has never seen this kind of psychic ability, nor have we ever heard of it. Oh my. Lam Lang just smiled modestly. Bach then called everyone to turn back to the tribe, bringing along the 4 people, Lam Lang, which left the people of the Mang tribe quite surprised. But Bok's status was clearly very high, very respected in the tribe. He didn't explain anything, just said they were going back first. No one asked further. Although most people in the tribes are very united, not everyone is like that, and matters concerning salt are too important, absolutely cannot be easily disclosed. Bok is a smart person, vaguely guessing that the amount of salt Lam Lang and the others have likely did not come from a legitimate source. It might be from the Salt tribe, so it couldn't be revealed. If not, what if the Salt tribe blamed them? Who knows if Lam Lang and the others will have salt to trade with them in the future? If not, they still have to return to trade with the Salt tribe and cannot afford to offend them. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen are good at observing details to make judgments, and since most people in the primitive tribes have simple personalities, at least compared to modern people, especially compared to the immoral and shameless people in the apocalypse, they are indeed surprisingly simple. It took them less than half a day to grasp the basic personalities of the Mang tribe people. Just as Tung Fong and Dang had said, the people of the Mang tribe are very good. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen could use more specific words to describe them as honest, friendly, enthusiastic, sincere, trustworthy, reliable, and having a spirit of unity and mutual protection. Therefore, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were even more delighted to want to befriend them. Friends like these are certainly worth making, reliable and united, knowing how to protect each other. Therefore, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were even more delighted to want to befriend them. Friends like that are definitely worth making ties with. By the afternoon, when they stopped to rest and prepare dinner, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen actively shared enough salt and even taught the Mang tribe how to make grilled meat using mud, just like at noon. Fortunately, they also found wild onions nearby, washed the bulbs, wrapped them in mud, and roasted them, enhancing the aroma of the grilled meat even more. Everyone in the Mang tribe was excited, deeply impressed by the four of them, who could unconditionally share their skills and were willing to share salt. For the primitive people, this was a sign of great sincerity and goodwill, and no one could help but be moved. So, they didn't hesitate to bring out their best to share. They took leaves to wrap up a type of finely ground powder and happily handed it to the four. This is called nose-tingling powder, made from nose-tingling fruit, and it's really something special. We like to add a bit when grilling or stewing meat. At first, it might be unfamiliar, but once you get used to it, it's very flavorful. Do you want to try it? Nose-tingling powder. Lam Lang and the others were curious and excited to see it. Tung Fong and Dang didn't have time to prepare, and just smelling it made them sneeze continuously. The two quickly covered their noses and turned away. Indeed, it was very nose-tingling. This smell was so strange, so unfamiliar to them. But Lam Lang and Le Huyen quickly exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and joy. What nose-tingling fruit? This was clearly pepper, a delightful surprise, as they didn't expect the Mang tribe to have something like pepper. This was an excellent seasoning ingredient, definitely worth collecting. Lam Lang smiled and said, "This flavor is truly special. I've always loved these kinds of ingredients. Let me give it a try." She sprinkled a bit of pepper on the grilled meat and grilled it again. The oil from the meat soaked into the layer of pepper powder, and as soon as she took a bite, the familiar spicy sensation and unique aroma immediately spread, making one feel like they were back in the past. They already had chili, and the combination of chili and pepper was indeed a perfect match. Tung Fong and Dang were understandably surprised since it was their first encounter, but she was sure they would come to love that flavor too. It's delicious. Really makes the grilled meat taste so much better. I really like this flavor. Your nose-tingling powder is indeed something great. Lam Lang gave a thumbs up, praising it without holding back. Ha ha ha, right? We like it a lot too. Hearing Lam Lang say that, Bok and the others laughed heartily, full of pride. By the time night fell, Lei Huyen didn't reveal her house-building skills. She couldn't show all her tricks from the start. The four of them took turns, keeping watch with the Mang tribe. After a night of joint guarding, the relationship between the two sides seemed to become closer. After 2.5 days of traveling, Lam Lang and her group finally arrive at the Mang tribe deep in the Thung Son forest, following Bok and the others. The Mang tribe was located deep in a valley within the Thung Son forest. The path leading to the tribe was very discreet, and at the end, they had to cross a long ravine. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had just glanced and noticed that there were quite a few watchtowers cleverly hidden along the cliffs on both sides. One could imagine that when enemies invaded, the guards in these high towers would easily eliminate the intruders from above. After crossing the ravine, they entered a dense, gloomy pine forest. As they passed through this forest, suddenly, there were rustling sounds and the rough breathing of some creature that made the hearts of the four of them tighten. Dang was the first to react, his face changing as he pointed at a large tree in the distance and shouted, "A snake! A huge snake!" Everyone turned to look and turned pale. It was indeed a gigantic python with black and white scales, its body larger than an average adult, with a flat triangular head held high, its cold, dark eyes staring at them, tongue flicking out red, with a look of disdain. The Mang tribesman laughed friendly, and Dong smiled, saying, "It's okay. That's our chief's companion. Its name is Bai Dian, and it's also the guardian spirit of our tribe. It usually likes to stay in this pine forest." Companion beast. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen couldn't help but be surprised. The name sounded impressive, and they were quite curious. Meanwhile, Tong Fong and Dang both breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's it. Your chief is really impressive to have a companion beast." Dong and the others looked even prouder. Of course, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged glances. It seemed Tong Fong and Dang might also know about the companion beast, and they could ask them later. This was indeed an interesting misunderstanding. Ability warriors didn't just become powerful because of their abilities, some even had their own companion beasts, but not everyone could have one. Having a companion beast was similar to having abilities. It required fate. If one had fate, they could attract a companion beast. If not, they would never have one in their lifetime. The reason these fierce beasts were called companion beasts was that once a magical contract was formed, they would be bonded for life, never to part. The bond between the fierce beast and its master would reach an incredible level of understanding, effective in both hunting and fighting. In the lone tribe, even the chief and 3 ability warriors didn't have a single companion beast among the Mang tribe. Only the chief was the only one with a companion beast, which was that large python that was not easy to provoke. Although Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others didn't know that Lam Lang and Lei Huyen came from another world and had no understanding of this world, they didn't think to tell them about companion beasts. It wasn't until later when Lam Lang and Lei Huyen took the opportunity to ask that they realized, and they were also very envious. At that moment, Bok, Dong, and the Mang tribesmen all smiled brightly, warmly greeting the large python Bai Dian. The python raised its head coldly, looking at the 4 strangers, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, for a moment before lazily flicking its tail and slithering away. The rustling sound gradually faded. Not long after, they disappeared into the dark pine forest. Dong felt regretful. It had been a long time since he last saw Bai Dian. It seemed like it had grown a bit more. Really impressive. "Yes, I think so too." Everyone from the Mang tribe nodded in agreement. Lam Lang glanced at the pine forest, secretly thinking that having a death god residing in this forest was like having a natural defense protecting the tribe. The Mang tribe was indeed lucky. After passing through the dense, dark pine forest, the view suddenly became bright, revealing a wide, sunny area, which was the tribe's dwelling place. The Mang tribe occupies a very large area, and at a glance, it seems endless. Their houses were built entirely using local materials, with wood as the main framework. The roofs were thatched with bark and reeds. The structure resembled still houses, with the lower part suspended off the ground. In the forest, there were many venomous snakes, insects, and bugs. The Mang tribe lived among them, of course, understanding the dangers, so living in still houses was much safer. The entire tribal area was filled with many ancient trees, unclear what species they were, but their trunks reached high into the sky, with smooth, silver-gray bark, the trunk's diameter so large that 2 or 3 people, or even 5 or 6, couldn't wrap their arms around it. The trunks stood straight for dozens of meters before branching out. The canopies looked like regular mushrooms, with dense foliage, each leaf larger than a hand. The entire tribe was filled with such giant trees. Their wooden houses were built among the trees. From a distance, the houses and the towering trees blended together to create a magnificent scene. Tung Fong and Dang's eyes widened, almost in awe. "Is this really your Mang tribe? Your Mang tribe is so beautiful." "That's right." Everyone's face showed pride. Dong was pleased, puffing out his chest, saying, "We are blessed by the mountain god. We have many good things." By bow, everyone disperse. Then he led Lam Lang, Le Huyen, and the other 2 to meet the chief and the shaman. Dong, being closer, also wanted to go along. The chief and the shaman both lived in the center of the tribe. The center of the tribe was a small hill, unclear if it was natural or man-made, rising more than 200 meters above the surrounding area. Those of high status lived on the hill. The higher they were, the greater their status. When Lam Lang arrived, it was already afternoon. Most of the tribe's people were out working, leaving only a few elderly and sick to do what they could. Throughout the journey, they didn't encounter many people. A large tribe had lived in the deep forest for generations, naturally blessed by nature with countless good products, and what they had was undoubtedly abundant. Lam Lang had to restrain her curiosity to look around, obediently following along. The Mang tribe was originally hostile to outsiders, so they certainly wouldn't like others being curious and prying. Everyone wait here. I will go up to meet the chief and the shaman Dong. You can stay and entertain Lei Huyen and Lam Lang. Bai finished speaking, nodded to Lam Lang, and slowly climbed the hill. Dong invited everyone to sit and rest under a large tree, which was a giant cedar, very tall, with a trunk as thick as a wash basin. Sitting under the tree, one could smell the special refreshing fragrance that relaxed the mind. Lam Lang secretly vowed that even if she couldn't sneak a peek at anything else, she must find a way to obtain this giant cedar. Although Dong was still young, he was very clever and tight-lipped, absolutely not easily revealing the tribe's internal matters. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen genuinely wanted to befriend the Mang tribe, so of course, they couldn't play any petty tricks in a place like this. If they wanted to know something, they should just ask directly. If they didn't want to speak, they certainly wouldn't. They were straightforward and mostly direct in their actions. The chief of the Mang tribe was a man over 40 years old, tall and strong, with a thick beard that gave off a generous and open vibe. Outsiders might mistake him for a rough and careless person, but that was far from the truth. Anyone who could become the chief of a tribe was certainly not careless. Lam Lang and the others sat at the foot of the hill, waiting for about an hour, and finally saw Bai smiling as he came down. Brother Le Huyen, the chief and the shaman have invited you up to meet them. Come quickly with me. Thank you. The four of them sighed in relief, stood up and laughed. Finally, it's time. This isn't a place for a kid like Dong to join. Bai patted the boy's head, telling him to go play, and Dong stuck out his tongue and ran off. Lam Lang and the other three followed Bai up the hill. The mountain path was about 1.5 meters wide, paved with large, flat stones. It wound around the mountain as it went up. Along the way, many wooden houses were scattered about. On both sides of the path, various types of plants and flowers were planted. Some were familiar, but most had never been seen before. Some bloomed brilliantly, while others had unripe fruits hanging, looking very cute. The five walked quickly, and in less than a quarter of an hour, they were near the top of the mountain. Here, there were several large wooden houses connected by hanging corridors, which were the residences of the chief's family. Above them was another building at the mountain's peak, which was the residence of the shaman. Bai, Lam Lang, and Lei Huyen entered a wooden house, with the chief sitting in the middle above and the shaman below. Opposite them were two others, named Kak Lai and Mok Diep, who were also team leaders of the hunting team like Bai. All the important figures of the Mang tribe were present, showing how much they valued salt. If they could truly use the same value to exchange for double the amount of salt from these people, of course, they won't miss out. Bosch also mentioned that the Lam Lang group wants to be used as tools, and both the Great Leader and the Wu Master value that a lot. Tools, especially the new kind, are extremely important. Bach is not the type of person to casually bring strangers back to the tribe. Just this point alone is enough for the tribe to regard the Lam Lang group with more respect. At this moment, no need to keep many formalities. The four of them sat down, and Bach said, "The Great Leader and the shaman have something to ask you." "We can start now. Shaman, you speak first." An old, skinny man, with a face full of wrinkles and leaning on a cane, asked directly, "How sure are you that you can provide us with salt in the future? Flowery lies like those from the apocalypse have no use here." Lei Huyen replied, "I can't guarantee it right now, but I promise that one day we will be able to. That day could come very quickly, or it might take a few more winters. Lei Huyen and Lam Lang must find salt. Otherwise, they would forever be at the mercy of others. They absolutely could not just sit and wait to die." After all, they understood very well that salt could not only be found in the Salt tribe. The Salt tribe could use a few words to deceive other tribes for many years, which is no small skill, but they couldn't fool them. The Great Leader and the shaman of the Mang tribe exchanged glances, which made them even more confident. The Great Leader laughed heartily, saying, "If there really is salt in the future, don't forget our Mang tribe. We can discuss a good exchange method. We will definitely not let you suffer losses." Lei Huyen smiled and nodded, politely replying, "We would also be very happy to befriend the Mang tribe. If that day comes, both sides can be harmonious, with mutual exchanges, and no one suffering losses would be the best." The Great Leader laughed loudly. Right, haha. Brother Lei Huyen is indeed very righteous." Then he changed his tone. "I heard Bach say that this time you can exchange quite a bit of salt with us. How do you want to trade?" Lam Lang immediately took out a large basket of salt from his space, smiling, and saying, "At least there are 2 large baskets like this. What do you think, Great Leader?" The members of the Mang tribe held their breath, their eyes suddenly shining, all fixated on those 2 huge baskets of salt. For any tribe outside the Salt tribe, salt is an extremely scarce resource, and they must use it sparingly. The Mang tribe has up to 8,000 people. If there really are 2 large baskets like that, it would be enough for about a month and a half. This is a huge asset. No wonder they were so excited. The great leader of the Mang tribe pondered for a moment, looking seriously at Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. Tell me what conditions you have. Lei Huyen smiled. Great leader, we sincerely want to befriend the Mang tribe. Please believe us on this. You are very skilled at sharpening stones. We want to make some stone tools and hope that in the future, whenever we need to make more tools, we can receive a little more favor from you. Lam Lang continued, the stone tools we design, if you want, you can also use our blueprints, but I want to exchange for some spicy fruit, a bit of vegetables, and some of those local chickens along with eggs. They had seen that many households in the tribe grew quite a bit of chives, wild onions, wild garlic, and cilantro in front of their homes. When casually asking, Bach said it was for convenience in cooking. Just like the Lac tribe, the Mang tribe lives in a large forest, so they lack nothing and don't have the habit of farming. They already had wild onions and cilantro, but they had never had chives. Seeing them, of course, they wanted some. Chives are also a good thing. Lam Lang felt a bit regretful. If the Mang tribe liked farming, they could have asked for more things. Unfortunately, that's not the case, but after their relationship becomes closer, they could ask the Mang tribe for permission to explore their territory. Maybe they would discover more things. As for the local chicken, it is a type of chicken that the Mang tribe raises casually. When they arrived, Lam Lang had seen. Because its call sounds like took took took, the people in the tribe called it took took chicken. This type of chicken, although it has wings, cannot fly and can be kept in captivity. An adult chicken weighs between 15 to 20 pounds, surprisingly large. According to the people in the Mang tribe, tuk tuk chicken has very delicious meat, and the eggs are also very fragrant. They eat wild grass, forest fruits, and animal organs. They can eat anything. It's very easy to raise, so the tribe raises quite a few. In winter, they are usually all slaughtered, but they reproduce quickly, and it doesn't take long for them to be full again. Lam Lang was extremely delighted to take some home to raise. It was truly wonderful. The shaman asked, what do you want to make? Lam Lang immediately invited them outside, using a branch to draw the shape of a saw on the ground, conveniently explaining what it was. What is it used for? She had charcoal in her space, which would make it easier to draw, but she didn't plan to reveal the charcoal, so she didn't take it out. Being friendly is real, and there is sincerity, but she couldn't show all her cards right from the start. After hearing Lam Lang's explanation, the great leader of the Mang tribe and the others all showed expressions of astonishment, admiration, and excitement. Good things are indeed good things. Kali particularly loved this tool, excitedly rubbing his hands together. This is truly amazing. Having this will make chopping wood much easier in the future. That's right, Kali is a superhuman warrior, with unmatched strength and a tough body. A rock the size of a basin falling on him wouldn't hurt him at all. On the contrary, he just needs to punch once to leave a deep hole in the rock wall. Because of this, chopping trees is something he is always pushed to do. Doing it repeatedly is boring, but there's no other choice because he is the best at it. If he doesn't do it, who will? Now, if there is a saw, cutting trees will be much easier. He can completely do it openly without lifting a finger anymore. Lam Lang smiled, not hiding anything, conveniently drawing other tools she wanted to make, such as a hoe, sickle, forest knife, and chisel. While drawing and explaining, the eyes of the people in the Mang tribe lit up with each item, to the point that they were left speechless. This is great, really too good. You are indeed impressive. Although tools like the hoe and sickle might not seem very useful to the Mang tribe, they had never seen them before, and they could indeed help make work easier. That was already very generous. In the end, the great chief of the Mang tribe happily agreed to give them a large basket of spices, 30 seedlings of spices, a big bunch of chives, and 50 common chicken eggs, 6 roosters and 6 hens, 2 baskets of salt that they used for trading. After some negotiation, the Mang tribe agreed to craft 50 top-quality stone tools, half of which were the tools requested, and the other half were weapons like stone spears, stone daggers, and stone forks. Both sides agreed to complete the deal within 2 months. By then, Lin Lang and the others would return to collect, or the tribe would send someone to deliver. Lin Lang and Lei Huan chose to go pick them up themselves. They wanted to visit the Mang tribe several more times. With this transaction, both sides were very satisfied. The stone tools made by the Mang tribe were of extremely high quality and very famous. From the materials to the craftsmanship, everything was top-notch. Lin Lang and Lei Huan were, of course, very happy. For the Mang tribe, the amount of salt they received would have cost double if exchanged from the Salt tribe, so they were equally pleased. In the evening, the great chief of the Mang tribe called many warriors from the tribe and organized a grand and enthusiastic feast to entertain the 4 of them. Thanks to the rich offerings from the deep forest, The food in the Mang tribe was incredibly abundant. That night, they invited the four of them to enjoy roasted meat and stewed meat. In a gigantic stone pot, large chunks of lamb, deer meat, wild boar, and common chicken were simmering, seasoned with spices, a wild lemongrass of unknown name, a type of white mushroom, cilantro, garlic, onions, and other spices. The big fire underneath was roaring, and the pot was bubbling, steam rising vigorously. The aroma spread everywhere. They also prepared many thin slices of meat to grill. A shiny black stone slab was placed over the fire. It didn't need to be too hot to quickly heat up. The thin slices of meat were laid on top, and soon they curled up, sizzling with the fat dripping down. Taking a bite was simply delicious. Besides the sliced meat, they also added chives, fragrant onions, and various wild greens picked from the forest, even sweet potato, bringing all three into her space, then smiled with her eyes squinting, rubbed Tian's head a few times, gently stepped onto Tian's back, leaning slightly forward, loosening her grip around its neck, smiling as she said, "All right, Tian, let's go." At first, Tian was a bit confused, not understanding why the other three suddenly disappeared, but perhaps seeing Lam Lang was not in a hurry, it quickly calmed down. And when it felt her sitting on its back, it raised its head and roared loudly before dashing off. "Ah, Tian, slow down a bit." Tian's speed suddenly surged. Luckily, Lam Lang's skills were not bad. Otherwise, she would have been thrown off long ago. Lam Lang gently patted Tian's back, calling out to it loudly, while lightly tugging at the fur on the back of its neck. Tian seemed to understand her intention, so it slowed down a bit. After adjusting the speed a few times, they finally reached a comfortable balance that both could accept. Lam Lang finally let out a sigh of relief, starting to leisurely admire the scenery along the way. Not to mention, because Tian was very large, sitting on its back gave her a much wider view, making her feel relaxed and comfortable. By noon, Lam Lang patted Tian a few times, laughing as she called for it to stop. "Is it time to eat yet?" At first, Tian didn't understand. Lam Lang called, while making a motion to get down. Tian sensed this and finally stopped. Tian was indeed very smart. The next time Lam Lang called for it to stop, it roughly understood the meaning of the command and halted. Lam Lang released Lei Huyen, Toon Fong, and Dong from her space. The three immediately looked at her with concern. How was it? Was there anything wrong? Lei Huyen still seemed a bit worried. "You're really just letting it go?" "Yeah, just a little bit of a secret." "You really are saving so much energy, aren't you?" Poor Lin. Toon Fong patted Dong on the head, feeling a bit bored anyway. But compared to Lin, who has to work hard outside, they can't say anything that would hurt her feelings. Lam Lang didn't pay attention to Dong's words, giggling as she said, "Of course, it's a secret. There's nothing beautiful to see in there. Come on, let's eat quickly. We still have to continue on our journey later." At this speed, we could get back to the tribe a few days earlier. Really? Wow, that's impressive. They couldn't feel the speed of movement in the space. Hearing Lam Lang's words, they were both surprised and delighted. Everyone hurried to finish eating, and Lam Lang pulled all three of them into the space, riding on Tian. Tian understood right away, starting off at the speed that both sides had previously agreed upon. Lam Lang gently patted its head, happily praising, "Our Tian is really smart, so good." With this support, a journey that would normally take 8 to 10 days was completed in just 4.5 days. From a distance, they saw the familiar earthen walls surrounding the courtyard on the prairie, and Lam Lang felt her heart soften involuntarily, her lips curling up high. Finally back home, just over 1,000 meters away from home, Lam Lang brought the three people out of the space, and she also got off Tian's back. Everyone returned home together. It was around 3 in the afternoon, and the sunlight in the sky was still bright and dazzling, shining down on the ground, causing the earth and rocks to emit a hot steam. If you stood still for too long, it would feel like your feet and calves were burning. The large gate of the courtyard was tightly closed, secured with flexible rattan. This meant that there was no one home at the moment. Toonfang laughed and said, "Hoi Nam and the others aren't here. They must have gone out hunting." Lam Lang smiled and said, "That's great. Let's prepare dinner first. And when they come back, we can eat right away," giving them a big surprise. Everyone laughed and cheerfully divided the work. Now that they were home, everyone was excited, in a very good mood. As they talked, they pushed the door open and stepped into the courtyard. The lush greenery before their eyes made Lam Lang feel incredibly refreshed. "Vu Nam and the others are really good, taking care of our vegetables and grains very well. We will have fresh vegetables to eat tonight." She instructed Toon Fong and Dang to wash the meat and vegetables and start a fire to cook soup. Lam Lang immediately pulled Lei Huyen to check the vegetable and rice fields. Tian looked around curiously, taking lazy yet graceful steps, slowly following behind them. What Lam Lang cared about the most were, of course, the 3 rice fields. Although she had been away for about a month and the growth rate of the crops had slowed down without her guidance, they were still growing much faster than usual, looking even more vibrant and lush. The seedlings that had been transplanted separately had now branched out into clusters, growing over half a meter tall, blooming and swaying in the wind. Just looking at those tender rice ears, Lam Lang couldn't hide the joy on her face, smiling brightly as she said to Lei Huyen, "Our rice is growing really well. At this rate, if I come back in 100 more days, at most in half a month we can harvest. If we hurry, we could even plant another crop. Let's plant more next time." Lei Huyen smiled in agreement. After enjoying the rice field, they turned to the vegetable field. Tong Fong also came over, looking at the cucumbers and said with a smile, "Sister Lin, there are so many cucumbers. Can we pick one to try?" Cucumbers are cool and sweet, juicy, and have a special fresh fragrance that everyone loves. Thanks to Lam Lang inheriting the talent for farming, taking care of the garden all this time, the cucumbers have produced more and better than the usual varieties. Moreover, during the time she was away, Vu Nam and the others still diligently cared for them according to her requirements. So now the cucumber trellis is still lush and vibrant, covered in green, blooming with yellow flowers, and bearing countless fruits. As Tung Fong and Dong just returned, they instinctively looked towards the cucumber field, seeing it full of fresh, eye-catching fruits. They couldn't help but run closer. Lam Lang laughed and said, "Of course you can. Go get the basket and pick a lot." "Yes, okay." Tung Fong was overjoyed, happily turning to run to get the basket. The green beans were also bearing fruit, the peppers were bright red and green, and the white radishes had grown, their tops peeking out of the ground, shiny and plump. Lam Lang casually pulled up 2 white radishes. These radishes look really juicy. You can tell they're delicious just by looking at them. Pulling up 2 to cook with goat meat tonight. A perfect dish. Lei Huyen couldn't help but drool, nodding eagerly. Yes, the other crops are also growing well. The cotton plants have produced countless young cotton bolls, and it seems that it won't be long before they bloom and bear fruit. At this point, Lam Lang remembered that she had a weaving machine in her space. Maybe she should take it out to practice a bit, relying on her and Lei Huyen's intelligence. Plus, having once desperately learned countless original traditional techniques during the apocalypse, those techniques that didn't require high technology could still be used, so handling cotton wouldn't be too difficult. Even though there are many things she doesn't remember clearly, as long as she thinks back, she will remember. Looking at this bountiful vegetable garden, Lam Lang turned to Lei Huyen and smiled. "I feel like our courtyard isn't big enough. While we still have time, how about we clear more land outside the courtyard next time? There is still a long way to go before winter, and she wants to plant another crop." Lei Huyen nodded in agreement. "Yes, I think so too. It's best if we clear more farmland, especially for rice and cotton. We should plant even more. It will be very beneficial by winter." Vu Nam and the others once said that to attract more people to join, the best time is every year before winter arrives, because during winter, there will always be small tribes and travelers who, due to a lack of food, are forced to find other ways to survive. The Chaoyang tribe must have an abundant supply of resources to attract people to join. In modern times, it's like having a lot of cash to throw in people's faces. Lam Lang smiled and said, "Then let's take a day off tomorrow and start the national land the day after." Lei Huan smiled in agreement. Tong Fong and Dang had cleaned various meats and vegetables they brought back. Lam Lang marinated the small wild boar and 2 wild chickens and hung them up to roast. The lamb ribs and goat meat were cut into small cubes and simmered with fresh, juicy radishes. She also stir-fried a plate of green beans and peppers with meat, stir-fried gourd with meat, and braised red fish, then asked Dang to chop a large piece of wild boar into minced meat. Meanwhile, she cracked 7 or 8 free-range chicken eggs into a large porcelain bowl and whisked them with chopsticks. The free-range chicken eggs were really big, even larger than goose eggs. 7 or 8 cracked into the bowl already filled more than half. Lam Lang planned to mix the minced meat with finely chopped mushrooms and shredded chives, seasoning it before making stuffed eggs. After all, the Mang tribe had many free-range laying hens, and she had brought back quite a few to raise, so she wasn't worried about running out later. Eating a few eggs wouldn't hurt. Tung Fong and Dang were very curious, not knowing what she was making. After hearing her explanation, they were stunned with wide eyes. They never expected that a dish could be made like this. It was truly amazing. The Chaoyang tribe was really impressive. Their female shaman was indeed very talented. Once the dishes were ready, Lam Lang cooked a large pot of white rice. Tonight was definitely worth having a lavish meal. The 4 of them were busy and finally finished when Vu Nam and the others returned. Indeed, they guessed right. Vu Nam and his group had gone hunting in the forest early this morning. 3 days ago, they had set several traps in the forest. Today was the time to check them, and with Lam Lang and Lei Huan's guidance, they learned how to use bows and arrows. Their trapping skills were getting better and better. Every time they went around checking the traps in the forest, they always had a harvest, sometimes even unexpected joy. Over the past few days, they had successively caught 3 plump wild boars, 2 hanging, and even more small prey. Today's luck wasn't bad either. Although there were no large animals, the wild chickens and wild rabbits they caught were all plump, totaling more than 20, enough to eat for 2 days, and everyone was very happy. Unexpectedly, as soon as they got home, they found Lam Lang, Lei Huan, and the others had returned. Everyone was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, brother Huyen and sister Lang are finally back. I said they would be back soon, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. Sister Lang and brother Huyen weren't here. We felt really out of place. Finally, we get to eat something delicious. Sister Lang, we took care of our field just as you instructed. Can you see how well they've grown? Laughter and chatter filled the courtyard, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere until Vu Van spotted a tall, strong leopard with a noble, cold demeanor, exuding an impressive aura, and screamed, "Ah, there's a leopard, quick." Everyone turned to look, their faces changing as they shouted, "Oh my gosh, it really is a leopard. How did such a big animal get in here?" "Don't be afraid, brother Huyen is here." Tung Fong and Dang couldn't help but laugh, their expressions a bit smug. Lam Lang and Lei Huan also laughed, and Tung Fong said, "Don't be afraid, that's brother Huyen's companion animal." Right. Its name is Tian, and it's especially powerful. We got back so quickly thanks to it. Tung Fong and Dang kept exchanging words, praising Tian for how impressive it was. But Vu Nam and the others couldn't hear them anymore. Everyone was stunned, and after the shock came immense joy. "What did you say? A companion animal? Wow. Brother Huyen really is something else. I'm so jealous. If only I had a companion animal too, I'd be satisfied if I could just awaken my abilities. Our Chao Yang tribe is indeed impressive. Ha ha ha. Following brother Huyen and sister Lang is definitely the right choice." "Exactly." Lam Lang laughed and said, Tian is very friendly with the family. From now on, it will be the guardian spirit of our Chao Yang tribe. Everyone doesn't need to be afraid of it. Everyone laughed together. Not afraid. A companion animal is family. The fighting power of a companion animal is on par with that of an ability warrior, and it will definitely achieve great merit for the tribe. Being respected by the tribe, everyone felt proud and not at all intimidated. Tian glanced at the crowd with bright eyes, chattering excitedly, and when it saw its familiar owner in the crowd, it didn't care about them, calmly waved its head, turned to find a good spot, and lay down lazily. The rice and soup were almost ready, so Lam Lang told everyone to wash their hands and get ready to eat together. Lei Huan picked a few of the newly hunted prey today and fed them to Tian. Tang Tin gently whined, rubbing against Lei Huan's palm, then pushed the wild chicken and wild rabbit back in front of him, whining softly. "Huh, not eating." Lei Huan chuckled, noticing a bit of blood still on the corner of its mouth, and understood. "Oh, you've already eaten, right?" Tian let out a soft sound as if answering, and Lei Huan smiled and said, "All right, then it seems we don't need to worry about your meals anymore." Tian glanced at him with a calm expression. Lei Huan then handed the wild chickens and wild rabbits over to Lam Lang, laughing that Tian could hunt for itself so they wouldn't have to worry about feeding it anymore. Lam Lang gave a thumbs up, praising it, saying it was indeed a companion animal. Really impressive. Well, in the future, they should occasionally reward it with some delicious meat as a way to repay its efforts. A large round table was set up in front of the house. Each dish was laid out, and there was even white rice to eat. Everyone was just so happy. Although it was only the first time eating, the flavor and that solid feeling were truly unforgettable. Vu Nam and the others had already tasted the spiciness of the chili. At first, everyone was so overwhelmed by the heat that they cried out. They drank a bellyful of water, yet strangely, that didn't keep them away. Instead, they couldn't help but want to try it again. After trying it a few times, in the end, everyone loved this flavor. On the dinner table tonight, Lam Lang also made stir-fried green beans with meat and chili. As soon as everyone saw it, they were smitten, and after eating, they couldn't help but praise it. It was clearly just chili, so why was the dish made by Sister Lin so much better than what we made? Lam Lang laughed and said, "This is a specialty of our Chiu Duong tribe. Of course, I'm more familiar with it than you all. Chili can be used in many dishes, and you'll find out soon enough. Starting tomorrow, you can even have a bowl of stir-fried chili or chili dipping sauce every day." The radish and stuffed egg pancakes you had today are also making their first appearance on the dinner table, and they received a warm welcome from everyone. The radish stewed with goat meat. The goat meat was rich and fresh. The radish was sweet and tender. The unique, refreshing aroma combined with the meat made those eating it continuously praise it. The stuffed egg pancakes were fried to a golden crisp, and taking a bite, inside was a generous filling of meat, the meat's fragrance spreading. 2 pieces at a time, it was truly satisfying, and everyone was eating with great joy. Indeed, as soon as Sister Lang returned, everyone's standard of living immediately skyrocketed several levels. After dinner, everyone sat in the yard chatting. The moonlight softly descended, gently covering the ground. A light breeze blew through, making everyone feel relaxed and comfortable. Vu Nam and the others had practiced archery very skillfully, and when mentioned, they were incredibly enthusiastic, wishing they could immediately perform for Lam Lang and Lei Haiyan to see. Vu Nam then told Lam Lang and Lei Haiyan, "Among us, Than Lai, Thich Qua, and Vu Van are a bit better at archery than the others. Huyen Haiyan can teach them a bit more." Here, teaching more means demanding and training them more strictly than others. Lam Lang and Lei Haiyan were extremely happy. "Don't worry, I will teach them well." This also includes Vu Nam. Vu Nam is a mutant warrior. Mutant warriors not only have special abilities but are also superior in every physical aspect compared to ordinary people in the tribe, with some aspects even exceptionally outstanding. Vu Nam's archery skills naturally learned very well. Initially, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen thought that among this group, having just one person with archery talent would be very valuable, someone they could nurture carefully, but unexpectedly, there were 3. If all 3 of them trained successfully, their coordination could even challenge a mutant warrior, and it wouldn't be clear who would win or lose. Than Lai and the others were, of course, very excited, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The others admired them greatly but also understood that archery required talent. They themselves couldn't keep up, and even if Huyen wanted to teach, they wouldn't be able to learn. Being brothers, they were also happy for their friends. Sister Lang and Huyen also said that they weren't good at archery, but who knows, they might be very skilled in other areas. That is also a kind of ability. For example, Tang is better at woodworking and weaving than others. Bai Shi and He Shi are also better at pottery and firing ceramics than most. Besides practicing archery, they also took care of the young trees in the yard and conveniently fired 2 kilns of pottery, with various styles having a little bit stacked in the storage. They wouldn't need to make more for a long time. Compared to the peaceful and leisurely life at home, everyone was obviously more curious about Lam Lang and Le Huyen's trip, so they all eagerly asked Han. Lam Lang smiled and recounted the things he saw and heard on the road. They didn't mention the midnight raid on the Salt tribe to get salt, because many people talk too much. It wasn't that they didn't trust everyone, but they worried about accidentally letting something slip. If it reached the Salt tribe's ears, it wouldn't be good. The Salt tribe was that strong. Right now, they were still not a match. They had to know that the other side also had mutant warriors. The monsters called salt beasts were particularly formidable. Lam Lang and Li Huyen weren't even sure if they could suppress it together. Who knows if adding money would be enough? But taking such risks, it was best to avoid them if possible. On the way, Lam Lang and Le Huyen had instructed Tung Fong and Tang. They had a way to avoid talking about it. Tung Fong and Tang agreed wholeheartedly, promising not to say a word. To avoid causing trouble for the tribe, everyone only heard that. They had exchanged for a lot of salt, which reassured them, and they happily didn't pay attention to anything else. Only Vu Nam was a bit suspicious, but thinking it over, it wasn't a big deal. He might be overthinking it. If Sister Lang and Huyen didn't mention it, there must be a reason. So if he didn't think further, Lam Lang asked, "Do you know anything about the salt beasts of the Salt tribe?" Last time, this group didn't mention anything about the salt beasts. If it weren't for their high skills, something might have happened at the salt lake. In his heart, Lam Lang silently counted, planning to scold this group later, and in the future, they must think carefully and not miss any information that should be shared. Unexpectedly, everyone looked confused. "What are salt beasts?" Lam Lang and Le Huyen were taken aback. "You don't know?" Everyone shook their heads in unison, having never heard of it. Indeed, salt beasts sounded very formidable. Le Huyen said, "It seems the Salt tribe has always kept it a secret." Lam Lang chuckled coldly, "Indeed cunning." "Well, salt beasts are indeed very strong. In general, everyone must be careful when dealing with people from the Salt tribe in the future. Don't let them set traps for you." Everyone nodded in agreement. Le Huyen then said, "Since they have hidden it, we should pretend not to know and not mention it. Otherwise, the Salt tribe will easily guess that the people who appeared by the Salt Lake that night were from the Chio Duong tribe." Vu Nam and the others all agreed. Clearly, they were very interested in the salt beast, wondering if it was the companion beast of the salt tribe leader. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen thought for a moment, and it seemed quite possible. If the salt beast was that strong, the salt tribe leader must not be weak either. It would be better to avoid conflict with them in the future. Speaking of encountering the lone tribe on the way back, everyone had a complex expression. After all, that place was where they grew up. And although the tribe leader treated them poorly, many others treated them well, like family and friends. Their departure could be said to be forced. Now, hearing that name again, it would be strange not to feel anything. Tong Fong and Dang angrily recounted her provocations, and everyone got mad, cursing her as a scoundrel. He was already very annoying, and now he was even more so. Ban Lai angrily said, "What does he have to be proud of? Our Chao Yang tribe is much stronger than him. Our homes are so comfortable. We have a lot of pottery. We learn archery, and there are so many delicious foods." Does he? Everyone perked up. That's right. Our Chao Yang tribe is so good, we will definitely surpass them. Wait until they know how we live. They'll be so jealous. Exactly. So we have to work hard to make our Chao Yang tribe stronger and stronger. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm. When talking about the Mang tribe, everyone was curious, especially when they heard that they were invited by the Mang tribe as guests. They admired them even more. They even said they wanted to go there too. That's the Mang tribe. They live deep in the Shangshan Mountains, and it's said that almost no outsiders can get in. No one knows what their tribe is like because they are incredibly strong, and no one dares to provoke them. Those who were bold and fearless once plotted to invade the Shangshan Mountains to find the Mang tribe's habitat. The outcome was no exception. They were all killed deep in the jungle. The people of the Mang tribe became even more mysterious in the rumors of other tribes, because the people of the Mang tribe had specifically instructed that Lam Lang and the others should not mention the Mang tribe when going out, especially not to describe in detail what the Mang tribe was like. At that time, the four of them had seriously agreed. Once a promise was made, it had to be kept. For the people of the tribe, that was completely natural. Of course, hearing Lam Lang say that, Vu Nam and the others felt regretful and tactfully did not ask anything more. Not talking about the Mang tribe still left many other topics to discuss, such as money. Everyone was excited about the conversation until the moon was high in the sky, and then they all went to their rooms to rest. As soon as they entered the room, Lam Lang was pushed against the door by Lei Huyen, and his kiss immediately fell upon her. Lam Lang gasped slightly, letting out a soft moan, unable to help but wrap her arms around his neck, tilting her head to receive him. It had been a long time since they had been intimate like this. After all, there were always dangers lurking outside, plus Tung Fong and Dang were like two light bulbs beside them, which made it inconvenient. The deep, passionate kiss made both of them lose their minds, caught up in emotions. Want it? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Le Huyen chuckled softly, kissing the corner of her mouth, then picked her up. They didn't sleep all night, and the next morning everyone woke up a bit late. Those who traveled didn't need to say anything. Being tired was natural, while those who stayed at home also didn't dare to slack off completely. Their spirits always had to be somewhat tense. Only last night could they sleep peacefully. Everyone had no specific concept of time, and with plenty of food and drink, they just slept when they wanted to. When they woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Lo Huyen was also up, specifically reminding everyone to be quiet, saying, "Your elder sister is still sleeping." Everyone nodded in agreement, showing their understanding. Your elder sister has indeed been the most hardworking and tired these past few days. The other three were comfortably settled in her space, with no wind or sun, not even breaking a sweat. But what about your elder sister? Although riding money seems very admirable, running on the road is really exhausting. Of course, she needs to sleep a bit more. Everyone admired Huyen even more, as expected of an extremely powerful ability warrior, just resting for one night and already looking radiant and refreshed. This recovery ability is truly unmatched. Lam Lang slept until noon before leisurely waking up. Vu Nam and the others were getting better and better. The grilled meat left in the oven still retained a very fragrant and tender taste. Le Huyen even specially picked corn to steam, saving 2 plump, tender ears. Eating it felt amazing. Lei Huyen also didn't eat lunch first, waiting for her to wake up to eat together. While eating, Le Huyen smiled and said, "I've boiled hot water in the kitchen. Do you want to soak for a while?" Lam Lang's eyes lit up, nodding continuously. I want to. I'm going right now." Soaking in a hot bath felt so good. She hadn't been able to bathe comfortably like this for a long time. Lei Huyen smiled in agreement. Lam Lang casually asked Vu Nam and the others what they were doing. Lei Huyen replied, "Aren't we supposed to bring back some chickens and wild rabbits to raise? They're outside building a coop." There were still many bamboo and branches of various sizes in the yard, very suitable for making barriers. The chickens can't fly, Just a fence about a person's height is enough. After all, the land outside the yard is very spacious. Just enclosing the land is enough. At that time, Huyen will use her ability to build 2 thatched houses. So when it rains, there will be a place to shelter. Wild rabbits can't be raised directly on the ground because they will dig holes, so they must be raised in cages. Lam Lang had already made plans in her heart. She didn't expect Vu Nam and the others to be so enthusiastic. She felt a tickling sensation in her heart, and after eating, just enclosing the land is enough. At that time, Huyen will use her ability to build 2 thatched houses. So when it rains, there will be a place to shelter. Wild rabbits can't be raised directly on the ground because they will dig holes, so they must be raised in cages. Lam Lang had already made plans in her heart. She didn't expect Vu Nam and the others to be so enthusiastic. She felt a tickling sensation in her heart, and after finishing the bath, I took Huyen to see. Vu Nam and his group were working steadily, but the area they were surrounding was definitely quite large. It seemed even bigger than the large yard we were currently in. Seeing Lam Lang and Huyen arrive, everyone greeted them cheerfully. Van Lai boasted, "Big brother, Huyen, do you think our work is impressive?" Hoi Nam suggested that we should surround a larger area so we could raise more small animals. Lam Lang and Huyen, "Yeah, very good." They were almost done surrounding it, just one side left to close off. Lam Lang then said to Huyen, "Tomorrow, tell the others to chop more wood and find more mountain vines. We should also build a stilt house like the Mang tribe, about 1.5 meters above the ground, using wooden planks to create a slope down to the ground, trying to make it spacious enough to take shelter during the rain." The two of them watched for a while before heading out to the side. In Lam Lang's space, there were also 30 seedling flowers, which he conveniently planted right next to this surrounded area. The people of the Mang tribe worked very diligently. The seedlings they gave were clearly well selected. The trunks were straight, the branches and leaves lush, each plant about the size of a wrist, and once planted, they would bloom and bear fruit next year. The Chao Yang tribe with Lam Lang, the plants could only grow better. Lam Lang also went to check the bamboo he had planted, which was also growing very well. A total of 13 new bamboo shoots had sprouted, reaching over 3 meters tall, lush green, the thick bamboo leaves, casting small, lively shadows on the ground. Lam Lang looked around and thoughtfully said, "I think we should also clear the cotton and rice fields out here. How about clearing 30 acres for each of rice and cotton?" Huyen naturally smiled in agreement. Previously, clearing more land outside, plus raising livestock, they always worried about wild animals coming to destroy it. But now there was no need to worry anymore. Because they had money now, with money securing their territory, wild animals definitely wouldn't dare to approach. Tien had gone out early this morning to mark the territory. This animal had a very strong sense of territory. With Huyen here, clearing land was as easy as flipping a hand. Once Lam Lang confirmed the location, Huyen immediately unleashed a powerful move. Each plot of land automatically formed, and the canals were conveniently dug out. After plowing the land, they led water into each plot of rice, smooth and easy. 30 acres of rice and 30 acres of cotton were all sorted out, and the entire process took less than an hour. Lam Lang lazily sat on the grass, watching the scene with satisfaction. "You see, our house is really amazing. With this kind of skill, no machine could compare." Vu Nam, Tung Fong, and the others finished their work and saw the two of them over here, so they came over. Seeing that scene, everyone couldn't help but be curious. "Wow, Huyen cleared so much land. Big brother, what are we planning to plant?" "Oh, are they leading water over there, planning to plant rice?" "That's great, everyone agrees. The taste of rice is truly unforgettable." "Brother Huyen, you've cleared so much land like this." "Sister, what are we planning to plant?" "Oh, is that water being led over there? Planning to plant rice? Huh, that's great, everyone agrees. The taste of rice is truly..." "Exactly." Lam Lang smiled and said, "If we plant a lot of rice, we'll be able to eat rice often in the future. The rice husks can also be used to feed the chickens." "I just remembered. I feel like I forgot something. We need to clear another plot of land. We need to plant more sweet potatoes and corn, because we also need to feed the chickens." The chickens of the Mang tribe seemed to be free-range, growing up naturally, without anyone specifically raising them. But when there was plenty of food in the tribe, they would casually throw some to them. Lam Lang was different. If he decided to raise them, he would do it properly. Once the entire area was fenced off, Lam Lang brought out 12 adult chickens from the space, removing their bindings. Perhaps because they had been in the space for too long, or because it was a new place. The chickens that were just released onto the ground were still dazed, their eyes blank. Standing still, those who had never seen them were amazed. "Wow, these chickens are huge, all meat. They already look delicious. The Mang tribe really has good stuff. No wonder they are famous. Now we have them too. Haha. Tian Tan was also walking beside Le Huyen. Seeing this, he let out a low growl, pretending to pounce. Le Huyen quickly called him back. The chickens were startled by the growl, immediately jolted awake, squawking loudly and running in all directions. The sudden situation made Lam Lang and the others burst into laughter. Lam Lang patted Tian Tian's head, pointing at the clucking chickens running around, laughing and saying, "Be good, Tian. You have to remember, these are all our property, don't harm them. We can only eat them when the time comes." Tian Tian growled softly. Le Huyen's rabbit pen wasn't finished yet, so they couldn't let them out for now. Everyone watched the chickens for a while, seeing that after running around, they calmed down again. They were searching for tender grass or bugs in the bushes to eat. Everyone felt at ease. The whole group stood there watching, each face involuntarily showing a smile. "Hey, it's really strange. I feel like watching these chickens is even more enjoyable than hunting a big wild boar," said Dong, scratching his head, looking silly. Mao immediately nodded. "Right. I thought I was the only one who thought that." Everyone chimed in, echoing in unison. "Exactly. Looking at them just brings a sense of peace and joy. It's indescribably happy." Lam Lang laughed heartily. The feeling of raising animals was definitely different from hunting. This is the beauty of raising animals. The prey is wild, while the domesticated ones are different. Even though they were happily running around freely, their fate was already determined to end up in the pot, which naturally made people excited. Le Huyen burst out laughing. Fan Lai. The others all had a look of realization, nodding vigorously. Exactly, that's the feeling. So the whole group looked at the chickens, freely searching for food, their smiles becoming even more affectionate. All the meat in their own pot, who wouldn't feel close to that? The fenced area was very spacious, dense weeds, and there were even some low bushes growing. For now, the chickens didn't need to worry about their food. They could find enough to eat on their own, as long as there was water for them to drink. That was simple enough. Le Huyen just needed to raise her hand to create a ditch. Since it was a chicken farm, the ditch didn't need to be too big. About 8 inches wide would be enough to bring in water. It would curve slightly and then flow away. Consider it a fixed water source. If the ditch was too wide, it would be easier for them to dirty it. As for the bushes, Lam Lang planned to clean up a bit when she had the time, just keeping a few scattered ones, while the excess could be completely uprooted. The rabbit pen wasn't finished yet, so they couldn't let them out for now. Starting tomorrow, there would be a lot of work. Everyone looked satisfied, discussed livestock for a while before heading back inside. The next morning after breakfast, Vu Nam led 8 people into the forest to gather firewood. Lam Lang, Lei Huyen, and Tung Fong, whether they were growing up or still small, weren't in a hurry to go anywhere. Today, they had to help Lam Lang finish the work in the vegetable garden, planting rice seedlings. They would keep 2 of the radishes in the ground to flower and produce seeds, while the rest would be pulled out, cut into pieces about 2 fingers long, and then laid out to dry in the sun. The sweet potato vines had grown a lot already, so they would be cut to plant more. This time, they would plant as many as they had in the yard. Besides being edible for people, the chickens could eat them too. Whether sweet potatoes or vines, they were both good. Once a pile of sweet potatoes was harvested, they would be stored in the cellar. Even in winter, they could still be used for different dishes. They could also think about making sweet potato slices. By the way, they could clear more land to plant a few acres of corn. Corn was easy to store once it ripened. What they couldn't eat could also be used for feeding. The string beans also needed to be picked and dried to make dried peppers. The dried beans were just right for the jars now. Seeing that both the peppers and string beans looked great, Lam Lang decided to make another jar of pickled beans. A few pickled peppers. Although the work was trivial, it kept them busy all morning. Before they finished eating, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen went into the forest to find Vu Nam and the others. Tung Fong led Mao Big and Mao Small to continue farming. Qian Qian, Le Huyen's companion animal, wasn't easy to leave her owner, so she wobbled along with the 2 into the forest. So the 2 got the chance to ride together, intentionally asking Qian to slow down a bit, enjoying the walk as they went. Vu Nam and the others had brought saws, axes, jungle knives, and various other iron knives when they went out this morning. They chopped trees like they were cutting melons, working very enthusiastically. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen followed the signs they left to find them, only to see piles of wood and bark stacked high like a mountain on the ground. Lam Lang specifically instructed that today they would only chop pine trees, choosing ones that weren't too big or too small, and after cutting them down, they would strip the bark and stack it neatly. Lam Lang planned to use the pine bark, combined with reeds to make the roof for the chicken coop and rabbit pen. Lam Lang stored all the wood and bark in the space she had just cleaned up. Before long, the whole group returned together. Walking back from the forest at a normal pace took about 2 hours, but everyone was eager to get home, so it only took about an hour and a half to return. Once home, Lam Lang immediately took the wood and bark out of the space. The wood needed to be cut into planks, dried, and the bark also had to be dried beforehand to clear the area. Lam Lang had taken the hunted meat out of the space temporarily, but now she was putting it back. In this weather, the best thing to do with hunted meat was to store it in the space. Otherwise, it would spoil easily. She once again silently sighed from the bottom of her heart. Luckily, having this space saved her a lot of trouble. Vu Nam and Fan Lai were busy spreading the wood and drying the bark, while Lam Lang pulled Le Huyen to stroll around the fields. She wanted to water the plants herself. Every day, whether busy or not, she had to walk around the fields 2 or 3 times so that the rice and vegetables would grow better. So while not paying attention, the two of them had walked to the grape trellis, suddenly hearing a loud sound of la fu, la, accompanied by the flapping of wings and the chirping of birds. The two were startled, only to see a flock of small birds of various kinds flapping their wings and flying away. Lam Lang, La Huyen. Both hurried to the grape trellis covered in lush green vines. Oh my, the trellis was full of bunches of grapes. Because Lam Lang had personally taken care of them for a long time, those bunches of grapes looked absolutely amazing. The fruits were dense, each bunch was a vibrant green, plump, and adorable. Just by looking, one could guess that if Lam Lang was here, in at most 3 days, they would be ripe. However, the uninvited guests had struck first. Lam Lang exclaimed and hurried over. She could only see that the bunches of grapes, which should have been smooth and plump, were now pitifully pecked by the birds, looking unrecognizable. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that there was no bunch left intact based on the scene just now when she saw the flock of birds flapping their wings, flying in a panic because they were startled. It was likely that they wouldn't wait until the grapes ripened before they were completely eaten. What a pity! How did it end up like this? It was heart-wrenching to the point of being indescribable. Looking at the situation, unless someone was watching during the day to scare the birds away, otherwise, it was very likely they would end up empty-handed. The more Lang thought about it, the more regretful she felt. She had originally planned to taste the sweetness of the ripe grapes. If it were in modern times, she could use paper bags to wrap the grapes for protection. But now it was out of the question. She still had to think of a way. Lam Lang smiled and said, "Let's find some large leaves and try wrapping a few bunches of grapes to see how it goes. Even though they have been damaged by the birds quite a bit, it seems there is still a chance to save them." Le Huyen agreed and added, "Or we could weave some bags from reeds and then stick some leaves inside the bags to cover them. That might be more secure. Those birds have sharp beaks. Just relying on leaves alone might not be enough to stop them." Lam Lang thought for a moment and found it worth a try. Yeah, the bags woven from reeds could be made a bit tighter. Exactly. The two were determined to eat grapes, so they worked hard. When they said they would do it, they did it. Reeds were everywhere. Lam Lang was no longer distracted. Where else would we go to check out something different? Let's just get to cutting grass. The two of them cut a huge bundle of grass and then carefully selected the long, unbroken strands, because those strands are flexible and easy to weave into bags. Sister Lam, Brother Lei, what are these grass strands for? Thick Qua Tin, who had spotted them from afar, curiously asked. Lam Lang smiled and explained the situation, while also asking 2 or 3 people for help. Time waits for no one. We definitely need to wrap the bunches of grapes by tomorrow morning, or we won't make it in time. So that's what it is. Thick Qua and the others suddenly realized. If that's the case, it's definitely worth protecting those bunches of grapes. Lam Lang had once let everyone taste the grapes, sweet, juicy, and with thick flesh that no one could resist. Everyone could see the fruit trees that Lam Lang had planted. Other trees haven't borne fruit this year, but they are taller than a person, with lush branches and leaves. Only the grapes are bearing fruit. Just a few days ago, everyone was discussing when they would get to eat them, but unexpectedly, the birds got to them first, so Thick Qua, Mao, and Dong joined Lam Lang and Le Huyen to weave the grass bags. Dong couldn't help but sigh. The birds on the mountain love to peck at wild fruits so much. No one ever thought of this method. Sister Lam is really impressive. Thick Qua and Mao both laughed. Of course, it's our thing, Lam Lang said with a smile. Let's try to make as many as we can. The more bunches of grapes we can protect, the better. But later on, just relying on these bags won't be enough. We still need to think of other ways. After all, such delicious grapes can't just be grown in small quantities. Not long after, 4 more people joined in, and although their weaving wasn't very pretty, at least it was usable. In the end, Lam Lang counted. They managed to weave a total of 54 bags, and tomorrow they might have to rush to make a few more. Aiming for around 70 or 80 would be good. After all, quite a few bunches of grapes had been damaged and were no longer edible. Wrapping them would be pointless. In the evening, they cooked a pot of thin porridge, grilled some meat, mixed a plate of sweet and sour cucumbers, and stir-fried some green beans. Everyone was used to eating outside, and today was no different. Watching the rice plants grow taller every day, they were about to ripen. There's a saying that if you have rice in hand, you won't worry in your heart, so when eating rice or porridge, no one felt any regret, although they didn't have good seeds or modern fertilizers. Thanks to Lam Lang being there, the rice plants were just as good as the ones from later generations, ensuring a bountiful harvest. Thinking about the 30 acres of rice soon to be sown. With this situation, the day of eating white rice every day is not far off. Everyone was looking forward to those sweet and juicy bunches of grapes. It was dark and hard to see, so early the next morning, they continued to cut grass to weave bags. After that, Lam Lang hurriedly led everyone up to the grape trellis. Unbelievably, the birds were also up early. As soon as they arrived, a flock of them was startled and flew away in a panic. Everyone looked at the bunches of grapes that had been pecked to pieces, and they all felt heartbroken. What a pity. These are our grapes. Those birds are too impatient. The grapes aren't even ripe yet. If they were ripe, how would they have a chance? Well, thinking it through, that's true. If they were ripe, they would have already harvested them clean. Everyone sighed in frustration for a moment and then got to work. Lam Lang instructed everyone to select the bunches that were still intact, not too damaged for wrapping. As for the bunches that had been nearly eaten by the birds, it was pointless to bother. Before wrapping, they had to check carefully. If they found any bruise or rotten fruit, they should remove it. Choose the bunches that are still intact, not too damaged to wrap in bags. As for the bunches that have been pecked at by birds, it's not worth the trouble. Before wrapping, check carefully. If you see any fruit that is bruised or rotten, remove it. Otherwise, the juice from the rotten fruit would spread and ruin the whole bunch. Everyone listened attentively, feeling moved, realizing once again. It turns out that to eat a sweet grape, one has to work so hard. Growing crops is really not simple. The knowledge here is indeed comprehensive, but the rewards are very much worth looking forward to. While wrapping the bags for the bunches of grapes, Lam Lang suddenly changed her expression. "Ah," she shouted, and Lei Huyen and everyone looked over. "What's wrong?" Lam Lang exhaled, her face looking a bit grim. "Those winged creatures don't even spare the grapes. Our rice is about to ripen, and when that happens, won't they be waiting for it to ripen? When the rice starts to milk, the birds might come in flocks." Lei Huyen was also stunned. "This is indeed a big problem. We don't want to work hard for half a day only to end up with nothing." Under Du Nam's gaze, as he looked at Lam Lang and then at Lei Huyen, he spoke up to comfort her kindly. "Well, not all fruits are targeted by the birds, right? Our peppers, these green beans, cucumbers, and even pumpkins and winter melons are all growing really well. Who knows, maybe the rice won't be bothered by the birds." "Right, right, right. Looking at those, they probably won't pay attention to them." Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged glances. Lam Lang smiled wryly and said, "You guys don't know this. The husk is indeed tough, but rice is a favorite food for birds. They like it even more than grapes. It doesn't take much thought to know that when the rice in the 3 acres starts to ripen, the scene will be so lively. There's really no way out, unless someone guards it day and night or sets up a few scarecrows to scare them away. That's all we can do." Lam Lang laughed and said, "Forget it. We'll deal with that later. For now, let's focus on the grapes." In the end, everyone managed to wrap more than 80 bunches of grapes with the grass bags lined with leaves. Although they looked ugly, they were effective, and the bottoms had no gaps, ensuring the birds couldn't get in. All right, just a few more days, 2 or 3 days, 3 or 4 days, and they'll be ready for harvest. Lam Lang finally felt somewhat satisfied, thinking about the sweet, fragrant, juicy grapes. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. After the lesson from the grape harvest, Lam Lang paid even more attention to the 3 acres of rice. As soon as it entered the milk stage, she would immediately implement protective measures. Scarecrows would also be set up early, and more would need to be made. If they could trap a few birds, that would be even better. Hanging a few dead ones on the branches, who knows, it might scare off their buddies. In the afternoon, everyone brought materials to the chicken coop to start building. The coop can be made simply, using wood that doesn't need to be dried. Just nail it in and it's good to go. Lei Huyen utilized her special ability to quickly erect the square pillars. They were about 1 meter and 56 centimeters tall. Everyone placed long logs with a diameter of over 20 centimeters between the pillars. Lei Huyen used her ability to carve grooves on the pillars to securely fix the logs in place. Du Nam led the others to tie the logs together tightly with rope. After that, everyone laid thick planks on top, using nails to secure them tightly to make the floor. The floor was made from leftover planks that Lam Lang had repurposed. Bamboo was split and sharpened, making it very suitable for flooring. Each piece was about 3 fingers wide, spaced about 2 fingers apart. The chickens rested here, and their droppings would fall through the gaps below, where straw and dry leaves were placed for easy cleanup, and they could also be composted into organic fertilizer. Huyen continued to use her ability to raise the pillars until they reached a reasonable height for a house, then stopped. After that, she used wood to frame the structure based on the pillars. This chicken coop was rectangular, with an area of about 40 square meters. Once the frame was completed, the roof was covered with tree bark and secured. 3 sides were sealed with wooden boards, leaving only one side open for ventilation to avoid unpleasant odors. After all, the chickens were free range. As long as they had a place to shelter from the rain, it was enough, and they didn't need to be locked inside the coop. The coop also served as a place for the chickens to lay eggs. Lam Lang planned to place a few straw nests here for the chickens to lay eggs. With everyone working together, they managed to build 2 such coops in half a day, but they were short on some tree bark and planned to go get more the next day. There wasn't enough bamboo either, so they had to cut it into smaller pieces as a substitute. The rabbit coop would be built the next day. Therefore, they still needed more bark and wood. The next day, they split into 2 groups. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen led a team to gather firewood, taking Qian along to help it get familiar with the area. After Le Huyen finished erecting the pillars, Du Nam, Tung, Fong, and the others stayed behind to build the rabbit coop. Qian wasn't too clingy. While everyone was busy, it either stood by watching the excitement or ran off to play or hunt, but as soon as Le Huyen called, it would immediately appear. It seemed to understand things well, never straying too far from Le Huyen's reach. What Qian hated most was the slow pace of everyone. It actively lowered its body and growled softly to signal Lam Lang and Lei Huyen to ride on. This time, 6 people went together. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen planned to walk with everyone. Although Lam Lang's space could accommodate people, she rarely did that. It was usually inconvenient to clean up because there were too many items in the space, and she didn't want to make it a habit as it could lead to everyone becoming too dependent, which wouldn't be good in the long run. Lam Lang patted Qian's head and smiled, saying, "How about you, go ahead, and we'll follow behind." Qian glanced at Lam Lang, then at Le Huyen, growled softly, and in a flash, disappeared from sight. Lam Lang, this guy really runs fast. Van Lai and the others were all amazed, praising it endlessly. No wonder it's Lei Ji's special beast. It's really impressive. After another busy day, the rabbit coop was finally completed. Lam Lang and everyone cut a bunch of excess weeds and burned them to create straw, placing it in large baskets, spreading it evenly under the chicken and rabbit coops. Currently, the number was small, the weather was warm, and there was no rain. The chickens rarely went into the coop, so it took a while to clean the ashes. In the future, when the number increased, they planned to clean it every few days for regular sanitation. The rabbit coop was enclosed with wooden boards on all sides. The gaps between the boards were more than 2 fingers apart, with an area of about 40 square meters. When 7 wild rabbits were released, it still seemed quite empty. These wild rabbits were much more active than the chickens. As soon as they were let out of the space, they jumped around, standing on their hind legs, alertly looking around and glancing at Lam Lang a few times. Lam Lang released a handful of fresh grass and a bunch of sweet potato vines, turning to Lei Huyen with a smile. "When we have time, let's go catch some more wild rabbits to raise." Le Huyen smiled in agreement, and everyone felt genuinely happy seeing them. They looked really good, plump and round. An adult wild rabbit can weigh over 10 pounds, and if raised well, it can reach nearly 20 pounds. This coop is nearly 40 square meters, so raising 70 or 80 rabbits is common. Even if it's a bit less, it's still a significant number. After all, there's plenty of space, and building more coops is easy. Raising more rabbits and chickens will ensure a stable food supply. Both chickens and rabbits need to be raised. In the future, the internal organs of the animals after slaughter can be kept for the chickens to eat, while on regular days, they can be fed wild vegetables, weeds, and large and small grasses. The 2 brothers were very interested in raising animals. For the past 2 days, whenever they had free time, they would run out here to check on the chickens and feed them vegetable leaves. Lam Lang then smiled and said to them, "From now on, you 2 will be responsible for taking care of the chickens and rabbits. Okay? How about that?" Dai Mao and Tu Mao's eyes lit up, and they nodded in unison. Sure, Sister Lang, don't worry. We will definitely raise them to be plump and fat so we can have delicious meat to eat." Lam Lang smiled. "Well, that's good. Wild vegetables and weeds grow everywhere, especially along the riverbank. The weeds there are tender and lush, so there's no worry about food for them. As for winter, after a while, we can dry some grass for storage. In winter, raising wild rabbits and chickens is also very easy. All kinds of animal organs can be used, and if not, we can go down to the river to catch fish and shrimp or mix rice bran with dried vegetables, which is enough for them to eat. Lam Lang instructed Dai Mao and Tu Mao on every detail, and the two immediately became serious, hurriedly promising to remember everything carefully and to prepare enough food reserves for the chickens and wild rabbits for winter. Not having food in winter would be a real problem. They felt this deeply. Tiu Mao blinked, saying that if there was really nothing to eat by then, they could just kill them for meat. Tung Fong laughed heartily, saying, "That's right," and everyone nodded in agreement. After all, raising them was for food, and prepare enough food reserves for the chickens and wild rabbits for winter. Without food in winter, that's just not going to work. They feel this deeply. Xiao Mao blinked. If by then there really is nothing to eat, we can just kill them for meat. Tung Fong laughed heartily and said, "That's right." Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, raising them is for food. Lam Lang nodded, thinking that this was good. Better than raising them to be skinny and weak, she joked. By then, you two brothers better not get too attached, okay? Dai Mao and Xiao Mao looked surprised, both questioning in unison. How could we not get attached? Lam Lang was at a loss for words, reluctantly replied. It's because after raising them for a long time, you develop feelings, and you might be afraid to kill them. Dai Mao and Xiao Mao were still confused, but they were originally raised to be eaten. Everyone had a look of agreement, but then felt that Lam Lang's words must have some reasoning behind them. After all, Lam Lang was quite a formidable shaman. Her words couldn't possibly be wrong, so everyone felt a bit hazy. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Lam Lang felt helpless. Clearly, she just wanted to make a joke, but unexpectedly, it made them take it seriously and confuse them. This was understandable. They had never raised livestock before, so it was impossible for them to develop feelings during the nurturing process, especially since food was the most important thing in their eyes. Chickens and wild rabbits were just food. No one thought much about it. Lam Lang laughed, waving her hand and said, "I just said that casually. Let's pretend I never said anything, okay?" Oh, everyone suddenly realized that Lam Lang was just joking. Everything had been arranged properly. Lam Lang planned to take the salt she obtained from the salt tribe back, to cook it again for refinement. When she pulled out a huge, solid basket of salt from her space, Tung Fong and the others stared wide-eyed, both astonished and delighted. Wow, Lam Lang and Huyen really are something else. Haha, we have so much salt now, this amount will last a long time. Don't worry, don't worry. It's no wonder it's Lam Lang and Huyen. Lam Lang laughed heartily, confidently saying, "What's this? In my space, there are still several more baskets." Wow. Everyone collectively took a deep breath. Even Tung Fong and Deng, who were with them, could only think about how much they had harvested, never expecting it to be this much, and everyone felt like their hearts were blooming. The whole group burst into laughter. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged a glance, infected by the atmosphere, couldn't help but laugh as well. Once everyone finished their chatter and laughter, Lam Lang smiled and said, "Salt has many benefits. Everyone will understand slowly later, but this salt still needs to be processed carefully, as it still has a bit of a bitter taste, and its purity isn't enough." Dunam didn't understand what purity meant, but of course, they knew what salt tasted like. Back in the Luan tribe, they ate salt like this, and it did indeed have a bitter taste, sometimes even quite strong. But since coming to the Ziyang tribe, they hadn't tasted that bitter flavor again. The salt Lam Lang brought out was nothing like the salt they had eaten before. It was as white as snow, with no bitter taste at all, just salty and fragrant when added to food. Hearing Lam Lang say this, Du Nam suddenly thought of something, both hopeful and incredulous. Lam Lang, could it be? Could this salt also be transformed into the kind of salt we are using? The others, though not reacting as quickly as Du Nam, understood upon hearing it, and immediately everyone's eyes lit up. Lam Lang proudly nodded, "Of course." Wow, everyone cheered in unison. It's no wonder our shaman is so amazing. Lam Lang was at a loss for words. Coarse salt could indeed be refined into fine salt. This was basic knowledge. Hearing their sincere admiration, she felt a bit shy. But this so-called common knowledge was something the people of the primitive continent had never heard of. Indeed, the gap of thousands or tens of thousands of years could not be compared. Lam Lang coughed lightly. Let's get started. She really couldn't withstand their admiring gazes and words anymore. She was someone who easily felt shy. All right, whatever Lam Lang says, we'll do it. Everyone was eager to get started. Lam Lang smiled and instructed the cooks to start the fire, with 2 clay stoves boiling large ceramic pots, pouring in the coarse salt to cook. Watching the coarse salt dissolve in the water as it was continuously stirred, it quickly dissolved completely. Nam and the others watched with their hearts in their throats. That much salt was now disappearing. What if it was all lost? Lam Lang directed everyone to use ladles to scoop the salt water, pouring it into the layer of cloth, lined with crushed charcoal that she had prepared, filtering it twice, then taking the clean salt water to cook slowly, stirring gently while cooking, waiting for the crystallization. About more than 2 hours later, they finally obtained salt grains that were much finer than the previous coarse salt, and the color was also much whiter. Nam and the others looked at this miraculous scene, feeling extremely astonished and excited. It worked. It really worked. They truly have salt now. It's really done. Everyone look at this salt. It's far better than the original salt. Wow, it's so miraculous. No wonder it's our shaman. Lam Lang smiled, lightly dipped her hand into the salt and tasted it. There was still a slight bitter taste, very faint, almost unnoticeable if not careful. It was indeed much better than the original salt. The salt from the Yan tribe actually wasn't bad quality, not containing too many chemical impurities. Otherwise, just using this filtering and boiling method wouldn't have been able to remove the bitter taste. Special chemicals would have to be added. But currently, they couldn't obtain those specialized substances to remove impurities from the salt. Everyone was enlightened, and no one was not happy and excited, scrambling to work. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, the two negative elements, can obtain specialized substances to eliminate impurities in salt. Everyone's eyes were opened, and no one was not happy and excited, competing to work. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, the two negative elements, didn't need to say anything. They basically couldn't get a word in. Everyone was busy all day with the salt filtering race, and finally, they had refined all the salt they had gathered. Those salts filled 4 large baskets, and if it was just a few of them eating, it would take years to use it all up. But clearly, salt wasn't just for everyday cooking seasoning. Lam Lang also planned to use it for curing sausages, dried meats, dried fish, making pickles, various sauces, and so on. Besides those uses, salt in daily life had countless other applications. Moreover, their tribe also planned to take in more people, so it looks like a lot. But in reality, this amount of salt is far from enough. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen have always intended to go out and find more salt, and they have already planned to set off as soon as they finish their current tasks. No matter how you put it, suddenly having such a plentiful supply of salt brings a great sense of relief. The next day, the seedlings can be transplanted. Lei Huyen unleashed her ultimate technique, and there was no need to plow again. The flooded fields were gently tilled, and all they had to do was plant directly. 13 people worked together. 30 acres of flooded fields were completed in just one day. Watching the delicate, slender seedlings standing in the shimmering water, swaying back and forth, they looked both pitiful and adorable. By tomorrow morning, they will be able to stand tall, and in 7 or 8 days, they will grow robust and start to branch out. By then, looking far away, the entire field will be a vibrant green with no water in sight. Lam Lang felt extremely satisfied in her heart. To reward everyone, she cooked a meal of noodles that evening. Although each person only had one bowl, it still made everyone feel very content. Under Lam Lang's clever care, the grapes had ripened perfectly. Of course, only the bunches that were wrapped in protective bags were safe. The ones that weren't wrapped were completely destroyed by the birds in just 3 or 4 short days. Fan Thu, Da Mao, and Tu Mao were initially reluctant, and during their free time, they ran to chase the birds away. Unfortunately, their efforts were hardly effective against these winged creatures. The birds had fully employed the strategy of advancing and retreating, advancing when they retreated and pursuing when they retreated. Every time Fan Thu and the others arrived, the birds would flap their wings and scatter. Once they left, each bird would come back one by one to enjoy the feast. This repeated several times, and Fan Thu and the others had to give up. However, the bunches of grapes that were wrapped in bags were untouched by the birds, which provided some comfort. Although each bunch was not intact, they were truly sweet when eaten. Everyone carefully picked the grapes and placed them in baskets, occasionally popping 1 or 2 into their mouths. The sweet, juicy flavor was intoxicating. So delicious, the grapes were much better than many other wild fruits. What a pity. If those birds hadn't stolen them, we would have definitely collected several baskets. Those birds are such picky eaters, there's no way around it. Next year, we'll make more protective bags. That's right, let's try to harvest more. With half a basket of grapes collected, Lam Lang was too lazy to store them in her space anymore. Everyone had worked hard and deserved to enjoy them. The basket of grapes was placed right in the main hall. Anyone who wanted to eat could help themselves. This made everyone incredibly happy, and within 2 days, they had devoured them all, still craving more from the fields of corn, beans, peanuts, melons, and pumpkins, which were all about to be harvested. Lam Lang then led everyone to gather everything, till the land again, and plant what was necessary. For these crops, Lam Lang didn't need to store everything in her space. She had built separate storage rooms in the barn to keep them. The peanuts were dried and then boiled, while the melon seeds were roasted. Everyone particularly loved them. Each meal became much more abundant. Steamed taro, steamed pumpkin, boiled peanuts with salt, or peanuts or soybeans stewed with meat or bones, melon soup or stir-fried melon could change dishes every day. Before winter came, they could still plan another round, so there was no need to be frugal with food. Farming truly was an endless joy. Each harvest multiplied that joy many times over. When replanting, besides doubling all the original crops, they also added eggplants, sweet potato leaves, and several types of mustard greens. Among them, radishes and mustard greens were planted twice and then doubled again, because these two types could be stored as food for the chickens and wild rabbits during winter. Da Mao and Taiyu Mao began to feel a sense of urgency and immediately got to work, starting to dry the grass. Therefore, Lam Lang taught them to cut the sweet potato vines into small pieces, use large trays to dry them, and then store them. This way, they could have dry grass to use in winter. There were still many sweet potato vines in the fields, and Da Mao and Tu Mao were overjoyed. That day, Da Mao and Tu Mao suddenly worriedly told Lam Lang. There was a chicken that seemed to be unwell, looking very strange, just squatting on the ground and refusing to stand up. When they got closer, it glared at them and squawked, its feathers all ruffled up, looking very fierce. They didn't understand what was happening, so they didn't dare to touch it. Sister Lam, come with us to take a look. Da Mao and Tu Mao had anxious expressions, as if everything would be resolved as soon as their sister Lam stepped in. Lam Lang was startled upon hearing this, thinking to herself that this was not good. If something really happened, it would be a big trouble. Didn't the Mang tribe say that these chickens were very easy to raise? They could grow without care, and if they wanted to eat meat, they could just catch one. And if they wanted eggs, they could go to where there was a lot of grass to find them. How could they not adapt to the climate after just a few days? Everyone had tasted the joy of farming, so they were naturally looking forward to raising livestock, and everyone was concerned about this. So they all went to take a look together. As they got closer, the chicken that was squatting on the ground indeed fluffed its feathers and squawked at them. This hostility was surprising, as it was originally a gentle creature. Yet now it appeared so aggressive, leaving everyone astonished. It must be said that that large body, when it got aggressive, truly posed a real threat. Indeed, it was. Wow, it looked quite impressive when it fluffed up. What should Sister Lam do? Is everything okay? Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged glances and both burst out laughing. It's okay, it's okay. Lam Lang said cheerfully. It's just about to lay eggs. There must be eggs under its belly. Chickens behave like this when they are about to lay eggs. It seems that this chicken was close to laying eggs when it was still in the Mang tribe, so just a few days after moving here, it started to brood. That's right. Wow, it looks quite impressive when it fluffs up. What should Sister Lam do? Is everything okay? Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged glances and both burst out laughing. It's okay. It's okay. Lam Lang said cheerfully. It's just about to lay eggs. There must be eggs under its belly. Chickens behave like this when they are about to lay eggs. It seems that this chicken was close to laying eggs when it was still in the Mang tribe, so just a few days after moving here, it started to brood. It's a good thing, a really good thing. Everyone felt happy after hearing it. So, are we about to have chicks? That's awesome, that's awesome. The best thing would be to hatch a lot of them. Raising a whole flock would be great. That's right, in winter we will have an extra guarantee of food. Lam Lang smiled and said, for now, let's just leave it be. We'll come back tonight to put it and the eggs in the chicken coop. There's a special nesting area made just for them in the coop, so it's safer for hatching the eggs there. Moreover, Lam Lang also decided to take a few more eggs from the space to give it to hatch along with. Dai Mao humbly asked, why do we have to wait until tonight to come back? Can't we do it now? Since this hen is sitting on the eggs and carries everyone's hopes, Dai Mao. Xiao Mao couldn't help but pay more attention to it, wishing he could immediately take it to the coop to provide better conditions for it. Xiao Mao felt a bit worried and couldn't help but ask, Sister Lam, if we take it to the coop, what if it runs outside? Starting from scratch to raise it means we have to teach it the most basic things. So Lam Lang patiently explained, don't worry, when they're hatching the eggs, as long as they see the eggs are still there, they won't leave. Except for a few nocturnal birds that hunt at night, most other birds won't move around much when it gets dark and their vision is poor, they seem a bit dazed. It will be much easier to catch them then, so we'll come back tonight. Oh, everyone seemed to wake up. It turns out raising animals has so much knowledge. Lam Lang reminded Dai Mao, from now on, when feeding the hen, do it near the coop so they can get used to it. When they have free time, they can wander around the coop, see the nesting area in there, and later, when they lay eggs, they will naturally go there to lay them instead of looking for random spots in the grass. Animals are quite smart. When they reproduce, they will naturally look for the safest and most suitable place. The coop is definitely better than the grass, so as long as they know the coop exists, they will definitely choose the coop. Everyone listened, stunned, feeling it was very magical. By night, they found the hen still sitting on the eggs. Sure enough, when it got dark, that big body became dazed and sluggish. Although it noticed them and fluffed its feathers, making threatening sounds, its power was reduced so many times compared to during the day, no longer scaring anyone. Dai Mao stepped forward and struggled to hug it. Xiao Mao quickly placed the 5 eggs from the makeshift nest into the coop's nesting area in the basket. Dai Mao hurriedly put the struggling hen into it. The hen felt the eggs still under its belly. Just as Lam Lang said, it didn't care whether it was a grass nest or a basket. It clucked a few times and then obediently continued to hatch. Dai Mao and Xiao Mao carried the basket. Lam Lang and everyone went together to take the hen to the coop and changed its nest again. This time it was quite a luxurious nest, a square wooden frame, both wide and tall, fitting perfectly. Inside the nest was big, soft, and round, lined with a layer of dry straw. The most important thing was that there were already eggs inside. The snake tribe had sent quite a few eggs for the hen. Lam Lang placed 12 eggs in, plus 20 more chicken eggs from her space, and 6 duck eggs. In her space, there were also a few goose eggs, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough room in the nest, so she had to skip them. Next time, if another hen is willing to hatch, she will place them in. She wondered if the chicken and duck eggs would hatch. Just thinking about it made her a bit excited. At first, Dai Mao and Xiao Mao were worried that the hen would realize the eggs weren't laid by it and would get upset and refuse to hatch. Who would have thought that the hen didn't care about such things? As long as there were eggs under its belly, it would be obedient. Lam Lang put the few eggs it was originally hatching into her space, instructing Dai Mao and the others, "Don't disturb it, just let it hatch in peace. Absolutely don't reach in to touch the eggs in the nest. It will peck your hand. Also, in the next few days, remember to pay attention. It might come down to find food in 3 or 4 days, and when that happens, remember to feed it something delicious to replenish its strength." Dai Mao and Xiao Mao nodded seriously in response. This was a big deal. The hen they brought back had quickly started hatching eggs like this, truly a pleasant surprise. After finishing this arrangement, the rice in those 3 fields was also about to ripen. Starting tomorrow, we have to keep an eye on those 3 fields at all times. Prevent birds from coming down from the sky, not letting them land. Perhaps because Lam Lang and Lei Huyen took this matter very seriously, everyone also became serious in turn. The alertness increased, and around the 3 fields, 5 scarecrows made of straw were set up around the fields. To be more effective, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen even intentionally made fierce-looking straw masks. At first, it was really effective, especially when the wind blew. The rustling sound combined with the movement made even the timid ones like Bach, Thach, and Ovan unable to help but turn away. But not even half a day later, the flock of birds had seen through it all. Or it could be that the fragrant aroma of the ripening rice was too attractive to them. So they chirped, and flocks of them flapped down. Lam Lang's group divided into pairs to take turns watching. There had to be people by the fields. Whenever they saw a flock dive down, the 2 on duty immediately swung long sticks while shouting to chase them away, chasing all the birds away. The rice was truly too attractive to the birds. No matter how carefully they guarded, it was still hard to avoid 1 or 2 oversights. Just a little careless, and a few crafty ones would swoop down, peck a few grains quickly, and then be chased back up into the sky. The person on duty hardly had a moment to rest, their spirits always tense like a drawn bow, continuously chasing away. Here they come again. Quick, quick, over there. Oh my! How could these birds be so bold? Phew, it's even more tiring than hunting. A day passed, and everyone was exhausted. Seeing the sun finally set, the sky gradually darkened. Everyone felt so moved they wanted to cry. Fortunately, especially when the wind blew. The rustling sound combined with the movement made even the timid ones like Bash, Thash, and Ovan unable to help but turn away. But not even half a day, the flock of birds had seen through it all. Or it could be that the fragrant aroma of the ripening rice was too attractive to them. So they chirped, and flocks of them flapped down. Lam Lang's group divided into pairs to take turns watching. There had to be people by the fields. Whenever they saw a flock dive down, the 2 on duty immediately swung long sticks while shouting to chase them away, chasing all the fake birds away. The rice was truly too attractive to the birds. No matter how carefully they guarded, it was still hard to avoid 1 or 2 oversights. Just a little careless, and a few crafty ones would swoop down, peck a few grains quickly, and then be chased back up into the sky. The person on duty hardly had a moment to rest, their spirits always tense like a drawn bow, continuously chasing away. Here they come again. Quick, quick, over there. Oh my! How could these birds be so bold? Phew, It's even more tiring than hunting. A day passed, and everyone was exhausted. Seeing the sun finally set, the sky gradually darkened. Everyone felt so moved they wanted to cry. Fortunately, the results are still very clear. Thanks to everyone's continuous efforts, the rice grains have hardly suffered any losses. Lam Lang encouraged everyone's spirits. Let's push a little more. We're almost done. Today has passed. At most 4 more days or 3 days. It shouldn't exceed 5 days. This will be considered finished, and by then, we can eat fragrant white rice. Everyone was uplifted as if they were living again. It's okay, Sister Lamb. We're not tired at all. Yeah, just thinking about having rice to eat makes all the fatigue disappear. Just 3 days. It'll fly by in a blink. Everyone even turned to comfort Lam Lang in return. Lam Lang felt very warm inside. Then everyone keep up the good work. Yes, of course. Everyone will continue to work hard because just when we were having dinner, someone suddenly remembered that during the day, birds came to destroy. So, will any other creatures come to destroy at night? The first to say this was Du Nam. Then Lam Lang and Lei Huyen immediately thought of a type of rat at the same time. Oh my gosh. At this moment, Lei Huyen took the initiative to step forward and smiled, saying, "At night, let Qian handle it." Phew. Everyone collectively breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, we have Qian. With Qian here, no wild beast would dare to come close. Things that fly in the sky aren't afraid of Qian, but those that run on the ground still are. And Qian doesn't need to do much. Just lying down and sleeping by the field is enough. When others smell her, naturally, no creature dares to come near. All set, everyone rested that night to regain strength, preparing to fight again the next day. After dinner, Lam Lang and Le Huyen took Qian to the field. Now, Lei Huyen communicates with Qian more and more smoothly. Qian easily understands the gist of what he means. Lam Lang petted her head and gave her some more instructions. Qian's eyes seemed to understand a bit more, lazily wagging her tail and growling softly at Lam Lang before lying down right by the field. Lam Lang couldn't help but be delighted and petted her again. Our Qian is both smart and obedient. Tomorrow I'll reward you with a deer leg. The leg meat is the tastiest, richest, and most nutritious part, definitely worth rewarding Qian. After all, she has taken on the whole task for everyone all night. That night, everyone slept particularly well. Early the next morning, when the sky was just brightening, the on-duty personnel, Dunam and O Van, had already gotten up to guard the field. Lam Lang felt uneasy, so after a while, she pulled Lei Huyen to go along. Little did they know, everyone had the same thought. One after another, they all came. You look at me, I look at you. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. We really are in sync. In the morning, there are the most birds. A few more people is good. After driving these away, we'll figure it out later. That's right. Morning is the time when birds are most active, looking for food. It's peak time when the rice is ripening more than yesterday, making it even more irresistibly appealing to them. No bird can resist this delicious aroma. That morning, the group was exhausted again. Fortunately, days like this can be counted down, giving people hope, and that hope is clearly right in front of them. Finally, the harvest day has come. Everyone worked together, using large sickles and knives without distinction. As long as it can be used, it's good. In less than an hour, they had harvested 3 fields. Lam Lang had prepared in advance to use woven mats to spread out on the ground to dry the rice. Before drying, they needed to thresh the rice. They had also thought of this. Using wooden planks and nails, they constructed a trapezoidal box about half a person tall, wide at the mouth and narrow at the bottom. Holding handfuls of rice and striking them against the inner wall, the grains would automatically fall out. During the apocalypse, truly, all kinds of ancient tools have been restored, and some people even compiled them into illustrated books. In their free time, Lam Lang and Le Huyen had read through them and discussed together. They both remembered the rice thresher design quite well. Even if they didn't succeed right away, trying a few more times would definitely work. This thing isn't actually hard to make. It was just that they were too busy before, so they postponed it. Now, having planted over 30 acres, they definitely need to use the rice thresher for the next harvest. If they didn't do it manually like this, even with a lot of people not minding the hard work, the efficiency would still be too low. As expected, Tung Fong, Thon, Thu, and the others were overjoyed, feeling that this work was really fun, completely not feeling tired, and they all scrambled to do it. Before long, it was finished, but everyone was still craving more. Ah, is that it? I haven't had my fill yet. Let's wait for the next batches to ripen, and then we'll continue. Thanks to Lam Lang's supportive abilities, the yield of the rice they planted was very high, nearly 1,000 pounds per acre. From 3 acres, they could harvest at least 300 pounds, which was dry rice, not fresh rice. Looking at the pile of rice, Lam Lang was extremely happy. It was truly worth the effort. The rice just threshed was still wet and needed to be dried. At this moment, the grains were a light yellow, some even slightly green, and after drying for 2 more days, they would turn a brilliant golden color. Using a broom made from woven branches, they gently swept away the rice leaves and grass debris, collecting clean grains of rice. Although they had harvested, they still needed to keep an eye on the drying process. Those guys flying in the sky weren't giving up. They would definitely come back, and they couldn't afford to fail at this last step. Everyone nodded in agreement, so they continued taking turns to scare away the birds. This was much simpler. It didn't require 2 people. 1 person per shift was enough. The rice drying on the mat took up very little space, and after a day, they had hardly lost any grains. By evening, Lam Lang used a basket to cover the rice and brought it into the space, taking it out to dry again the next day. Scaring away the birds was now much easier. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had even more important work to do. The two went to the riverbank. This river was about 7 or 8 miles from where they lived, but for the two of them, that was nothing. They went to the river to find a suitable spot near the water to build a water mill and a hydraulic rice grinder. In the future, building anything, grinding rice will be convenient. They also harvested a lot of mature corn. After drying it, they can grind it to make corn flour, mixing it with vegetables for the chickens to eat. Sifting the fine part can also make corn cakes, steamed corn flour cakes, or grind it into a watery flour. Whether it's corn or rice, they can make steamed rice cakes from watery flour, and occasionally changing up the flavors is really delicious. In short, making a set of equipment like this is beneficial in every way. The two of them walked along the riverbank for a while, chose a location, and discussed the layout, where to lead the water, where to place the wheel, where to set the water mill, and where to install the rice grinder, and where the outlet would be, all clearly defined. Here, they also need to build a roof, both to protect it and to work during the day without being affected by rain or sun. The principle of this equipment is not complicated, and it's not hard to make. It's just that their craftsmanship isn't quite refined yet, so it might take extra time when making it. After the two of them roughly calculated, estimated the amount of materials needed, and then headed back. There was still quite a bit of wood left from the previous chopping, stacked up in the yard drying in the sun, perfect for this time. They called in Tang, Kiao, Dunam, and a few others to share the work, making adjustments 3 times. After 4 days, they finally completed a simple little workshop. Watching the water wheel turn, the water continuously flowing down from above into the ditch. The water in the ditch flowed rapidly, driving the water mill and rice grinder to spin. The heavy sounds resonating steadily left everyone speechless. Although since joining the Chaoyang tribe, the things they saw and heard often forced their perceptions to upgrade, they occasionally expanded their knowledge a level. But there had never been a scene that shocked them as much as the one before their eyes. This is just too incredible. It's really too miraculous. Only a celestial being could come up with such a method. I think so too. Everyone was so stunned they were at a loss for words. This truly overturned all their previous perceptions and world views. It turns out that a normal river, a river that roars and churns when it rains heavily, scaring people. Besides fetching, drinking water, washing clothes, and catching fish and shrimp, it can actually be utilized in such a way. Lin Lang smiled brightly and said, "This is the power of tools. Your strength is limited, but the power of tools is infinite. How much can tools be utilized? It completely depends on the level of evolution of the tools themselves. Everything in the world has its own wonders. Sometimes something that seems ordinary can, when combined with a refined method or some internal connection, ultimately create a new tool or technique, and this tool or technique can improve our lives, making everything much more convenient and easier. In general, as long as you dare to think and dare to try, anything can happen." Dunam and the others were silent, deep in thought, seemingly understanding, much more convenient and easier. In general, as long as you dare to think and dare to try, anything can happen. Dunam and the others were silent, deep in thought, as if they had understood, yet not fully grasping it. But Lin Lang's words, along with the vivid scene right before their eyes, clearly created a huge impact in everyone's hearts. If it could be said that in their minds there was originally a calm lake, then clearly at this moment that lake had been stirred, ripples were forming, becoming more lively and vibrant than ever. Dunam asked in a daze, "So, could a normal tribe warrior, if they used some tools or techniques, could they be stronger than a superpowered warrior?" Tung Fong and Tang simultaneously looked up at him, their eyes shining as they said, "That's right." Lei Huan smiled and replied immediately without hesitation, "That is entirely possible." A series of gasps echoed around uncontrollably. Tung Fong was stunned. How could this be? "Of course, it's possible," Lei Huan said. "Just think. If our bows and arrows were made from iron like knives and daggers, how sharp would they be? What if we found a way to improve? How could this be possible? Of course, it is possible. Huyen said, just think. If our bows and arrows were made from iron like knives and daggers, how sharp would they be? If we find a way to improve the bows and arrows to shoot faster, even faster, what if the archery skills were honed to perfection? They could even shoot multiple arrows at once. Even superpowered individuals would have little chance against archers like that, right? What if the opponent wasn't just one person but an entire team of archers like that? What if there were even stronger weapons than bows and arrows? Everyone's faces turned pale, sweat starting to pour down, hastily raising their hands to wipe it away. This might be unknown to others, but Lin Lang and Lei Huan know it better than anyone. Before the apocalypse, human science and technology had developed to a terrifying extent. If mentioned, it would surely frighten them to death. A superpowered warrior, even if they were double or triple the strength, is still just a flesh and blood body. How could they withstand those advanced high-tech weapons? Lin Lang gently smiled and said softly, Brother Huan is just talking about a possibility. At least right now, that is still not feasible, and superpowered warriors are still the strongest. Brother Huan said this to remind everyone that anything is possible, and they should broaden their thinking. Don't confine themselves to rigid rules. You all see, our Chao Yang tribe has many powerful things, right? That's because the people in our tribe dare to think, dare to act, and are willing to study. Saying these things to them is not to scare them but to break the rigid thinking, making their minds more flexible. Lei Huan's previous speech seemed to have left everyone in shock, so she had to comfort them to bring them back. Everyone instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, their spirits lifted, continuously nodding. Lin and Huan's words made a lot of sense. That's right, I wish that one day we could come up with a way to improve our lives. This is the tradition of the Chaoyang tribe. We must not let it be lost. That's right. Lin Lang clapped and said with a smile, You all are thinking correctly. This is a tradition of the Chiu Duong tribe. It must not be lost. That's right. Lam Lang clapped and laughed, saying, Everyone is thinking correctly. In the future, our Chiu Duong tribe will definitely continue to grow. Everyone is radiant, joyful, and full of confidence. It will surely be like that. After the hydraulic rice huller and water mill are completed, the rice brought out to dry is already dry. There's no scale to weigh it, but it definitely exceeds 300 pounds. This rice is golden and bright, with firm grains, carrying the flavor of sunlight and the pure aroma of food that brings comfort to people. Lam Lang did not put this rice into the space but stored it in the food storage in the barn. The square food storage is made from wooden planks with a lid. It ensures that not even a mouse can get in. 100 pounds of rice can yield about 60 to 70 pounds of white rice. This means they currently have nearly 200 pounds of rice. Plus, thinking about the 30 acres of rice fields thriving out there, this life is truly wonderful. Ha ha ha. With new rice, of course, everyone has to cook a delicious meal to celebrate. Moreover, everyone is eager to see how effective the hydraulic rice huller is when it operates. Lam Lang just suggested it, and everyone immediately cheered in response, together loading 2 baskets full of rice onto a yoke. The whole group excitedly made their way to the riverbank. Lam Lang saw this and tilted his head, smiling at Lei Huyen. When we have time, let's try making a handcart. It's very convenient, even easier to use than carrying baskets with a yoke. Although the way of carrying with a yoke has already opened Dewey Nam and the other's eyes, Lam Lang demonstrated while guiding, and everyone immediately understood how to hull the rice. The water wheel they designed has added pedals to increase speed, so the water flow will be stronger, and the pushing force will be greater. Van Thu and Thich Qua competed to jump on and pedal, holding onto the horizontal bar with both hands, refusing to get down, their feet pedaling with great excitement. Look at how fast the water wheel is spinning, leading the water to rush into the channel. The two were so excited that they kept shouting, This is so much fun. It's really interesting. This thing called a water wheel is truly amazing. Look how quickly the rice is hulled. Tong Fong stood beside, rubbing his hands, unable to resist wanting to pull someone down to take his place, loudly saying, Let me pedal too. I can pedal faster. A few people's eyes immediately lit up, shouting in unison, I can do it too. I can do it. It's my turn. I can pedal fast as well. Me too, Then Thu laughed proudly. I can pedal by myself. No one is competing with me today. Tong Fong glared in annoyance. Next time, there won't be a turn for you guys. If you compete again, you'll be thrown into the river. Van Thu and Thich Qua just laughed. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen watched and laughed happily. One load of rice weighs about 150 to 160 pounds. Because the rice huller they made is quite large, and they made 3 of them, it didn't take even an hour to hull all the rice. After hulling, the husks and grains were separated. Just need to use a round winnowing basket to sift through to get clean white rice. Everyone returned to the yard and continued to be busy with this work. The freshly hulled rice, with plump, pure white grains, shiny and lovely. The aroma of rice spread strongly. The sifted rice was all stored in the kitchen pantry. Inside, there's a jar taller than half a person with a lid, just right to hold the rice. Almost a jar full of rice, combined with meat and vegetables, is enough for 13 people to eat for 20 days, which is a small matter. Compared to before, it's indeed much better. Rice cooked from fresh rice is said to be particularly delicious. Lam Lang decided that tonight they must cook a really delicious white rice meal to celebrate. With delicious dishes, everyone cheerfully went to pick vegetables, wash meat, and cut meat, each helping out. It's been a while since they went to the river to catch fish. Lam Lang brought a net and took Le Huyen along. Dai Mao and Tu Mao instructed Tung Fong to be responsible for butchering the game, definitely not to throw away the internal organs, but to bring everything back to the river with Thich Qua and O Van. Everyone is still not used to raising livestock. In previous times, when butchering prey, they habitually threw away the internal organs, causing Dai Mao and Tu Mao, who are fond of raising animals, to feel heartbroken. As a result, they are now very skilled at using the net to catch fish. Seeing their eager eyes, Lam Lang felt it would be a shame not to give them the net, so he handed it over. "You guys do it." They happily cheered and excitedly went to cast the net. Lam Lang turned to smile at Le Huyen. "When we have time, let's make some fishing rods, teach them to fish, specifically to catch big fish." With such a large river, being a pristine natural environment, it goes without saying that there must be countless big fish in the river. Using a net to catch big fish is a bit difficult because big fish usually stay in deep water and they only cast the net near the shore. Anyway, there are plenty of fish, so casting the net anywhere will fill up. No need to risk going far for big fish. If they encounter a fish that's too big and tears the net, the loss would be unimaginable. Moreover, in deep water, who knows what dangerous creatures are lurking? It's still more reliable to fish. Speaking of fishing, the two couldn't help but feel an itch to try. Le Huyen then said, "This sounds good. Let's do it in a few days." Although the equipment may be simple, the river fish in the original continent have never encountered this kind of fishing method. Nu must be easy to catch. Thich Qua and the others cheered happily as they cast the net 3 or 4 times. The 2 wooden tubs were already full to the brim. Previously, they would throw away small fish and shrimp, but now Dai Mao and Tu Mao couldn't bear to throw them away, gathering all the small fish and shrimp into a basket to take home for the chickens to eat. Today's harvest is very abundant. Lam Lang glanced over the catch and saw many types of fish, although many of them were unnamed. Just looking at them, it was clear they would be delicious. Everyone returned, and Lam Lang got to work preparing to cook the fish. It's been quite a while since they had fish. Tonight, he would make braised fish, steamed fish with chili, and crispy fried small fish and shrimp. There are also 2 soft-shelled turtles to cook with the wild chicken, adding a few spicy peppers, making a dish that is both spicy and fresh. After Lam Lang selected more than half a basket of small fish and shrimp for dinner, Dai Mao and Tu Mao took the remaining part to feed the chickens. The 2 brothers spent all day running to the chicken coop to play, whether there was something going on or not. The chickens were so familiar with them that they didn't even need to be called when they arrived. Each chicken chirped happily, running over to see the little fish and shrimp wriggling around on the ground. Pecking and clucking, they made gentle, affectionate sounds. The 2 brothers were especially fond of the hen sitting on her eggs. Little Mao even intentionally brought some fish and shrimp into the coop, carefully placing them in front of the nest. The hen, seeing this, clucked a few times, jumped out of the nest to eat her fill, then strolled around, fluffed her feathers, and returned to continue sitting on her eggs. Da Mao and Xiao Mao looked at her with warm, loving eyes, waiting for her to settle back down before they went to check on the wild rabbits who spent their days eating and fighting before returning home. Just then, it was time to serve the meal. The white rice cooked from fresh grains wafted a fragrant aroma. Each grain was translucent and plump. This was the result of everyone's hard work, snatched from the beaks of the birds. Looking at this delicious pot of rice, everyone felt both satisfied and emotional. It wasn't easy at all, so eating it made it taste sweeter than ever. It was truly worth the effort, and the cotton was ripe, ready for harvest. Compared to the abundant rice, cotton seemed much more pitiful. There were only 18 plants in total, and although 30 acres of land had been cleared for cotton, there were still no seeds. They had to wait to harvest from these 18 plants to get seeds for the next planting. Since cotton was still rare and precious, Lam Lang took extremely careful care of it. She spent more time in the cotton fields than anywhere else, watering thoroughly and closely monitoring for pests. Although there were only 18 plants, they were growing very well, having been topped with lush branches and leaves, each branch bearing 3 or 4 cotton bolls. and each plant having at least about 30 bolls, with some better ones having up to 40. The 18 cotton plants were quickly harvested, the white cotton pure and soft like snow, wrapped around tiny black seeds inside. These were the precious seeds. A single cotton boll usually had 4 or 5 petals, each containing a seed, totaling around 2 to 3,000 seeds. Lam Lang was confident that her batch of cotton would have a germination rate of no less than 90%, meaning that before winter arrived, they would have a large cotton harvest. Du Nam and the others carefully touched the soft, pure cotton tufts, amazed by their softness and smoothness, gently afraid to use too much force. But the sensation of touching was truly wonderful, so pleasant that one didn't want to let go. Fan Thu's eyes sparkled. Sister Lam, can this really be made into clothes? This opened up a new topic, and everyone began to chatter excitedly. Yeah, I can't believe it either. How can we turn this pile of cotton into clothes? It's truly amazing, really amazing. Is this the mystery of the world? Sister Lam, when will you make clothes? I really want to see. Me too, me too. Ever since she carefully dug out the 18 remaining cotton seeds from the mattress, Lam Lang knew she would get a lot of cotton, so she didn't hesitate to use the fabric in her space. Generously sharing with everyone, she taught them how to sew clothes. Cotton fabric worn in the summer was much lighter and cooler than wrapping in animal skins. No one disliked it. In the past, when they saw the strange clothes on Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, they didn't think much of it. After all, the customs and habits between different tribes were very different. Many unique items from each tribe were often not easy to exchange with other tribes, so they just thought the clothes of the Chao Yang tribe looked different from theirs. However, only after wearing them did they realize how good they were. Lam Lang smiled gently. Don't worry, we'll separate the cotton seeds first, then dry the cotton, fluff it up, spin it into long strands, and then use a spinning wheel to weave it into cotton threads for fabric. The process of separating the cotton seeds is called ginning, and the tools are very simple. Just a wooden stick and a support surface are enough. Later, adding a few more spinning wheels will increase efficiency even more. After ginning, the next step is to fluff the cotton, making it evenly fluffy, and then spinning it into long strands to be fed into a hand-spinning wheel for weaving. After the technology collapsed during the apocalypse, these primitive methods became important again. They had all done this by hand before, so now it could be said to be old, but doing it again was perfectly suitable. Everyone felt a bit dizzy listening, but that didn't stop them from nodding continuously, expressing admiration. After all, what they didn't understand must be right. Lam Lang was also eager to get the cotton seeds. 30 acres of land were still waiting for seeds to be sown. So that very day, she taught everyone how to clean the cotton and also how to fluff it. In fact, fluffing cotton was quite tiring, but Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others didn't feel tired at all. Instead, they were very excited. Everyone scrambled to try it, lifting Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's spirits as well. It should be known that during the apocalypse, many low-efficiency tasks like this were the ones people complained about the most. But when factories and machines disappeared, and even electricity was only available for an hour each day, no matter how much they complained, they had to do it themselves. Hearing people complain while working really dampened the mood. How could anyone's mood be as cheerful as it was at this moment? Bringing out this little cotton for everyone to practice with was perfectly fine. Even if they couldn't spin it into threads in the end, it could still be used to stuff cotton jackets. While Du Nam, Tung Fong, and Fan Thu were fiddling with a pile of cotton and threads, Lam Lang took the cotton seeds out to dry a bit, organizing everyone to divide and sew them. For now, there was nothing major left to do at home. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen informed everyone that they would set off to find a salt mine, just the two of them. They entrusted the household matters to everyone, and the various crops in the fields still needed careful care. The chickens and wild rabbits also needed proper care. While they were fiddling with a pile of cotton and threads, Lam Lang took the cotton seeds out to dry a bit, organizing everyone to divide and sew them. For now, there was nothing major left to do at home. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen informed everyone that they would set off to find a salt mine. Just the two of them. They entrusted the household matters to everyone, and the various crops in the field still needed careful care. The chickens and wild rabbits also needed proper care. The hen has been sitting on the eggs for who knows how long, but it seems like they're about to hatch soon. When that happens, remember to feed the newly hatched chicks some white rice and finely chopped small fish and shrimp. At night, if the mother hen refuses to return to the coop, chase her off a few times and she'll definitely get used to it afterward. The chicks are quite weak, so having a good place to sleep at night is very important. But it's easier during the day. The mother hen cares a lot for her chicks. With her around, they won't be harmed. It's just that later when the chicks hatch, the hen will definitely be bigger than the domestic chickens and ducklings. I wonder if those little ones are being bullied. I also wonder if the mother hen will panic seeing 3 types of chicks of 3 different sizes, but I think since she hatched them herself, she'll treat all three types fairly. Lam Lang didn't forget to remind them, absolutely don't mess with those little ones. Be careful or the mother hen will peck you. A hen that big will definitely hurt if she pecks you. Don't worry, we're here. Da Mao and Xiao Mao patted their chests, full of responsibility. This is their territory. Anyone who dares to cause trouble won't be spared. Lam Lang smiled and nodded, completely relying on the two of them. Da Mao and Xiao Mao are really dedicated, which is why Lam Lang felt at ease, leaving with Lei Huyen. Du Nam and the others were both excited and worried. Excited because even though the leader and the shaman said it wasn't certain, they felt very sure. Their tribe was about to have salt, and from now on, they could hold their heads high without having to ask anyone for anything, which was definitely a good thing. They were worried because for this to succeed, it wouldn't be easy. Although the two of them were very skilled, this land was too dangerous. Who would dare to say for sure what would happen when going far alone? Brother Huyen, Sister Lam, you both need to be careful. If things really go wrong, you must come back early, okay? Du Nam said seriously. The others immediately nodded. That's right. No matter what, we must come back early. This isn't urgent. We can think of a way slowly. Don't worry. Lam Lang smiled and replied, no matter what, we will return before the rice is ripe. 30 acres of land, we can't leave without peace of mind. Oh right, everyone really breathed a sigh of relief. The rice fields are still growing well like that. Sister Lam definitely wouldn't want to abandon them. So Du Nam immediately cheered up and said, we will definitely take good care of the rice fields, as well as the hen and the wild rabbits. A whole bunch of bamboo and some wild pepper plants too. Lam Lang was very satisfied. Okay, I'm leaving everything to you. I feel very at ease. It hasn't been easy. You have to know that just 2 or 3 months ago, these people were still novices in farming, raising animals, and now they know how to grow crops, raise chickens, and take care of rabbits. This level of progress is truly impressive. This time when leaving, Lam Lang still took out 3 large unbutchered game animals from her space to leave for them, stored in the cellar of the warehouse, enough for 3 to 5 days for sure. But this time, she was completely unconcerned that they would go hungry anymore. They already knew how to use bows and arrows, set traps, had fishing nets, and there was still rice, corn, sweet potatoes, peanuts, beans, pumpkins, and green squash in the warehouse, not to mention countless vegetables in the fields. They definitely wouldn't go hungry. Early in the morning, the two set off, riding Huyen. Huyen today shook off the usual laziness, full of spirit, majestic, lifted its head lightly, and dashed off swiftly. The speed was just right for Lam Lang and Lei Huyen to handle, fast but not too much. Lam Lang silently praised in her heart, our Huyen is really smart. It learns quickly, and once it learns, it remembers well. The direction they were heading was the same as the last time they went to dig bamboo shoots. Last time, they saw a very large herd of deer from afar, but due to time constraints, they didn't approach. This time, if they patiently searched carefully, they would likely find them. As long as they find them, there's hope. Although it's just hope, the two didn't bet everything on that. They were very attentive along the way, trying to search as many places as possible. They couldn't believe that bad luck would last forever like this. Could it be that on this vast continent, there isn't a single place with salt? Thanks to Huyen, the journey that would normally take 3 days, they only needed 1 day and a half to reach their destination. At this time, of course, there were no more bamboo shoots. The shoots had grown into full bamboo. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen didn't go deep into the bamboo forest. They didn't even stop long in this area, but continued to ride Huyen forward. Last time, they had seen a very large herd of deer appear in front of them from a distance. Of course, the herd of deer couldn't stay in one place forever, but usually, their range of activity wouldn't change too much. The biggest change would probably be during migration. But right now, it's summer, and the trees are lush. It's not migration time yet. The two decided to temporarily find a suitable place to set up camp and then search within 50 to 60 miles around during the day. Search a few rounds and then decide. Surely bad luck wouldn't be perfect enough to not find anything. Unexpectedly, their luck this time was really not good. For 2 days, they still hadn't seen anything. Is it possible that our search area is too small? Let's expand it tomorrow or try for another day. Okay. Let's try for another day tomorrow. If we still can't find anything, we'll take Huyen and move on. All right. Another day passed, and still no sign of the herd of deer. But the two didn't rush to continue their journey. Instead, they thought of another idea. Lam Lang took out a deer from her space, patted Huyen's head, then showed it to him, smiling gently and saying, Huyen, do you see this deer? Help us find it. Look for deer like this. Okay, she said while spreading her arms to describe. Yes, find as many as possible, the more the better. Afraid Huyen wouldn't understand. She pointed at the deer again. Find those that look exactly like this one. Do you understand? Huyen gently placed a hand on Qian's forehead and said softly, Qian, go find the herd of deer, okay? Go ahead. Qian looked at the two of them. Expand it tomorrow or try for another day. Okay. Let's try for another day tomorrow. If we still can't find anything, we'll take Qian and move on. All right, another day passed, and still no sign of the herd of deer. But the two didn't rush to continue their journey. Instead, they thought of another idea. Lam Lang took out a deer from her space, patted Qian's head, then showed it to him, smiling gently and saying, Qian, do you see this deer? Help us find it. Look for deer like this, okay? She said while spreading her arms to describe. Yes, find as many as possible, the more the better. Afraid Qian wouldn't understand, she pointed at the deer again. Find those that look exactly like this one. Do you understand? Huyen gently placed a hand on Qian's forehead and said softly, Qian, go find the herd of deer, okay? Go ahead. Qian looked at the two of them. Looking at the deer on the ground, it let out a low grunt, wagged its tail, and then dashed away like a flash of lightning, disappearing into the forest in an instant. Lam Lang leaned against Lei Huyen and smiled. So fast? While waiting for us, it really held back. I can see it's getting stronger. Lei Huyen chuckled softly and nodded. Indeed, it was getting stronger. His abilities were also increasing rapidly. The beast's innate abilities are truly amazing. Lam Lang hugged him and gave him a kiss, then mischievously winked. So, can you sense where Qian is? Do you know what it's doing? Lei Huyen couldn't help but chuckle. You're thinking too far ahead. This connection is two-way. If it really got to that point, I wouldn't be happy at all. I'm a married man. Even if I have a psychic connection, it should be with my wife. He continued. Within a few dozen miles, he could locate it and sense if it was in danger. If he placed his hand on its forehead, he could convey his thoughts and also sense its emotions, but it didn't fully understand his intentions, and he didn't grasp everything it wanted to communicate. Communication was still quite rough. Even so, Lam Lang was already envious enough, both admiring and comforting. Qian has only been with us for a short time, so that's normal. Everything will get smoother over time. That was indeed the case. Lei Huyen nodded. He could feel the bond between him and Qian gradually becoming smoother. The two had been searching for several days without any harvest, feeling somewhat tired and discouraged. It was just right for Qian to take action, allowing them to relax a bit, wandering around nearby, collecting anything worthwhile into their space. Sometimes, small animals would bump into them, so they would conveniently hunt and stash them away. Qian was much more capable than they were, and after just over an hour, it had already returned. Grr. Qian crouched beside the two, turning its head to look back at them. Lam Lang was overjoyed. Hey Huyen, did Qian find something? It wants to lead us, right? It must be. The two immediately hopped onto its back, and Qian took them rushing into the forest. In the forest, the trees were tall, the grass thick, and vines and bushes tangled everywhere, but it didn't pose any difficulty for Qian. It walked as if on flat ground, knowing the path like the back of its hand, guiding the two through the woods. Climbing hills and crossing streams, the scenery on both sides receded behind them like a rushing current. When they reached a spot on the mountainside, Qian let out a low growl and stopped. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen looked up and immediately saw a bright view ahead. Standing on the mountainside, where they had just climbed, was a steep cliff, interspersed with protruding rocky outcrops, while on the other side, it sloped gently like the flowing skirt of a young girl, and at the end of the slope was an unbelievably vast valley. The grass on the mountainside and in the valley was lush and soft, so vibrant it was mesmerizing. Countless herbivorous animals were leisurely grazing. Occasionally, a few melodious calls could be heard. Wild cattle, various types of wild goats, deer, rabbits, foxes, and so on were all present, among which the most striking was a massive herd of deer in the distance, numbering at least 300 to 500. Amazing! Lam Lang and Lei Huyen looked at each other with joy. This was indeed the herd of deer they were looking for. Deer loved to lick mineral salt, and such a large herd of deer clearly had existed for many years. They definitely had a place to store salt. As long as they followed closely, the chances of a harvest were very high. The two got off Qian's back. Lam Lang patted its soft fur, smiling in praise. Our Qian is so good, truly a master tracker. Qian shot her a cold glare, flicked its ears, and turned its head away. Hey Huyen, let's go over there. All right, the herd of deer is still quite far. We need to stay close. Qian didn't follow but looked at Lei Huyen. Lei Huyen smiled and gently patted its forehead. Go wherever you want, but don't run too far. Qian let out a low growl and turned to leave. In this forest, Qian was the king. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were completely at ease about it. The two quietly followed the direction of the herd of deer. They kept a distance of about 30 meters behind the herd. In Lam Lang's space, There was no shortage of drinking water and cooked food. There were even stir-fried beans with minced meat, stir-fried peppers with meat, stir-fried garlic with young garlic and green peppers, stir-fried sweet potato leaves, steamed potatoes, steamed squash, boiled eggs, grilled ribs, and grilled pork belly. More than 10 dishes were packed in 2 large lunch boxes, ready to be taken out whenever they wanted to eat. It was really convenient at this moment, just following the herd of deer, and when hungry, they could take out food. Although the deer liked to lick salt rocks or areas with a salty scent, that need didn't arise every day. Usually, they would only go once every few days. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had no choice but to continue waiting and observing. To avoid disturbing the herd of deer, Lei Huyen refrained from hunting any prey. Although the wild cattle looked really tempting, both of them were craving them to the point of unbearable. By the third day, after the herd of deer drank water and grazed for about over an hour in the morning, they finally began to move. The lead deer grunted as if sending out some signal. The entire grazing herd immediately followed it. The action was decisive and quick. Finally, they were on the move. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen immediately followed closely behind Qian, who actively crouched down, inviting them to ride. Lam Lang smiled and patted its head. "Good Qian, stay close to us. This time, no need to ride." With Qian's speed, just a few steps, and it had already run ahead of the herd of deer. The two of them didn't lag behind either. The herd of deer led the way, and they followed closely behind, very conveniently. The two kept a steady distance, following the herd of deer for about an hour and a half. The scenery in front of them changed once again. Before them was a narrow valley, with sparse trees and rocks scattered everywhere. The herd of deer excitedly rushed ahead, lowering their heads to lick the rocks by the shallow lake, which was neither too big nor too small. Within the herd of deer, it seemed like, spreading a joyful and peaceful atmosphere, mostly around here. If not here, then we just have to find another place. Yeah, that's true. The herd of deer won't leave just yet. The two will, of course, wait until they leave before moving in to check. So they sat in place, taking out a small stove from their space to cook rice. "I'm craving rice." In the lunchbox they brought, there's stir-fried meat with chili and wild chicken cooked with mushrooms to go with fragrant rice and a runny nose. The two leisurely had lunch. After that, they saw the herd of deer finish eating and leave. Not long after, the whole valley returned to its quiet state. "Let's go." The two took their money and moved forward. The shallow pond had been trampled by the herd of deer to the point of chaos, especially the shallow area by the pond, which had become murky. With water like this, the two certainly couldn't drink it, and there was no need to drink it anyway. On the ground, there were scattered crystallized salt flowers. Indeed, there is salt here. It wasn't a wasted trip after all. The two were very pleased. They had no intention of ruining this salt pond and salt flat. Since there was salt here, there must be a better place to mine nearby. Just need to search carefully. Sure enough, they found a salt vein that could be mined deep in the valley. Lei Huyen used her earth-based abilities, and after digging less than 2 meters, salty brine gushed up, filling the pit. The two used their hands to dip a bit of brine to taste. It was salty and rich. Most importantly, there were no impurities or strange tastes. Just pour the brine into a pot and boil it to get pure white salt of excellent quality. Looking at the state of this salt vein, it could be said that it would last a long time without running out. In short, from now on, the Qiaoyang tribe wouldn't have to bow their heads to the Salt tribe anymore. Not only would they have enough for themselves, but they could also trade it. That's awesome. I have a stone pot in my space. Why not try cooking a pot to see how it goes? Lam Lang smiled brightly. Lei Huyen nodded. Sure, let's try it. The two immediately got to work. Lei Huyen built an earthen stove right there. Lam Lang took out a large ceramic pot from her space, placed it on top, used a wooden bucket to scoop the brine and pour it into the pot, lit a fire, and used a stick the size of her wrist to stir slowly. Gradually, the water evaporated, and the flow of brine in the ceramic pot slowed down. She lowered the heat and continued to stir. Soon they could clearly see the white salt crystals forming. Lam Lang dipped her hand to taste a bit of the white salt. It was salty and pure. Huyen, you did it. I think this salt tastes even better than the Salt tribes. Lei Huyen was also delighted. The yield is really high. They cooked a pot of brine, yielding about 30 pounds of salt. If they cooked a few more pots, making 3 pots a day, they could get nearly 300 pounds of salt every day. 300 pounds. Coming back to cook once every few months would be enough for use in trade. This place would become a precious land for the Qiaoyang tribe. Lam Lang quickly tidied everything up. Lei Huyen knocked down the earthen stove. They didn't cover up the salt vein. Even if someone else discovered it, no one would know what it was. They were completely confident about that. Let's leave here. We can head back tomorrow. Standing at the mouth of the valley, Lam Lang turned back to look at this place, smiling as she said, "In the future, if we have enough manpower, we should build a mountain camp or a fortress here to secure this place. Time doesn't hide any walls forever. Over a long time, it's uncertain that this place won't be discovered by others. The method of boiling brine for salt is currently unknown to anyone, but no one can guarantee it won't be revealed in the future. Only by completely controlling this place can we feel more secure. This place isn't too far from the Qiao Yang tribe. It can be monitored easily." Lei Huyen called Qian over. Lam Lang smiled brightly, praising Gong Shen. Lei Huyen gently placed her hand on its forehead. After a moment, it let out a low growl and crouched down. The two climbed onto its back. Qian's habit of patrolling was really useful. After a round, it had a clear grasp of this area. Lei Huyen just needed to say she wanted to go back, and it would lead the way for them to leave. Qian didn't take the old path but chose a shortcut, and in an instant, they left the forest, returning to the wild plains. This place is only about 30 miles from where they rested a few nights ago. Without a map, they were almost clueless about this continent. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen truly felt like they were walking in a fog, not daring to wander off. Unexpectedly, Qian handled everything. Lam Lang joyfully hugged Qian's head, rubbing it affectionately. "Our Qian is really amazing. This way, it will be much more convenient next time." Everything was done. The two decided to return tomorrow. As for the salt, since they found it, there was no need to rush. They would rest for a few days and then bring Huyen and the others to learn how to make salt from brine. Calculating. After finishing the salt, they should prepare to head to the Mang tribe. If the Mang tribe agrees, they also wanted to trade for some weapons and farming tools, preparing in advance to avoid being caught off guard. The Qiao Yang tribe would sooner or later have to recruit more people to expand. Weapons and farming tools needed to be prepared now. There would definitely be a time they would be needed. Huyen and the others didn't expect Lam Lang and Lei Huyen to return so quickly, thinking they found nothing and didn't want to waste time, so they came back. While they were planning to comfort them, unexpectedly, Lam Lang took out a large basin of salt from her space. Lam Lang proudly said, "Look, this is the salt we cooked." The atmosphere paused for a moment, then exploded like a boiling pot. This is what I think it is, right? Ah, it really is salt. Ha ha ha. Dang and Ovan's legs went weak, and they plopped down on the ground, eyes wide open, mouths agape, and after a while, they burst into laughter, pounding the ground. "Salt is really salt. We found it. We really found salt. Yeah." Everyone laughed and cried, cheering and shouting, dancing and hugging each other. The words were all mixed up, and it took a long time for them to reluctantly calm down. Calling it a reluctant calm is really just that, reluctant. Everyone's faces were still extremely excited, their eyes shining brightly. Their speech was still stammering and chaotic. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen knew this good news would make everyone very happy, but they didn't expect it to be to this extent. However, from the perspective of Du Nam and Tung Fong, this reaction was not surprising at all. It's salt, after all. Salt, something that the tribes couldn't produce themselves, yet it was essential for survival. It's salt, something that no one else has except the Salt tribe. God knows how much they loved and hated salt at the same time. They dreamed madly, just hoping for a day when they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of salt, no longer suffering from being controlled by others. But they also knew very well that it was just a vain hope, a wild fantasy. Salt was a gift from the gods to the Salt tribe. How could other tribes possibly possess it? Yet Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, their two great leaders, had only been gone for a few days, and they had already found salt and brought it back. This truly felt like a blessing from the gods. Our tribe has salt now. We have salt now. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but get excited while talking. This was truly worth celebrating. 10 days and 8 nights wouldn't be enough. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were both amused and exasperated, finally managing to calm everyone's emotions. Tonight, we will cook white rice, and the whole family will celebrate a proper meal together. Celebrate. Celebrate. Tonight, we must definitely celebrate. With such great news, of course, we have to organize a grand celebration. To make it more formal, Lam Lang even took out some wine from the space. Not much. Each person was poured more than half a cup of ceramic. The fragrant wine immediately captivated everyone. Delicious. Truly delicious. This is too good. Really too good. Lam Lang laughed heartily. Once we have plenty of food in the future, we can brew our own wine. We will have everything then. Everyone became even more joyful and radiant. Even immortals probably couldn't have such a life. It wasn't until after dinner that everyone's excitement completely settled down and was controlled. Unable to wait any longer, they asked for the details about the salt. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen did not hide anything, telling everyone everything, and said that in the future, Everyone would take turns going to that valley, and everyone would learn how to boil salt water to get salt. Everyone immediately got excited again. Really? Can I also make salt? Oh my god, can I really make salt? I never thought there would be a day when I could make salt with my own hands. Are we not dreaming? Of course not. Everyone stared at their hands, feeling emotional, as if these two hands had become extraordinarily special because they were about to learn how to make salt. Lam Lang chuckled. Then in 2 days, we will set off. Okay? Everyone will go in turn and everyone will have a share. Everyone hated that they couldn't set off tomorrow, but they also knew that after the Wu Master returned, he would definitely have to inspect the fields and wouldn't agree to leave so early, so they all forced themselves to nod, filled with anticipation. Huyen suddenly became serious, looking around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "This is a secret of our Chaoyang tribe. We are the first group to rebuild the tribe. No matter how many people join later, they will not be like us. All secrets of the tribe, if not permitted by me and the Wu Master, must not be disclosed to anyone. Absolutely no one." Du Nam nodded, being the first to show his attitude. Brother Huyen is right. Even if many people join later, we are still brothers, but we few are different from the others. We must keep the tribe's secrets, and not speak carelessly, especially about salt. It must not be revealed. Everyone understood the importance of this matter, each promising, scratching their heads, sincerely saying, "We definitely won't say anything about making salt, but besides this, is there anything else we shouldn't talk about? Brother Huyen and Sister Lam, please let us know." He, she, Bai Shi, Dao Mao, Xiao Mao, still young, didn't fully understand, completely agreed with Dang's words. "I also want to know, I'm afraid if I say something wrong, what will happen?" "Me too." Lam Lang smiled and said, "Making salt must not be mentioned. Making pottery, burning charcoal, the iron tools that sister took out from the space, along with spinning and weaving cotton fabric, those things must not be talked about." Dang and the others began to count on their fingers. "We won't mention these." She felt that this seemed a bit hard to remember. Remembering this would make them forget that, so he decided in his heart that it was best not to say anything at all to be safe. At first, they thought it would be very difficult for the tribe to recruit more people, at least in the short term, it couldn't be done. But now it was different, not to mention that they had plenty of food, knew how to farm and raise livestock. Just the fact that they had salt was enough for the tribe to develop. Therefore, many things had to be done carefully, because the immigrants or small tribes that came to join, who knew if there were any with ulterior motives? The next day, indeed, Lam Lang went around the vegetable garden, checking everywhere, personally watering the plants, busy all day. That night, everyone discussed who would go and who would stay. Everyone was anxious and couldn't bear it. Even though they knew for sure they would get to go, they still felt restless. In the tribe, everything was determined by strength. They would fight, and whoever won would go, and whoever lost would stay. Extremely fair. Lam Lang and Le Huyen were completely speechless. Lam Lang had to remind them that there must be 2 adults staying at home. They couldn't just leave it to Dao Mao, Xiao Mao, and she. By Thak, can these teenagers who are only 13, 14, or 15 years old stay? Everyone thought about it and agreed, so they continued to fight, but it was a contest between those with equal strength. In the end, you will go with Lam Lang and Lei Haiyan tomorrow, which includes Du Nam, Than Thu, Kao, Blackstone, Bai Thak, and O Van, who have no equal opponents, so they will stay temporarily. Dai Mao and Tu Mao, although very eager, ultimately couldn't rest easy with the clucking hens sitting on their eggs, so they sadly gave up and proactively asked to stay. Once you place a bet, you have to accept the loss. No one had any objections. After the fight, they threw their arms around each other, laughing and joking as if nothing had happened. Lam Lang also missed the clucking hens that were sitting on their eggs. At first, she thought it would take a long time to return, so she didn't have any hopes, but unexpectedly, they quickly found salt. Of course, she also wanted to return soon to witness the birth of the chicks, so this time, she had to make good use of her time. Early the next morning, she arranged 3 large ceramic pots, 2 pairs of wooden barrels, 6 covered baskets, neatly packed in the space, then tidied up the space a bit, and decisively brought the whole group of Dunam into the space. She and Lei Huyen rode on the money, and their speed was, of course, much faster than if the whole group walked together. A day and a half later, the money brought everyone to the destination. Lam Lang released them from the space. Everyone observed the small valley that seemed nothing special, yet it felt like they were admiring a sacred land. Their gazes were filled with reverence. Than Thu sincerely praised, "This place is indeed a great spot." Kao and the others nodded in agreement. "That's right. Lam Lang, Lei Huyen. As long as everyone is happy, that's what matters." Du Nam suppressed his excitement, trying to appear calm. "Brother Huyen, Sister Lam, Shall we get started? What do we do first? All eyes turned toward the two. All right, no more resting. They didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits. Brother Huyen went to set up the clay stove. Follow me. Lam Lang led Du Nam and the others to the salt well, pointed down at the salty water inside, and said, "This is salt water. Scoop up the salt water, pour it into the clay pot, and light the fire to cook. Wait for the water to evaporate completely, and what remains in the pot is salt." A silence enveloped them. Is that really all there is to it? Everyone felt a bit awkward. Something they had glorified to the point of thinking they had to kneel and worship turned out to be so simple. Van Thu hesitantly asked, "Sister Lam, is that all we need to do?" Cow, Bai Thach, and Blackstone were also stunned and confused. Lam Lang found their reactions amusing and burst out laughing. "Just kidding. Yes, that's all you need. But if you want, you can also carry the wooden barrels around the valley before pouring them into the pot," Blackstone blurted out innocently. "Wouldn't that be really stupid?" Lam Lang laughed heartily. "That's right, Blackstone." Du Nam also laughed. "Sister Lam is joking with us. Let's get to work." Everyone burst into laughter. "Okay, let's get to work. Hurry up. Right now, I just want to see the results immediately." Lam Lang smiled as she walked toward Lei Huyen. Lei Huyen had already set up 3 clay stoves in a row. Lam Lang then took out 3 large clay pots from the space and placed them on the stove. "These 3 pots can be left here for now. Just hide them well when we go back." "Sure. Since they are used for cooking salt water, they can't be used for anything else. It's much more convenient to leave them here." After setting up the stove, the dry wood from the space was also taken out and piled beside it. Du Nam and the others had brought the barrels. Du Nam started to light the fire. When one pot was full of salt water, Lam Lang called out, "Everyone come here and see how to cook. This is how salt is made." Everyone was very interested and eagerly anticipated. Wow. One pot, everyone gathered around, eyes glued to the pot of salt water without blinking. Lam Lang handed the stirring stick to Thane Thu beside her. "You do it. Really? Can I do it?" "Ah, yes." Than Thu was so excited that she stuttered, afraid someone would snatch the stick away, and hurriedly grabbed Du Nam, Cow, and Blackstone. By fact, all showed regretful expressions. Lam Lang was both amused and exasperated. "Don't be anxious. Everyone will have a chance. Everyone will get to do it." Oh, everyone temporarily suppressed their impatience, truly looking forward to it. Although Lam Lang and Le Huyen had already explained the salt-making process, when everyone saw the pure white salt gradually appearing in the pot, they couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. When the pure white salt crystallized, it was scooped into the covered baskets. Except for Lam Lang and Le Huyen, everyone else was so excited they wanted to cry. Salt. It really is salt. Woe is us. We really made salt. The salt is as white as snow, and we won't be bullied by the salt tribe anymore. That's right. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it feels great. Everyone was excited for a long time, unable to wait. They started cooking again. This time, all 3 pots at once, everyone was eager to have more salt. The more the better. This is a treasure. A treasure is naturally better in greater quantities. Cow suddenly looked a bit worried. "Brother Huyen, Sister Lam, will we run out of this salt water? What if it runs out?" Everyone's faces turned serious. "That's right, that's a big issue." Du Nam said boldly, "If that happens, we can always go look for more. We will definitely find more." "That's right, well said, everyone can relax a bit. If we found it once, we can certainly find it a second time. As long as the salt isn't something the salt tribe received as a divine gift, we will definitely find it." They weren't afraid of hardship, didn't mind the trouble, and weren't scared of failing multiple times, and they certainly weren't afraid of the time it would take to search. As long as we have it, that's enough. Lam Lang and Le Huyen exchanged smiles. Le Huyen said, "Don't worry. Let me put it simply. This saltwater well, even if we dug for 100 winters, it wouldn't run out. Even a few hundred winters wouldn't dry up." "Really?" "Of course." "Ah, then our descendants in the tribe won't have to worry anymore." Ha ha. Lam Lang and Le Huyen both laughed loudly. "That's some long-term vision right there. So there's nothing to worry about anymore." Everyone was working hard with joy. The great leader and the shaman said it, so it must be true. They had no doubts at all. Everyone was working enthusiastically, full of energy. Lam Lang and Le Huyen couldn't get involved, so they decided to go into the forest to have some fun. There must be plenty of good stuff in the forest, and with money, the danger decreases significantly. Plus, with their skills, there's nothing to be afraid of. Let's head to that low hill we saw the other day. I'm really craving beef. Lam Lang couldn't help but lick her lips. Goat meat, deer meat, wild boar meat is also delicious, but honestly, she's really craving beef. Beef hot pot, stir-fried beef, beef bone soup, braised beef, beef balls. Now with chili, ginger, garlic, pepper, and white radish, they could even cook a fragrant mixed beef pot. And even the offal wouldn't be a problem to clean. Just soak it in salt, and it would be spotless. Huyen was also feeling hungry. All right, let's go. I just chatted with Tien for a bit. Tien understood. It let out a low growl and bent down to signal the two to hop on its back. Lam Lang felt a bit reluctant to keep riding it. Tien wasn't just a means of transportation, it was Huyen's companion beast, part of their family, their teammate. She gently stroked its soft, furry head and said, "Our good Tien can lead the way. We'll keep up." Tien glanced at her but didn't stand up. It let out a soft growl and gently tugged at Lam Lang's sleeve with its mouth, signaling her, "Hurry up." Huyen placed his hand on Tien's forehead, and after a moment, he helplessly smiled at Lam Lang. Tien thinks we're too slow. Lam Lang felt insulted, feeling looked down upon, but the one looking down on her was Tien. Tien was so considerate. Lam Lang smiled brightly like a blooming flower. The more she looked at Tien, the more she liked it. Tall, handsome, strong, and majestic, with a noble aura, a beautiful figure, and outstanding skills. Truly, nothing could surpass Tien from their family. The more Lam Lang looked, the more she adored it, unable to resist, leaning down to give Tien a kiss. But before she could, Huyen pulled her back. No way. The man's deep gaze, his handsome face showed no signs of hiding his disapproval. Lam Lang looked at him, wondering why not. Huyen huffed. Lam Lang suddenly realized, feeling jealous. "Oh, are you jealous?" Huyen thought to himself. Now she gets it. That's right. The more Lam Lang got jealous, the more he felt petty. Huyen vaguely sensed something was off. Petty? Humph. I know it's your companion beast, but we're husband and wife. While the two were still bickering softly, they were interrupted by a low growl. Tien looked back at them, and then at its back, growling again. The two even caught a hint of impatience in Tien's eyes. Tien immediately charged forward. They reached the vast green hills, which were still bustling with activity, countless large and small herbivores foraging. Today, they were targeting wild cattle, ignoring other species, and finally found a herd of wild cattle on the hillside, around 60 to 70 of them, big and small. The adult wild cattle were extremely large, standing there like a wall, with shiny black fur, thick tails, hooves as big as bowls, eyes as big as bronze bells, and horns as tough as black iron, exuding immense power. Each one weighed at least 2,000 pounds, truly a giant monster. Even though Lam Lang and Huyen were skilled and brave, facing such a huge creature, they didn't dare to let their guard down. The herd of wild cattle had noticed them, but clearly didn't care, just glanced over and continued to graze leisurely. Lam Lang and Huyen chose an adult cow, standing away from the herd. Huyen launched a powerful attack. With a loud bang, the cow immediately fell into a large pit. The noise startled the other animals, causing them to panic and flee in all directions. Lam Lang and Huyen rushed in, with Lam Lang holding a sharp axe. Huyen didn't need a weapon. His special ability was the most powerful weapon. However, before they could get close, the wild cow that fell into the pit let out a roar that echoed throughout the valley, straining to jump out of the deep hole. Its four hooves slammed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. It turned around, its large eyes shining with a cold glint. Fiercely glaring at Huyen, the wild beast had sharp instincts and strong instincts. It locked onto Huyen, clearly identifying him as the one who set the trap. Its instincts were correct. Even if they were wrong, Huyen and Lam Lang had no way to explain. The cow bellowed angrily, lowering its head. With all four hooves pushing off, it charged straight at Huyen and Lam Lang with its iron-hard black horns. The fierce and frenzied killing intent. If it were an ordinary local person, they would either freeze in fear or run away in terror, completely lacking any courage to confront it. But for Lam Lang and Huyen, who came from the end of the world, it only ignited their fighting spirit. Huyen continuously unleashed attacks, sending dirt and mud flying toward the cow. It roared loudly, its speed forced to slow down. As its speed decreased, Huyen immediately dug a hole in front of it. It didn't notice and stepped into the void, letting out a painful roar. Lam Lang was just waiting for this opportunity. The bright, shimmering spear rushed down. At the same time, Tien raised her head and growled angrily, her four paws flying up, biting tightly into the bull's neck. She wouldn't let go. When Huyen arrived, his wife and his beast companion had already killed the fierce and strong wild bull together. Huyen Lam Lang was panting, retracting the kite and bursting into laughter, unable to resist petting Tien's head again. Our Tien is so amazing. Huyen glanced at his beast companion, the usually cold and lazy creature, and suddenly felt a bit complicated. Lam Lang quickly stored the wild bull into the space, laughing as he spoke to Lei Huyen. That was awesome. It's been a while since we had such fun. Lei Huyen also laughed. That's right. Let's go home. We're having boiled beef for dinner tonight. Lam Lang pulled his hand, and Lei Huyen casually filled in the hole, calling for Tian. The two of them reported back together and left. The valley quickly returned to peace. The frightened animals gradually calmed down, continuing to graze. Hunting had been part of their lives since birth, so they didn't find it strange at all. Although today seemed a bit noisy, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen returned to the valley to cook salt, and Du Nam, Van Thu, Grass, and others had already cooked 6 pots of salt. The white salt, as pure as snow, was stored in covered baskets, tightly packed and piled high, a bountiful harvest that made everyone happy to see. Lam Lang clapped his hands. It's getting late. Everyone take a break. Let's prepare for dinner. We'll continue tomorrow. Although they weren't finished yet, everyone felt at ease. Looking back, it was already dark, so Dong Than agreed. Lei Huyen and Du Nam chose a suitable spot in the valley. Opposite the cliff, they began to dig a cave for temporary shelter. Not only was it a current dwelling, but later anyone who came would also have a place to stay, while building a mountain camp or defensive structure could not be done in time. They had to wait until they had enough manpower. Lei Huyen and Du Nam calmly carved out 3 rooms and a hall on the cliff. Lam Lang led everyone to the small stream nearby, took the wild bull out of the space, preparing to butcher it, while Fan Thu, Grass, Batch Thatch, and Hack Thatch stared wide-eyed in shock. Ah, a curved horned beast. It's the curved horned beast. Everyone turned to look at Lam Lang, their astonished expressions quickly turning into admiration and respect. A fierce beast like the curved horned beast, even the warriors in the tribe wouldn't dare to hunt easily. But Sister Lam and Brother Huyen are so powerful, with Tian by their side. Just the two of them could kill a fully grown curved horned beast like that, so it wasn't surprising at all. Everyone was excited and glowing with pride. The curved horned beast? Lam Lang laughed. That's quite a name. In our Triu Duan tribe, we call this beast Ngu, which means bull, wild bull. Everyone easily accepted the new name. As members of the Triu Duan tribe, of course, they had to follow the tribe's naming conventions, so they all exclaimed in unison and immediately changed their way of addressing it. Sister Lam and Brother Huyen are truly amazing. Who would have thought they could hunt a bull? A wild bull, no less, particularly fierce, even scarier than wild boars. The warriors of the chaotic tribe wouldn't dare confront it easily. That's right, it's really big. So much meat. Hey. Lam Lang chuckled. Wild bull meat is delicious. I can't wait. Let's get to work. All right. Van Thu and the others couldn't contain their excitement. Curved horned beast. Oh no, it's a wild bull. The wild bull is so fierce. Previously, in the chaotic tribe, they could only hunt it a few times, because it was rare. By the time it was their turn to share the meat, there was nothing left, only the chief. The shaman and those favored by the chief were the only ones qualified to share the wild bull meat. They say it's very delicious, both fresh and chewy. Unfortunately, back then, they could only drool over it. But now it's different. Sister Lam and Brother Huyen easily hunted a strong, fully grown wild bull. Such a large body, so much wild bull meat that they could feast for many days. Just thinking about it made them happy, feeling a strong urge to run in front of those who had previously boasted about wild bull meat and show off double just to vent their anger. Next time they meet those people, they must not forget to do this. Butchering and dividing the prey is something almost everyone in the tribe is skilled at. Soon, they neatly divided the large wild bull into various parts. Lam Lang took out several large covered baskets from the space, lining the bottom of the baskets with a few layers of wide and sturdy leaves. To place the cut meat in there, the blood wouldn't seep out and dirty the space. Everyone had been instructed carefully by Dai Mao and Tiu Mao, no longer carelessly discarding the entrails, knowing they had to keep them to bring back for the chickens to eat. Lam Lang looked at the discarded stomach, the leaves, the liver, and thought that today they wouldn't have time. They must definitely cook a pot of beef offal soup with radishes tomorrow, piping hot. For tonight's dinner, Lam Lang chose 2 of the tenderest beef pieces and beef shank, planning to braise and stir-fry with green chili, garlic, and fan tho, and the others coordinated very smoothly. The 4 of them managed to butcher the 2,400-pound bull in less than an hour. The meat, bones, and entrails were separated into baskets, totaling 11 large baskets. When they returned to Tiu Son Gok, Lei Huyen and Du Nam had finished digging the shelter. The entrance was more than 2 meters above the ground, which could avoid reptiles and insects, and even if wild beasts came, it would be hard to attack. The entrance was also carved with a narrow staircase for going up and down. The cave mouth was about 1.5 meters wide, about 2 meters high and very spacious inside, divided into a living area and storage, where it didn't feel cramped at all. Outside the cave, they cleverly carved several ventilation holes, and cooking was done in the open area outside the cave. Tonight, they would also cook rice, eating it with stir-fried beef and beef stew with radish, making everyone happy. Just thinking about it was a rare meat. In the past, they never had a chance, so it felt even better. Beef was already delicious, now it was 10 times better. The next day, everyone continued to excitedly cook salt from seawater and then enjoy the delicious boiled beef, sheep offal soup with radish, and the salt-roasted chicken that Lam Lang wrapped in leaves. The boiled beef and sheep offal soup had everyone singing its praises. The salt-roasted chicken had an appealing golden skin. The skin was crispy, the meat tender, and the salty bones were surprisingly delightful in the mouth. When they heard Lam Lang proudly explain how to make the salt-roasted chicken, Dunam was stunned. Hechite and Beichite were speechless. Then Thu and Cow screamed, "Ah!" then clutched their chests in pain. Using so much salt like that, for just one dish, how could it require so much salt? How could anyone dare to roast a chicken like that? It's hard to believe, even though everyone no longer worried about running out of salt. In their eyes, salt was still something incredibly precious. After hearing Lam Lang's explanation, their gazes at the salt-roasted chicken immediately changed. Everyone grabbed a few more pieces, so happy they couldn't help but laugh wide. A dish roasted with so much salt, it's hard to believe, hard to believe. So satisfying, so satisfying. Lam Lang couldn't stop smiling, thinking for a moment it would be better not to tell them about making salted meat and ham, or they might faint from shock. After the meal, there was dessert, a type of wild melon that Lam Lang and Lei Huyen picked in the forest. The fruit was the size of a hand, oval-shaped, with a light purple skin covered in a layer of white powder, and could be eaten right after washing. The flesh was milky white, sweet, juicy, and smooth, making it easy to eat. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had picked 2 full baskets. Everyone had cooked salt for 3 days in total, gathering over 700 pounds. That much salt was enough to trade with the snake tribe, so they decided to head back. On the way home, Lam Lang's space felt a bit cramped because, besides the salt, beef, wild fruit, and some hunted game, Lam Lang and Le Huyen had nothing to do, so they specifically cut a lot of bamboo. Bamboo is great for weaving baskets, mats, and is very necessary for daily life. Since they were here, wouldn't it be a waste not to bring back more? So the space was packed tight. Everyone walked back, taking about 3.5 days to get home, which wasn't too far, and they also took the opportunity to find their way. On the afternoon of the second day, they stopped to rest. Hechite and Baishite went to the stream to wash vegetables and meat, and when they returned, they excitedly carried a rabbit. Sister Lamb, look, this is a wild rabbit we caught. We can take it home to raise." Du Dina had already raised 7 wild rabbits, the more the better. While the two were washing vegetables, this silly rabbit kept eating grass in a nearby field without trying to escape, staring at them while chewing grass with a confused look, making the two want to catch it. They decided to give it a try, and unexpectedly managed to catch it alive, making the siblings overjoyed. Thanthu was very jealous. "Wow, that rabbit is so fat, its fur is so long," and secretly resolved that if he saw it, he would catch it too. Not just rabbits, I should try to catch wild chickens or something too. Everyone started to have an awareness of animal husbandry, which was very commendable. Lam Lang praised them without holding back, and when she heard Thanthu's comment about the long fur, she couldn't help but take a closer look. After looking, her eyes lit up. "Yeah,